Evangeline Fox had spent her entire childhood convinced that a fairy tale was waiting for her. Every time a new crate of oddities arrived at her father's curiosity shop, she would dash over, heart pounding, and sift through the contents. With each peculiar item, she'd wonder if this was finally the key, the enchanted looking glass, or the whispering compass that would pull her into a storybook life. She remembered one particular delivery, a massive wooden box that held nothing but a single jeweled doorknob. It glittered with an emerald fire, and for weeks she was certain that if she could just find the right door to fit it, a portal would swing open to a world of wonder. That doorknob, of course, never led anywhere magical. But Evangeline never stopped believing that her elsewhere was out there. Now, breathless and disoriented, she realized she had finally found it. Or perhaps it had found her. She was somewhere else, entirely, held tightly against the chest of a striking young man who kept calling her his wife. Wife. The word echoed in her skull, dizzying and impossible. How could this be? Questions swarmed, but her voice had vanished. If his arms weren't holding her up, she was sure her legs would have given way. The sheer weight of everything she couldn't remember pressed down on her. One of her last clear memories was of sitting by her father's bedside as he passed away in their quiet home. But even that image felt torn and incomplete, like a painting left in the rain, colours blurred and whole sections ripped out. She couldn't recall the months leading up to his illness, or what came after. She didn't even know how he had gotten sick. It was all just gone. And in its place was this stranger, this claim of a shared life, and a terrifying, beautiful new world she didn't recognize. The only thing Evangeline knew for certain was that both her parents were gone, her father having vanished long ago, just like her mother. "This must be terrifying for you," the stranger who claimed to be her husband said, his arms tightening around her. "You might feel completely alone, but you aren't, Evangeline." He was so tall that she felt utterly small in his embrace, close enough to feel a slight tremor in his own frame. It was clear he wasn't as terrified as she was, yet his confidence seemed to be a fragile veneer. "You have me," he insisted, his voice a low murmur near her ear. "There is absolutely nothing I wouldn't do for you." A wave of frustration washed over her.
"But I don't remember you at all,"
she whispered, reluctant to break the contact even as the sheer force of his presence overwhelmed her. When she finally pulled back, a deep furrow appeared between his brows. His response, however, was patient, his tone deliberately soothing. "My name is Apollo Acadian." Evangeline searched his face, desperate for any flicker of recognition, any tiny anchor in this sea of confusion. She needed something, anything, familiar to keep herself from crumbling to the ground. Apollo looked at her with an intensity that was both foreign and captivating, as if he desperately wanted to be that anchor for her. He looked like a prince, straight out of a storybook, broad-shouldered, with a strong jaw and dark, smouldering eyes. His clothes spoke of immense wealth, the kind that brought to mind hidden treasures and ancient castles. He wore a high-collared coat of deep crimson, lavishly embroidered with gold thread across the cuffs and shoulders. Underneath was a fitted doublet, a style utterly unlike the practical clothing worn by the men back home in Valenda. The realization that she was far from home hit her anew, sending a fresh jolt of panic that made her words tumble out in a frantic rush. "How did I get here? How did we even meet? Why can't I remember you?" "Your memories were taken?" Apollo explained, something flickering in his brown eyes. Was it anger, or perhaps a deep-seated pain? "By someone who has been trying to destroy what we have." Evangeline wished desperately that she could recall him, but the effort only made her feel worse. A throbbing ache built in her head, and a hollow, cavernous feeling opened in her chest, as if she had lost far more than mere memories. For one brutal second, the agony was so profound, she clutched at her heart, half expecting to find a physical, jagged hole. There was none, only the frantic beat beneath her palm. Yet in that devastating moment, she had the irrational thought that her heart should be broken, that it matched the shattered state of her mind. Then it struck her, not a feeling, but a sharp, fragmented thought. she had something critically important to tell someone. She couldn't grasp what it was or who needed to hear it, but a visceral certainty surged through her. Her entire world depended on this unspoken message. The mere idea of it made her pulse race. Could it be for Apollo? Was this the very reason her past had been stolen from her? Why would someone want to tear us apart? She pressed, ready to unleash a torrent of more questions about their meeting and their marriage. But Apollo suddenly grew tense. His eyes darted a furtive glance over her shoulder before he answered in a hushed tone. It's complicated. Following his gaze, she turned back to the strange wooden door she had been lying against. Flanking it were 2 stone statues of warrior angels, though they looked unnervingly lifelike for carvings. Their wings were outstretched, grimly spattered with what appeared to be old, dried blood. The sight sent another sharp pang through her chest, a visceral echo of a trauma her mind could no longer access. "Do you know what happened here?" she asked. For a fleeting instant, something that looked suspiciously like guilt passed over Apollo's face, though it might have just been profound sorrow. "I swear I will answer every question you have," he said, his voice urgent now, as he gently took her arm. "But first, we really need to leave this place. We have to go before he returns." "Who is he?" "The one who took your memories." Apollo's grip tightened on Evangeline's hand as he hurried her from the chamber with the door and the warrior angels. The hazy light of late morning fell across shelves of manuscripts bound with faded ribbons. They seemed to be in some ancient archive, yet the further they went, the newer the books appeared. The floor transitioned from worn stone to polished marble, the ceilings soared higher, and the leather-bound volumes replaced the older scrolls. Evangeline scanned the gilded light for anything that might spark a recollection. Her mind was clearer now, but everything remained foreign. She was truly in another world, one where she had apparently lived long enough to encounter both heroes and villains and become caught in their war. "Who was he?" she insisted. "The one who stole my past?" Apollo's stride hitched for a second before quickening. "I swear I'll explain everything, but we need to move." "Oh, heavens!" a voice cried out. Evangeline turned to see a woman in pale robes standing between the bookcases, a librarian by the look of her, who brought a hand to her mouth as she stared. Her expression was one of stunned reverence, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Apollo. Another librarian hurried into the hall, gasped loudly, and then fainted straight away, sending a pile of books tumbling to the floor. "It's a miracle!" the first woman cried. More librarians and scholars emerged, all echoing similar shouts of wonder. Evangeline pressed closer to Apollo as they were swiftly encircled, first by the archivists, then by servants, and finally dressed courtiers. Finally, broad-shouldered guards in gleaming armor rushed in, undoubtedly drawn by the commotion. The room, which rose at least 4 stories, suddenly felt cramped and airless as the crowd of strangers pressed in. "He's returned. He's alive. It's a miracle," they chanted, their voices growing hushed and tearful. Evangeline was utterly lost. It felt like witnessing some sacred revival in a cathedral. Had she married a saint? She glanced up at Apollo, struggling to recall his last name. Acadian, he'd said. She knew no tales of an Apollo Acadian, but clearly stories existed here. She'd first thought him a hero, but this crowd looked upon him as something divine. "Who are you?" she whispered. Apollo brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles, a touch that sent a shiver through her. "I'm the one who will keep you safe from now on." A few nearby listeners sighed at his words. Then Apollo raised his free hand in a universal call for silence. The murmuring crowd fell instantly quiet. Some even sank to their knees. It was eerie how quickly the room stilled. They seemed to hold their breath as Apollo's voice carried over them. "I see some of you doubt your eyes, but what you see is real. I am alive. When you leave here, tell everyone you meet that Prince Apollo died and walked through hell to return." Prince. Evangeline barely had a moment to absorb the title and all it implied, for almost as soon as he spoke, Apollo released her hand and swiftly removed his velvet jacket, then his linen shirt. A collective gasp swept the room, Evangeline's included. Apollo's chest was sculpted and flawless, and over his heart was a vivid tattoo. 2 swords crossed in the shape of a heart with a single name etched in the centre. Evangeline, until that moment, everything had felt like a strange dream from which she might awake. But her name inked upon his skin felt irrevocably real, in a way his promises had not. He was no stranger. He knew her so deeply that her name felt etched upon his soul. When he turned, he revealed a sight that silenced the entire room. Apollo's strong, straight back was a map of brutal, intersecting scars. "This is the cost of my return," he declared, his voice ringing out. "I walked through literal fire to get back here. I had to return to fix what was broken in my absence. Many think my brother Tiberius struck me down, but they are wrong." A ripple of shock travelled through the gathered crowd. "The traitor was a man I called friend," Apollo thundered. "Lord Jax is the one who poisoned me. He then stole the memories of my bride Evangeline. I will hunt him to the ends of this earth until he answers for his crimes with his life." Chapter 2. Evangeline. The Grand Library was in an uproar, voices bouncing off the endless shelves. Armoured guards swore oaths to hunt Lord Jax, while elegant courtiers and robed scholars fired off questions. "How long have you been alive, Your Highness? What was hell like, my lord? Why would Lord Jax steal her memories?" An older courtier aimed this last question directly at Evangeline, his gaze sharp and suspicious. "Enough," Apollo commanded, stepping closer to her. "I did not share my wife's ordeal so she could be interrogated over things she cannot recall. I told you this so Jax would be found, preferably dead. We will bring him to justice," the guards shouted. The promises and pounding declarations shook the old shelves and throbbed in Evangeline's skull, until it was all too overwhelming. The noise, the strange faces, Apollo's impossible story. The words around her blurred into a distant ringing. She wanted to hold on to Apollo. He was her only anchor in this bewildering place. Yet he was also a prince, a figure belonging to the world now, which made him feel strangely distant. She feared burdening him with her own endless questions, starting with the most basic one. Where was she? Her eyes found an oval window seat nestled between bookshelves. The glass was a pale, icy blue, framing a view of towering evergreen trees draped in a perfect thick blanket of snow. It never snowed like this in Valenda. This was the kind of snow from storybooks, so heavy it looked like heaps of vanilla frosting on a cake. Everything here was different. The guards resembled knights from ancient legends, and the courtiers wore formal attire like Apollo's, men in fitted doublets, women in lavish velvet gowns, with off-the-shoulder necklines and low waists adorned with brocade or pearls. Evangeline had only heard of such clothes in her mother's stories about the magnificent North, a land described as the most magical in the world. Ironic, then, that she felt utterly disconnected from any magic now. Apollo caught her eye and turned from the thinning crowd. News of the prince's return was already spreading like wildfire. Of course it was. Who had ever heard of someone coming back from the dead? The thought made her feel incredibly small beside him. Only a handful of people lingered, but Apollo paid them no mind, his focus entirely on Evangeline. "You have nothing to fear here." "I'm not afraid," she said, the lie tasting thin. "You're looking at me differently." He smiled then, a smile so disarming she wondered how she hadn't instantly recognized his nobility. "You're a prince," she breathed out. Apollo's grin widened. "Is that a problem?" "No, I just—" Evangeline nearly confessed she'd never pictured herself as a prince's wife. But that wasn't entirely true. She had dreamed of it, of course, though her fantasies were simpler, softer things, pastel visions of crowns and distant kingdoms. This reality was grander, yet she would have given it all up in a heartbeat to recall how she'd arrived here, how she'd fallen for Apollo and wed him, and why she felt a hollow ache where part of her heart should be. The realization struck her coldly. In every story, magic demanded payment. Nothing was truly free. A girl plucked from ordinary life to become royalty always paid a toll. A sharp, sarcastic thought cut through her wonder. Maybe her missing memories weren't just an accident, but the exact coin she'd handed over for this gilded cage. Had she really been that naive, trading her past and a piece of her soul for a prince? Apollo's expression shifted, his teasing smile melting into something steadier and kind. His voice softened, too, as if he could trace the edges of her confusion, or perhaps he simply knew her in ways she couldn't yet grasp. After all, her name was inked over his heart. "Everything will be fine," he said, his tone low and certain. "I know this is overwhelming. I don't want to go, but there are matters I must attend to. My guards will take you to your rooms. I won't be away long, I promise. Nothing matters more to me than you." He kissed her hand once more, held her gaze, and then turned, his personal guards falling into step behind him. Left alone in the vast corridor, Evangeline was swamped by solitude and a whirlwind of questions. If Apollo had only just returned from the dead, how did he already understand what had happened to her? Perhaps he was mistaken about this Lord Jack's stealing her memories. Maybe she had indeed bargained them away herself, which left her desperately wondering if such a trade could be undone. That thought clung to her as she followed the assigned guards through the castle named Wolf Hall. They shared little, only that the fortress was built by the first king of the magnificent north, the legendary Wulfric Valor. It reminded her of her mother's tales of the north, a land that felt ancient and heavy with secrets, every stone underfoot whispering of forgotten times. One passageway was lined with doors, boasting extraordinary handles, one shaped like a tiny dragon, another resembling delicate fairy wings, and a third a wolf's head adorned with a floral crown. They seemed to beckon her to touch them, almost as if they held a faint pulse of life, much like the enchanted bell that once hung outside her father's curiosity shop. A sudden piercing grief overwhelmed her, not just for the bell, but for the shop. Her parents, all she had lost. The wave was so intense she didn't realize she'd frozen until a guard with a bushy red mustache leaned in. "Are you unwell, Your Highness? Shall I carry you?" "Oh, no," Evangeline replied, flushing with embarrassment.
My feet are perfectly functional. It's just all so much. What is this hallway?
"This is the Valor's wing. Many believe these were the children's rooms, though no one knows for certain. The doors have remained locked since they passed. But you could open us." The voice seemed to drift from one of the doors. Evangeline glanced at her guards, but their faces showed no reaction. She decided to pretend she hadn't heard it either. Her situation was complicated enough without claiming to hear voices from door handles. Fortunately, it didn't recur. When the guards finally halted before a set of ornate double doors, the jeweled knobs glittered invitingly in the torchlight. Silent and still, the doors swung open with a soft sigh, revealing a suite of rooms so lavish it stole Evangeline's breath. The air itself seemed to shimmer, thick with the scent of blossoms and gilt. It was a scene so perfect it felt staged, as if she'd wandered into the final act of a play where the set designer had been given a blank check. A two-story fireplace was framed by cascading harlequin lilies and delicate vines of white starmires twined like living silver around the carved bedposts. Through an archway, a great copper tub steamed, its water turned a deep violet and blanketed with a confetti of pink and white petals. Evangeline trailed her fingers through the scented water. It was all flawless, a fact underscored by the small army of nearly a dozen maids who entered with hushed steps and softer voices. Their gentle hands helped her into a gown of blush tulle, its sheer sleeves tied with dark pink ribbons that cascaded into tiny rosebuds across the bodice. The final touch was a crown of braided rose gold hair, adorned with a circlet of gilded flowers. "If I may be so bold, you look every inch the princess, Your Highness," said the maid who had arranged her hair.
"Thank you, Martine," the woman supplied smoothly, saving Evangeline the awkwardness. "I'm from the Meridian Empire as well. Prince Apollo thought my presence might make your transition easier." "It seems the prince considers every detail," Evangeline remarked. A faint, almost imperceptible hesitation flickered in Martine's smile. When it comes to you, I believe he tries to consider everything.
That tiny pause was a pinprick in the beautiful bubble of the moment, a sudden, cold draught of reality. It was the first hint that this storybook perfection might have a price tag she couldn't yet see. Left alone, Evangeline studied her reflection. The woman in the mirror wore the costume of a princess impeccably, yet she felt like a fraud in a rented gown. She had the castle, the prince, the title, but she felt hollow, as if she were merely playing a part she could abandon if only she had another role to step into. The hopeful girl who once believed in fairy tale endings was gone, leaving behind a heart that ached with a sharp, persistent pain, as if it had been shattered and hastily glued back together with the wrong pieces missing. She pressed a hand to her chest, a futile guard against further fracture. Beneath the fog of her lost memories was a conviction, desperate and urgent, that she had forgotten something or someone of catastrophic importance. A vital message was trapped inside her, but the recipient and the words themselves were lost. As the sun bled away and her rooms sank into twilight, Evangeline paced, her frustration a tangible thing. She clung to the hope that Apollo's return would bring clarity, but when the door finally opened, it revealed not the prince, but an elderly physician flanked by two younger aides. The man adjusted the spectacles on his pointed nose. "I am Dr. Irvis Stillgrass. These are my apprentices, Telma and Rel. His Highness has asked us to assess the extent of the damage to your recollections." Evangeline's voice was tight with a hope she barely dared feel. "Can you restore what was taken, Dr. Stillgrass?" Telma and Rel all pressed their lips together in unison. Evangeline understood that silent no. She wasn't even surprised by it, a fact that unsettled her almost as much as the answer itself. Hope was her usual companion, but today it felt just out of reach. What had happened to her? "Please, have a seat, Princess," Dr. Stillgrass instructed, indicating a plush armchair near the fireplace. Evangeline obeyed, sinking into the cushions while the three physicians remained standing, their forms looming over her as the questioning began. "How old are you?"
I'm...
Evangeline hesitated, needing a moment to search her mind. One of her last sharp memories was from being 16. Her father was alive then, and she could almost see his smile as he unpacked a new crate of strange treasures. But the image was fragile, the details smeared like a grimy windowpane. You could sense the shape of things beyond, but nothing clear came through. She felt certain her father had passed away some months after that vague recollection, though the specifics were lost to her. She just carried the hollow knowledge in her chest that he was gone, and years had slipped by since... "I think I'm 17 now." Telma and Rel scribbled notes on her response. Dr. Stillgrass pressed on. "What is your earliest memory of meeting Prince Apollo today?" Evangeline said, then a flicker of defiance. "Do you know when we actually met?"
My role is to ask the questions, not answer them. Dr. Stillgrass replied curtly before continuing his rapid-fire interrogation. Did she remember her engagement to Apollo, her wedding, the night he died? Each query was met with the same hollow reply. No, no, no. It was her only answer whenever she tried to turn a question back on him. Dr. Stillgrass shut her down at some point during this exhausting exchange. A new man slipped into the room.
Evangeline hadn't noticed him enter, but suddenly he was there, positioned just behind Telma and Rel. He wore similar attire, a long brown leather tunic over fitted black trousers, a double strap belt holding an array of knives and vials on one hip and a book harness on the other. The book was now in his hands, but his note-taking had a distinct flair. He wrote with a theatrical sweep of his feathered pen, a motion that kept pulling Evangeline's gaze. When he caught her looking, he winked and brought a finger to his lips in a playful signal to keep his presence secret. For reasons she didn't examine, she complied. Something told her this man wasn't officially part of the group, despite the similar uniform. Yet he was the only one in the room who seemed to offer any empathy as she floundered. He gave encouraging nods, offered sympathetic smiles, and whenever Dr. Stillgrass made a particularly cold remark, he rolled his eyes expressively.
I can confirm your memories of the past year are entirely absent, Dr. Stillgrass declared, his tone dripping with self-importance and a startling lack of compassion. We will report this to His Highness. One of us will return daily to monitor for any returning recollections. With that, the three physicians turned to leave. Dr. Stillgrass marched past the young man without acknowledgement, but Rel and Telma finally noticed him.
Dr. Telma began, only for Rel, who looked oddly mesmerized by the intruder, to grab her sleeve, silencing her as they all filed out. Only the unnamed young man remained. He strolled over to Evangeline and produced a slender red card from his pocket. "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself," he said, his voice low. "I'm sorry for what you've lost. If you ever want to talk or have questions of your own, I might be able to help fill in some of the blanks for you." He handed her the card. It read, "Christoph Neitlinger, Southern Morning Watch Tower, The Spires." What sort of questions? Evangeline began, looking up from the curious card. But the young man was already gone. The only sound left in the room was the crackle of the fire. Evangeline jolted awake, though she hadn't intended to sleep at all. She found herself still curled in the fireside chair, the little red card from Christoph Neitlinger a faint memory in her palm. But there was another sensation, strong arms slipping beneath her, lifting her carefully against a chest that carried the scent of balsam and crisp winter pine. Apollo, her stomach fluttered. With her eyes shut, she couldn't be certain it was him. Yet some part of her already knew. A strange impulse kept her feigning sleep, her heart drumming a quick rhythm as he carried her. He must have answers, she thought, yet a sudden sharp fear held her questions back.
Was it his title that intimidated her? Or simply the fact he remained a mystery? His hold tightened, and Evangeline stiffened. Then from somewhere deep and half-forgotten, a feeling surfaced. Not a full memory, but a certainty. This was not the first time he had carried her.
He would bear her through more than icy streams. He would drag her from flames if required, snatch her from the grasp of war, from crumbling cities and fracturing worlds. The certainty loosened a knot within her chest, and for a fleeting moment she felt not just safe, but profoundly sheltered. It was a new sensation, this absolute protectiveness. Cautiously, she let her eyes open. Night had fully fallen outside. Inside, the room was bathed in firelight and shadow, except for the prince who held her. The glow seemed to cling to him, tracing the line of his dark hair and the cut of his jaw as he moved toward the bed. "Forgive me," Apollo murmured, his voice low. "I didn't wish to disturb you, but the chair looked terribly cramped." He settled her gently onto a soft, down-filled quilt. Then, so lightly she might have missed it, had she not been hyper-aware of his every movement. He brushed his lips against her cheek. His warm hands lingered for a heartbeat before withdrawing. "Sweet dreams, Evangeline? Wait." Her hand shot out, catching his. Surprise flickered across his face. "Did you wish for me to stay?" he asked, logically. Yes, she should say yes, they were married. He was a prince, a commanding, undeniably attractive prince. One she might have crossed mountains to reach. He stroked her hand with his thumb, waiting. "I'm sorry I don't remember you," she whispered. "I am trying, Evangeline." Apollo gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "The last thing I want is to see you in pain, and I can see how much this loss hurts you. But if those memories never return, it will be all right. We can build new ones, together. But I need to remember." The urge was more than a want. It was a pressing physical need, as if she had forgotten a vital message for someone she could no longer name. "What if there is a way?" she pressed. "Perhaps we could bargain with the one who stole them. No." Apollo's head shook, firm and immediate. "Even if it were possible, the cost would be too high. Lord Jax is a monster." His voice turned rough. "He poisoned me on our wedding night and made it appear you were the killer."
While I was gone, you nearly faced execution. Jax has no conscience, no remorse. If I believed for a moment he could truly help you, I would move heaven and earth to bring him here. But if he ever finds you," Apollo took a sharp breath, his expression grim, "I fear I would lose you forever. He paused, and when he spoke again, his tone softened, edged with a weary resolve. I know how difficult it is to release this, but sometimes letting go is the kindest path forward, Evangeline.
For both of us, Jax has committed terrible, unforgivable acts against you, and I genuinely think you could be happier if those memories remain lost. Chapter 4. Apollo. The late King Roland Titus Acadian had always despised the word nice. In his view, nice was for servants, commoners, and anyone else who seemed to lack a distinct character. A prince ought to be clever, formidable, wise, shrewd, even cruel when the situation demanded it, but never merely nice. King Roland frequently advised his son, niceness is a mask for those who have nothing else to offer. As a prince, you must be so much more. Young Apollo took this counsel as permission to live carelessly, treating both life and people with a casual disregard. He wasn't intentionally cruel, but he didn't strive for the virtues his father praised either. Apollo always assumed he had plenty of time to grow into someone clever, formidable, wise, or shrewd. It never crossed his mind that, in the delay, he was quietly becoming something else entirely. A realization that struck him with cold clarity the first time he woke from the enchanted sleep his former friend, Lord Jax, had forced upon him. Apollo had expected to find the magnificent North draped in mourning, with monuments of flowers and citizens who stubbornly refused to stop weeping for him, even after the official grieving period had passed. Instead, he discovered the kingdom had already moved on. In barely 2 weeks he had been reduced to a footnote, remembered by a single unremarkable word in a scandal sheet. While trapped under the Archer's curse, he had stumbled upon that very publication from the day after his supposed death. The paper noted only that he had died. One word, beloved, had been tacked onto his name, but that was all. It said nothing of great deeds or acts of bravery. And how could it, when most of his time had been spent sitting for portraits? He could hardly bear to look at those paintings now as he walked through Wolf Hall, on his way to meet with Mr. Christoph Neitlinger of the Daily Rumour. This was his second chance to finally become more, just as his father had urged. Since his shocking return from the dead yesterday, Apollo noticed the change in how people saw him. Voices dropped to hushed tones, heads bowed more quickly, and eyes held a look of wonder, as if he was something beyond mortal. And yet he had never felt more human, more exposed, or more wretched. It was all a lie. He hadn't returned from the dead. He had simply been cursed over and over again. Now, free of any spell for the first time in nearly 3 months, he felt cursed instead by what he had done to Evangeline. He had thought that once the Archer's curse lifted, his obsession with her would fade. The curse had compelled him to hunt her. Under its influence, she was in his thoughts every second. He was constantly wondering where she was and what she was doing, a constant image of her angelic face fixed in his mind. All he wanted was her. And when he found her, all he wanted was to destroy her. Now he still wanted her, but differently. When he saw her, he didn't want to end her life. He wanted to shield her, to keep her safe. That was why he had taken her memories. He knew it was for the best. Jax had deceived her, just as he had fooled Apollo into friendship. If Evangeline fell under Jax's influence again, he would only ruin her. But Apollo would make her happy. He would make her a queen who was loved and adored. He would more than make up for everything he had done to her in the past, as long as she never discovered the truth. If she ever learned he had stolen her memories, it would all collapse. Only one other person knew Apollo had taken those memories. After today, if everything went according to plan, he wouldn't have to worry about that person anymore. As for finding Jax, Apollo hoped this morning's interview would help. Finally, he reached the small tower room where he had arranged for the meeting to take place. Prince Apollo typically favoured more impressive surroundings, expansive halls flooded with light, adorned with windows and decorations that constantly reminded everyone of his royal status. Today, however, he had selected a plain, bare tower chamber to ensure their discussion remained completely private. As the prince entered, Christoph Neitlinger rose from his seat and offered a respectful bow. "It's a relief to see you alive and in such fine form, Your Highness. I imagine my resurrection is doing wonders for your newspaper sales," Apollo replied, a trace of bitterness lingering over the rather modest public reaction to his recent demise. The journalist, of course, showed no sign of noticing. Christoph beamed with his customary enthusiasm, his teeth gleaming as brightly as the lace cravat at his neck. "This interview will certainly help. Thank you for making time this morning."
My readers are bursting with questions. How you returned, what death felt like, whether you were watching over us all. You won't be getting answers to any of those today, Apollo stated bluntly. The journalist's smile dimmed. I want your article to focus entirely on the disgraceful actions of Lord Jacks and the urgent necessity of his capture. Your Highness, you may have missed this morning's edition, but I already detailed his offences.
"Then detail them again, and make the account far more severe. Until this criminal is in custody, I want his crimes featured daily. I want his name to become a byword for depravity. This isn't merely for my sake, it's for Princess Evangeline and the entire magnificent North once he's caught. You'll have your interview, and I'll answer every question you pose. Until then, you will print exactly what I require." "Of course, Your Highness," Christoph said, his smile returning. But it was different now, not the natural, good-humoured grin from before. This was a polite, practised smile, worn only because Apollo was a prince and Christoph had little choice but to comply. Seeing it, Apollo felt a sharp pang of something like guilt. For a fleeting moment, he considered tempering his demands. Then he recalled his father's old advice about the dangers of being nice. After concluding with Christoph, Apollo intended to check on Evangeline. Servants provided regular updates, all confirming she was physically well, but still without her memories. He hoped his warning the previous night had discouraged any attempts to reclaim her past. Yet the Evangeline he remembered was not one to surrender easily. She had, after all, found a way to break the archer's curse upon him. Given the opportunity, he had no doubt she would pursue her lost memories with equal determination. Therefore, Apollo decided he would not provide that opportunity. He had already arranged for her schedule to be thoroughly occupied this morning. He would have preferred to be the one filling her time, but there would be chances for that later first. There was another pressing matter, the Council of Great Houses. The day before he had met with several members to prove he was no impostor and had genuinely returned from the dead. This was followed by a lengthy debate about how to handle the actual fraudulent heir who had attempted to steal his throne. That discussion, however, turned out to be entirely pointless. The pretender had apparently slipped away during the proceedings, warned by a few infatuated servants. Apollo had dispatched guards in pursuit, but the impostor was not his immediate priority. The prince slowed his pace as he approached the door to the council chamber. The room beyond always struck him as resembling an enormous pewter cup. The walls curved gently, and the air held a subtle silvery cast, lending everything a sharp, almost metallic edge. At the heart of the chamber stood an ancient white oak table, rumoured to have been placed there during the reign of the very first king of the magnificent North. That king, the storied Wulfric Valor, a figure carved from a wilder age, now occupied the seat at the table's farthest end. All discussion ceased the instant Prince Apollo crossed the threshold. The frozen scene made it obvious the conversation had, until that very second, been wholly captivated by the council's newest addition, the celebrated Wulfric Valor. Of course, Apollo alone understood the man's true identity. The rest of the assembly remained ignorant that Wulfric and his entire lineage had been sealed within the Valerie until just the day prior, now operating under the guise of Lord Vale. Yet every councillor still seemed to lean subtly in his direction, drawn by an invisible gravity. This was useful, simplifying Apollo's necessary task, but it was also disquieting to witness their unconscious reverence for the North's mythical founder. "Behold, the man returned from the grave!" Wulfric's voice boomed, sparking a wave of applause that rippled through the room until every member was on their feet, honouring Apollo's approach. Wulfric offered a conspiratorial wink, a silent pledge of alliance, of shared purpose. "We are in this together," it seemed to say. "Friends." The memory of his last friend's betrayal, however, was still a raw and recent wound. If Wulfric ever chose a similar path, Apollo knew he would be utterly outmatched by the man and his fabled family. His only course was to hold to his own promise and cling to the hope that Wulfric would do the same.
I observe many of you have already made the acquaintance of our latest council member, Apollo stated, deliberately framing it as fact, not inquiry. Though his official coronation awaited the formality of a marriage, his authority already surpassed that of the council.
In the magnificent north, a prince required a bride to become king, but that law, much like the impending coronation spectacle, was largely ceremonial, a pageant designed to endear royalty to the populace and fill the realm with hopeful sentiment. The Council of Great Houses, however, was not without its own leverage. They could not outright prevent Apollo from elevating a new great house, but they could contest it fiercely, potentially unearthing perilous secrets Apollo desperately needed to stay buried. The kingdom could not learn that the legendary Valors had just returned from what the world believed was a centuries-long extinction, now masquerading as House Vale. Apollo himself was still grappling with the reality that the old tales of the Valerie were true, that an entire family had been imprisoned within it. The public frenzy that would erupt upon such a discovery was a nightmare. He dreaded even considering the torrent of questions Evangeline would have if she ever realized she was the one who had unlocked the Valerie Arch. It appeared his brother Tiberius had been correct about her actions all along. Apollo could only pray Tiberius was wrong about the consequences that would follow. Lord Vale and his kin were present at my own return from death. Apollo explained with practised ease, for this held a kernel of truth. Honora Valor, Wulfric's wife, had been the one to cure him of the Archer's curse and the Mirror's affliction. The genuine debt he felt made his next words effortlessly sincere. Without this family's intervention, I likely would not be standing before you. In gratitude, I have chosen to name them a great house and grant them lands where they may extend to others the same profound care they showed to me. A heavy silence blanketed the council. Apollo could see the uncertainty now, cutting through their earlier fascination. They were wary of this formidable, bear-like man and deeply unsettled by Apollo's unprecedented decree. No prince in living memory, nor his father or grandfather before him, had ever bestowed the honor of a great house upon a new family. The act itself was simple, but its repercussions, once set in motion, would be nearly impossible to reverse. Granting power was a simple act compared to the challenge of reclaiming it. Apollo could feel the council's collective anxiety, a silent dread that this proclamation had stripped authority from their hands. He could nearly hear the unspoken doubts hovering in the air. "You've only just returned from the grave. Is this truly prudent? Do you intend to elevate other houses to such status? How can you be sure this house merits joining our ranks?" "My family is deeply thankful for your kindness, Your Highness. It is a profound honor to sit on this council alongside such distinguished individuals." Wulfric's tone was calm, yet his eyes were steady and resolute as he scanned the room. He made deliberate eye contact with each member, and Apollo noticed several holding their breath. Since childhood, Apollo had heard the legendary tales of this man. Stories claimed Wulfric Valor could shatter enemy lines with a single roar and defeat champions with his hands alone. He had forged the warring northern tribes into a unified kingdom and constructed the formidable Wolf Hall as a tribute to his wife, whom he had won from a rival lord. The man seated before him now seemed less intimidating than those epic accounts suggested. Apollo was the taller of the two and wore garments of superior craftsmanship. Yet Wulfric possessed that elusive quality Apollo's father had often described a raw, grounded power. Wulfric represented everything Apollo had never strived to become. The council chamber remained utterly silent until Wulfric finally looked away, breaking the tense stillness. It was Lord Byron Bellflower who seized the moment to speak. "Welcome to the council, Lord Vale. I trust you've been briefed on recent kingdom affairs. We have several pressing matters requiring our attention today." Bellflower then shifted his focus to Apollo, Unlike almost everyone else in the castle who had regarded the prince with amazement since his shocking return, Byron Bellflower's expression held no wonder or reverence. Their long-standing rivalry had only intensified. From the young lord's contemptuous stare, it was clear he had grown even more antagonistic during Apollo's absence. Whispers suggested Bellflower's lover had perished, though Apollo privately suspected the woman might have staged her own death simply to escape him. "Now," Bellflower announced, his voice deliberately loud, pausing for effect to ensure every eye at the grand table was upon him. Most council members were elders, but Lord Bellflower was near Apollo's own age. They had been childhood companions until Byron grew old enough to resent their differing destinies. Apollo was heir to an entire kingdom, while Byron was set to inherit only a solitary, windswept mountain fortress. Apollo would have dismissed him from the council long ago, but Bellflower's castle commanded a considerable private army, a force Apollo could not afford to antagonize. This was the delicate balance with most council members. Removing anyone would trigger repercussions he was wise to avoid. "I understand you met with a few council members yesterday to discuss expediting your coronation," Bellflower continued, a sly edge to his words. "However, some of us believe it would be reckless to proceed while uncertainties regarding your wife remain unresolved." Apollo's posture turned rigid. "What uncertainties regarding my wife?" Bellflower's smile was sudden and sharp, as if Apollo had taken the exact bait he'd laid. "Some among us cannot help but question, why would Lord Jax tamper with Evangeline's memories? What does she know that could threaten him? Unless, perhaps, she was his accomplice in poisoning you." "That is a statement of treason," Apollo cut in, his voice cold. "Then disprove it," Bellflower challenged. "I owe you no proof," Apollo retorted.
"Yet providing some might ease the council's mind," interjected Lady Castell. "As one of the eldest and most respected members, her opinions often guided the others. I do not believe your bride to be a murderess, but the rumours that plagued Evangeline following your death were vicious, and she remains an outsider here. It could only benefit her to demonstrate to the people that she is now genuinely a part of this kingdom and is completely loyal to you. What method do you suggest?"
"Secure an heir with her," Lady Castell replied instantly. "This serves more than the kingdom. It safeguards you with your brother's title revoked and his whereabouts unknown." Apollo tensed at the reference to Tiberius, a phantom ache flaring across the scars on his back. A handful of councillors appeared to catch his reaction. Thankfully, such a response to his brother's name was expected. No one would ever guess Tiberius was the real cause of Apollo's marred skin. Only Havelock and a select few of the Immortal Guard knew that truth. Havelock would carry it to his final rest, and Apollo fought to keep thoughts of vampires at bay. There were already sufficient troubles to manage, like the council's abrupt insistence he provide a successor. Yet, from Lady Castell's rehearsed tone, it was evident this issue had been debated long before this assembly. "There is no other direct claimant to the throne," she pressed on. "It would be dangerously simple for another pretender to seize the crown, should any further misfortune befall you." "No further misfortune will find me," Apollo stated. "I have already conquered death. It will not be returning for me in the near future. But it will return for you eventually." These words came from Wulfric Valor. "Death claims everyone, your highness. An heir accomplishes more than shielding the kingdom. It might deter death's approach for a while longer." Wulfric gazed solemnly across the table. If he had wished, this could have been the moment he revealed to the entire council that Apollo had never truly returned from the grave, but he remained silent. And though Apollo disliked it, he had to admit Wulfric was right. Ambitious schemes against the throne lost their appeal when a clear line of succession existed. A child would also fortify his bond with Evangeline. Once she bore his heir, she would never consider leaving. But he refused to trap her that way. "Evangeline still has no memory of me," Apollo said. "Does that truly signify?" "You are a prince," Bellflower interjected, a smirk playing on his lips. "The girl ought to consider herself fortunate to be your wife without your name. She would be utterly insignificant." Apollo fixed him with a venomous glare. briefly wondering if this contempt ran deeper than the suspicion that Evangeline had conspired with Jacks. Evangeline is not insignificant.
She is my wife. I will address the matter of an heir once she feels more at ease. And how many seasons must we wait for that? Bellflower raised his voice, clearly attempting to stir the others. I observed her yesterday. Your wife resembled a terrified spectre at your side, pale and trembling. If you held any true concern for this kingdom, you would discard her and select a new bride. I will not be discarding my wife.
Apollo shoved back from his chair with enough force to slosh the wine in its pitchers and send grapes tumbling from their silver dishes. This discussion had spiraled far beyond acceptable limits and strayed from the true threat they faced. Evangeline is no longer a subject for debate. The next person who insults her will be permanently silenced at this table. If anyone here genuinely cares for the kingdom's safety, they will cease questioning Evangeline's loyalty and focus on locating Lord Jacks until he is dead. No one in this castle sleeps soundly. Chapter 5. Evangeline. Beneath the clear light of a new morning, the world felt less like a disjointed, fevered hallucination and more like a meticulously crafted scene from a storybook. Her chamber was filled with the comforting sense of lavender tea, warm pastries, and a faint, sweet herbal aroma that whispered of immaculate palace gardens. For one suspended golden moment she almost believed this is perfection, or it should have been. Yet the shattered fragments within her clashed violently with the serene elegance surrounding her, a silent war between the beautiful prison and the ghost of a self she could not recall. A quiet yet insistent thought whispered within her. This isn't perfect. This isn't right. But the protest was swiftly smothered by a chorus of cheerful greetings just outside her door, with a burst of sound like pastel fireworks. 3 beaming seamstresses swept into her suite. "Good morning, Your Highness. You look radiant this morning. We hope you rested well. Today will be wonderfully full." They were followed by a procession of attendants carrying rolls of luxurious fabric, spools of satin ribbon, baskets glittering with jewels and plumes, strands of pearls and delicate silk blossoms. Evangeline blinked at the spectacle. "What is all this for your official wardrobe?" the 3 women answered in unison. "But I already have clothes," Evangeline said, glancing toward the alcove between her bedroom and bathing chamber that held her everyday dresses. "You have a lovely everyday wardrobe?" "Yes," said the lead seamstress, who seemed to be the one in charge. "We are here to create your ceremonial attire. You'll need something truly breathtaking for your coronation. Then there is the coronation ball, and the royal hunt could be announced at any moment. And you'll be assembling your own advisory council soon," added the tallest of the 3, her voice bright. "You'll want to look impeccably sharp for those meetings. Not to mention all the spring galas and state dinners awaiting you," said the 3rd with a smile. They all began talking at once about how her complexion was ideal for spring hues, and wouldn't it be delightful to weave a touch of pink into every ensemble to complement her lovely hair. As they chattered, more servants arrived, pushing ornate golden carts laden with delicacies as beautiful as displayed treasure. There were cookies shaped like tiny turrets, tarts adorned with glossy, jewel-toned fruit, pears poached in a shimmering amber syrup, dates candied and wearing edible sugar crowns, and oysters nestled on ice, each with a single pink pearl glistening atop it. "We hope this selection pleases you," one servant said with a bow. "If you desire anything else, you have only to ask. His Highness wished you to know that anything you want is yours."
And if you ever need a moment to breathe, just say the word, the tall seamstress added kindly, before retrieving a measuring tape from her apron pocket. It was shortly after this, while her arm was being measured for gloves, that Evangeline saw it. On the pale underside of her right wrist was a scar, thin, white, and shaped unmistakably like a shattered heart. It had most certainly not been there before. The moment the measuring was done, Evangeline lifted her wrist to examine the mark.
She traced it with a fingertip, and a faint, electric prickle travelled over her skin. In that second, the beautiful gilded bubble she had been floating in seemed to rupture. Pop! 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 The wonder of the treats and the fabrics dimmed as she stared at the little broken heart. She had no memory of it, but she remembered the earlier whisper in her mind warning that all was not perfect. She was so absorbed in studying the scar, willing a memory to surface, that she didn't notice the tall seamstress had gone quiet. When Evangeline looked up, she found the woman staring at her wrist with an odd, arrested expression. Evangeline quickly covered the mark with her other hand. The seamstress said nothing about it, but something in her frozen gaze sent a thread of cold unease through Evangeline. A moment later, Evangeline saw the woman slip discreetly from the suite, while the others were distracted by a bolt of silver lace. Evangeline didn't know if the scar was truly something to fear, or if she was imagining the woman's strange reaction. She had no solid reason for alarm, save for that nagging inner voice insisting something was wrong. But then, with a sudden, sarcastic twist of thought, she wondered if the real problem was that she was listening to a voice in her head at all. Maybe she'd only trust such a warning if she were locked in a dungeon. At least that would make a grim sort of sense. Here, surrounded by silk and sugar, doubt felt like madness. She was living in a castle that seemed plucked directly from one of her mother's old tales, now married to a prince who had miraculously returned from the dead and was utterly devoted to her. This existence felt less like a simple fairy tale and more like a grand, sweeping legend. As fabrics were draped and pinned around her, another figure entered the room, Thelma, one of the physician's apprentices from the previous day. Evangeline hadn't noticed how long the young woman had been standing there. She had just been fitted with a hooded cape of deep raspberry velvet, the heavy fabric momentarily obscuring her vision. "Just a brief check on your well-being, Your Highness," Thelma said softly. "Is this an inconvenient time?" "Not at all," Evangeline replied, forcing a lightness into her tone. "I'm merely perfecting my role as a human pincushion." Thelma's expression turned sympathetic. "And your memories? Have any pieces returned?" "None at all," Evangeline admitted. For a fleeting second, she considered mentioning the persistent whispering doubt in her mind, but Thelma's response stopped her. "I'm truly sorry you still can't remember," the apprentice said, though her tone struck Evangeline as curiously flat. In fact, if Evangeline wasn't mistaken, Thelma didn't look sorry in the slightest. She looked almost relieved. The observation instantly brought back Apollo's warning from the night before that the mysterious Jax had committed terrible acts against her, and that she might be happier leaving those memories buried. Until now, Evangeline had tried to avoid dwelling on the void in her past. Focusing on it left her feeling anxious and unmoored. She desperately wanted to believe that recovering her memories would bring clarity and peace. But what if Apollo was correct? What if, remembering only brought more pain? He had seemed genuinely worried about the prospect of her recollection, and now this apprentice appeared to share that sentiment as if forgetting was a genuine mercy. Yet a nagging disquiet remained. Perhaps it was because, so far, she had nothing but Apollo's assurances to go on. Gathering her courage, Evangeline asked, "Thelma, I heard a disturbing rumour last night. Is it true that Apollo was murdered on our wedding night and that I was blamed for it?" Thelma's face lost all colour. "I never believed you were capable of such a thing." But others did believe it. Thelma gave a solemn nod. It was a dark period for everyone. Now that Prince Apollo has returned, we all hope that chapter is closed for good. She let out a slow breath, and a dreamy, faraway look entered her eyes. "It's incredible, really. He came back from death itself for you." Her gaze was so sincere, so full of sweet admiration, that Evangeline suddenly felt silly for entertaining the paranoid whispers in her head. After the seamstresses, the physician, and all the servants finally departed, night had fallen, transforming her bustling suite into a serene haven, broken only by the pop of the fireplace and the distant toll of a tower bell. For the first time that day, Evangeline was truly alone. The quiet, however, was short-lived. A firm knock soon echoed at her door. "May I come in?" Apollo's voice called from the other side. Flustered, Evangeline darted a glance at the nearest mirror, hastily smoothing her hair before answering, "Please, enter." The door swung open, and Apollo stepped inside with his usual confident stride. He was undeniably still handsome and every inch the prince, not that she expected otherwise. Yet seeing him there in her chambers, so tall and commanding, made the reality of her situation strike her anew. She had the distinct impression he knew exactly how he looked, and the flustered effect he had on her. His smile widened as her cheeks grew warm. She hoped this nervous reaction wouldn't last. After all, she had only known him for a day and a half, at least within her memory. "I heard you've spent the entire day indoors," he began. "Would you care to take a walk with me?" He said the word walk with a slight curl of his lips that suggested their stroll might involve more than just ambling about. A flutter of excitement stirred in Evangeline's stomach. She couldn't tell if it was a fragment of returning memory or simply a raw new attraction to him. "I'd like that very much," she replied. "I'm pleased to hear it." Apollo fetched a thick ivory cloak trimmed with snowy fur and draped it over her shoulders. His hands were warm as he adjusted the garment, his fingers brushing deliberately against the back of her neck as he moved her hair aside. It felt like a calculated gesture, not an accident. In fact, Evangeline was starting to believe that nothing Apollo did was without purpose. As they left her chambers, he gave the waiting guards a nearly imperceptible nod, just a slight tilt of his chin that carried the weight of a shouted order. The guards bowed their heads in unison and stepped aside to let them pass, then fell into step a respectful distance behind. The first few castle corridors were traversed in a heavy silence, the ancient stone walls illuminated by the warm glow of iron sconces. Evangeline had 100 questions, but all she felt now was a nervous hum vibrating under her skin. Maybe it was the presence of the guards in their polished bronze armor that kept her quiet. They were half a hallway back, but she could hear the precise fall of their boots on the flagstones. She was certain they would hear any word she spoke. Then Apollo took her hand. A jolt went through her. "This is so, you'll stop thinking about the guards and start thinking about this instead," he said, giving her fingers a gentle, reassuring squeeze. Evangeline had never held hands with a young man before, at least not that she could recall. Yesterday, Apollo had taken her hand to guide her through the castle, but that had been different. This was pleasant. The secure pressure of his fingers made her own hand feel small and protected. Ironically, it did nothing to calm her nerves. If anything, the unfamiliar intimacy made her more acutely aware of everything. This was all so new, she wasn't sure of the rules. Apollo wasn't some boy from a stable or a bakery. He was a king with the power to hold fates in his grasp. Yet right now, he was only holding her hand. She was gathering the courage to ask him again how they had first met when her eyes caught on a notice nailed to a rounded oak door. Evangeline's blood seemed to freeze. Below a list of offences attributed to Lord Jacks was a portrait, if you could call it that. The image was more a collection of shadows than a man, a face with 2 dark pits for eyes and a cruel gash for a mouth. Apollo pulled her closer to his side. "Pay no mind to those posters. Is that truly what Lord Jacks looks like?" Evangeline knew Apollo had called him a monster, but she hadn't pictured this. It's a crude drawing. He looks more human than that, but not by much. A wave of pure hatred radiated from Apollo as he spoke, a venom so palpable it made Evangeline instinctively want to shrink away. He had every reason for such bitterness, she supposed, but for a fleeting second, the intensity made her want to run. Or perhaps that urge came from the chilling poster itself. Her mind kept returning to that shadowy sketch, so much so that she briefly lost all sense of their location and direction. She suddenly realized she was climbing a tight, spiraling staircase of worn stone. One side had no railing, just a sheer, dizzying drop to the tower floor far below. Had she been thinking clearly, she never would have set foot on such a treacherous ascent. She looked up, but the stairs coiled endlessly above, too narrow for her and Apollo to walk abreast. "Where does this lead?" she asked, her voice unsteady. "I think it's better as a surprise," Apollo replied from directly behind her. She could hear his footsteps, but their steps were the only ones. The guards had not followed, The guards had stayed below, and Evangeline quickly began to envy their position. "Could you at least give me a clue about our destination?" she ventured. "Is there a secret prison tower up here you're planning to use?" Apollo's footsteps stopped abruptly. She instantly knew the joke had fallen flat. "You are not a captive, Evangeline. I would never imprison you. I know. I was only teasing," and she desperately wanted to believe that was all it was. She didn't truly think Apollo would shut her away like some villain from a story, yet her pulse had shifted, hammering a frantic warning. Danger! 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 But turning back was impossible now. They had almost reached the summit. Just a few steps above, a plain, unadorned door came into view. "It should be unlocked," Apollo said quietly. With a nervous hand, Evangeline lifted the latch and was immediately met by a blast of icy wind that tore through her hair and stole her breath. "Please don't leave me up here alone," she thought desperately. "I'm right here," Apollo murmured, his voice gentle. She couldn't tell if he'd sensed her panic or if she'd whispered the plea aloud. But he stepped close behind her, his body shielding her from the worst of the wind, his warmth a steady presence against her back. As her eyes adjusted, she saw the night wasn't entirely black. Light from the castle windows far below glinted off a short, crenellated wall encircling the tower's peak. Beyond the castle grounds, the world was a deep velvet, pierced only by scattered stars in strange, unfamiliar patterns. "Is this what you wanted to show me?" she asked. "Not yet," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "Just wait a moment longer." Then the deep chime of a clock tower began to sound. With each resonant ding, a new point of light sparked to life in the vast darkness below. At first, they were few, tiny, distant embers glowing like captured stardust, but then more ignited and more until the landscape itself seemed to catch fire, a breathtaking inversion where the earth below glittered with countless shimmering stars. "What is all this?" Evangeline breathed out. "It's a gift. They call it a fire night." "An ancient blessing from the northern territories," Apollo explained, his voice growing softer as he moved even closer, the solid heat of his chest warming her through. "Traditionally, it's done before a king marches to war. Bonfires are lit across the realm, and people burn written blessings, wishes for health, for strength, for cunning, and for a safe return. When I learned there would be a fire night tonight in our honor, I thought you should see it. Every single fire down there is for us. Right now, people from all across the magnificent north are burning their hopes for our health and our marriage. It's like something from a storybook," Evangeline murmured, but the words felt hollow as she said them. This wasn't like a fairy tale. This was one. It was her own. Would recovering every lost memory of how they met, how they fell in love, how they married, truly change this moment? Or would it only change how she felt about it? Perhaps even with a complete past, Apollo would still make her nerves sing. As the wind howled and the fires bloomed across the land, Evangeline slowly turned within the circle of his arms and looked up at the prince. Her prince? A slow, confident grin spread across his face. "You're looking the wrong way," he said. Her heart raced. That earlier warning drumming again. Danger, danger, danger! But Evangeline was no longer certain she should listen. Or perhaps the danger was part of the allure.
"Maybe I prefer this view,"
she said, her voice steadier than she felt. She brought her hand to his jaw, the slight stubble rough against her palm, as she gently turned his face toward hers. Nerves fluttered wildly as she rose onto her toes and pressed her lips to his. Finally, Apollo growled against her mouth before capturing her lower lip gently between his teeth, kissing her back as another volley of distant lights burst into the sky. The sound of fireworks seemed to echo the frantic beat of her own heart as Apollo's hands found their way under her cloak, sweeping it back to draw her firmly against him. Evangeline couldn't tell if they were actually moving toward the tower's perilous edge or if the sensation was purely the dizzying effect of his nearness. A sharp wind clawed at her back, a stark reminder that the prince's embrace was the singular anchor preventing a fatal plunge. Chapter 6. Evangeline. Overnight, everything felt different, And it wasn't solely the persistent flutter in her stomach whenever Apollo's kiss crossed her mind. The very world outside her window had transformed as she slept, the harsh winter surrendering to a vibrant, misty spring. Where there had been monochrome snowdrifts, she now saw eager saplings, cheerful bushes dotted with buds and stones that glistened under a steady, silvery drizzle. The gentle patter against the glass was a soothing soundtrack to a morning that began with yet another physician's visit, another fruitless inquiry about her missing memories. The seamstresses made a brief, bustling return, only to hurry off again, hinting at some undisclosed item on her schedule. This mystery was solved with the arrival of a striking new guest. "Your Highness, I am Madame Voss, an absolute honour." The woman executed a flawless curtsy, the rich emerald silk of her gown whispering across the stone. Her hair was an elegant silver, and her long face was etched with smile lines that immediately put Evangeline at ease. "I am to be your guide to all matters of royal life, but first we shall begin with the matter of you." Madame Voss placed a handsome cobalt-blue volume in Evangeline's lap. The pages within were edged in a shimmering gold that matched the ornate lettering on the cover. Evangeline read the title aloud, "The Greatest Love Story Ever Told, The True and Unabridged History of Evangeline Fox and the Prince of Hearts." Madame Voss let out a dismayed sigh. "Oh, for goodness' sake!" She then gave the book a few firm taps with her fingers until right before their eyes the lettering shimmered and rearranged itself to read, "The Greatest Love Story Ever Told, The True and Unabridged History of Evangeline Fox and Prince Apollo Titus Acadian."
Do forgive that, Your Highness. This copy is hot off the presses. I had dared to hope its newness might make it resistant to our little nuisance. She shot the book a stern look. "Let us pray. It's only the cover that's being temperamental." "Please, there's no need to apologize," Evangeline said. Until that moment, the North's infamous story curse had been just a tale her mother told her long ago, a piece of local folklore. Every fairy tale born in the magnificent North was afflicted.
Some narratives refused to be penned, others were trapped within the borders, and many warped with each retelling, the truth eroding like a coastline under a relentless tide. It was said they all began as real history before the curse twisted them into faint echoes. "Where I come from, books are terribly well behaved," Evangeline remarked with a smile. "I think this is wonderfully charming." She studied the cover, mesmerized. This was her first real encounter with living text, a phenomenon Madame Voss dismissed as a bother, but which Evangeline found utterly magical because it was magic. Yet a thread of unease wove through her wonder. That first fleeting title had mentioned the Prince of Hearts. Back in the Meridian Empire, the Prince of Hearts was merely a myth, a figure from illustrated fortune-telling cards, certainly not a living, breathing man. Could it be a fanciful title for Apollo here in the North? The idea sent an unpleasant jolt through her, a sudden chill in the warmth of her new spring morning. What other shadows lingered in her husband's past? She firmly pushed the thought aside, clinging to the fresh memories they were creating, like the ones from the tower. But as she opened Madame Voss's book, that sliver of disquiet remained stubborn as a thorn. The final pages held breathtaking full-colour portraits of Evangeline and Apollo gazing into one another's eyes, a brilliant cascade of fireworks illuminating the sky behind them. Apollo was depicted in a splendid royal suit, a flowing cape, and a massive gold crown studded with enormous rubies and other precious stones. For a fleeting moment, Evangeline thought she glimpsed a third figure in the artwork, a man who seemed to be observing from the very margin of the page. But just like the book's mysterious original title, this phantom image vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The following page contained more static illustrations. Nothing moved. The header was adorned with elegant depictions of a sun and a moon beneath a starry sky, positioned above the printed text. "Is this accurate?" Evangeline inquired. "Did Prince Apollo truly vow to never fall in love?" "Absolutely. Some dismissed it as a mere joke, but I never believed that," Madame Voss said. "It was rather unsettling, to be honest. We have this tradition in the North, a spectacular event known as the Noct Never-Ending Ball. Evangeline was somewhat familiar with the knocked never-ending, but she remained silent. She still had no recollection of her initial encounter with Apollo and hadn't managed to ask him about it again the previous evening. Apollo declared that once the ball commenced, it would never conclude, as he had no intention of seeking a bride. Madame Voss continued.
And then he met you.
It's such a pity you can't recall. It was genuine love at first sight. I wasn't present, naturally. The dinner was exceedingly private, and your meeting took place in a secluded grove, safeguarded by an arch. She pronounced the word arch with a distinct emphasis, as if it were an enchanted object rather than the simple structure Evangeline was picturing.
I gather arches are significant, Evangeline asked.
Oh, yes, Madame Voss answered. They were constructed by the Valors, our founding king and queen, to allow travel anywhere in the north. But arches also serve as superb protectors. The prince possesses one that guards the most magnificent phoenix tree. You really must persuade him to show you some day. Ah, wait. She glanced back at the book. I'd wager there's an illustration in here. The tutor turned the page, and there indeed was a magnificent portrait of Apollo reclining on a branch of the most extraordinary tree Evangeline had ever seen. Every leaf appeared to glimmer. Half were a symphony of autumnal hues, golden yellow, vibrant orange, and deep russet, while the others resembled genuine, gleaming gold, the kind hoarded in dragon treasure troves. That is the phoenix tree, Madame Voss explained. Once fully grown and in bloom, it takes over a millennium to mature, as the leaves gradually transform into solid gold. However, if a single leaf is plucked before the entire tree has completed its change, the whole thing erupts into flames. Poof! She exclaimed with a theatrical wave of her hand, then fixed Evangeline with a cautionary look. Don't worry, I wouldn't dream of picking a leaf, Evangeline assured her. But Madame Voss had already turned to the next page. Apollo appeared again, this time astride a white horse, dressed in more rugged attire of woodland-brown breeches, an open-collared shirt, and a fur vest secured with criss-crossing leather straps that held a golden bow and a quiver of arrows on his back. This was when he proposed to you, said Madame Voss. It was the opening night of Nocte Never-Ending, and he was costumed as a character from a dearly loved tale, The Ballad of the Archer and the Fox. I know that story, Evangeline said.
It's my favourite, or it always had been. Speaking the words now, they felt less certain. That's wonderful, Madame Voss replied. Then perhaps you can envision it. Prince Apollo looked incredibly dashing as he rode into the ball on a powerful white steed. He was attired exactly like the archer. Abruptly, Evangeline could no longer process the words. A sharp pain throbbed in her head, her chest ached.
Her heart felt wounded, each beat striking her like an arrow, a notion that, paradoxically, also caused her anguish. She struggled to understand why memories from her beloved fairy tale would provoke such profound distress. But all she discovered was emptiness, a vast echoing void, nothing at all. The more she strained to recall, the sharper the ache in her chest became. It echoed the hollow, desperate feeling she'd experienced 2 days prior when Apollo discovered her trembling on the cold floor of that forgotten chamber. But this was different. This pain wasn't sorrowful. It was furious, a seething pressure building behind her ribs, as if a part of her was trying to claw its way out. Once more, the ghost of a vital message haunted her, and the frustration of not being able to grasp it was more agonizing than ever. Madame Voss's expression shifted to alarm.
Your Highness, you've gone pale? Is something wrong?
Everything is wrong, Evangeline thought bitterly. There's a hole inside me, and I'm tired of pretending it isn't there. Just last night, she'd almost believed she could live with the emptiness now. That lie crumbled. Apollo's warnings about the danger of remembering rang in her ears, but some truths were worth any cost. She had to know. Forgive me, Madame Voss, Evangeline said, her voice tight. A sudden headache has come over me.
Might we reschedule?
Certainly, Your Highness. I shall return tomorrow. We can conclude the story then, and perhaps begin your first etiquette lesson if you are recovered. With a respectful curtsy, the tutor withdrew, leaving Evangeline alone with the silent, opulent room. The moment the door clicked shut, Evangeline snatched up the book again, desperate for its pages to spark something real. But the tale within, the official chronicle of her and Apollo's romance, was nothing but a sanitized series of illustrations, a fairy tale scrubbed clean of any conflict or depth. She had always been a romantic, but the narrative leaned so heavily on love at first sight that it began to feel absurd, like the premise for a cheap perfume advertisement. Tired of the messy work of fate? Try Destiny in a Bottle. The book, predictably, offered no such commercial. It also offered no memories. Not a flicker, frustrated. Evangeline abandoned the book and began to pace before the crackling hearth. She sifted through every childhood story her mother might have told, searching for any fable about lost memories or magical cures, but found nothing. Then a sudden, vivid recollection surfaced, the mysterious stranger in the market, his intense gaze, and the small scarlet card he'd pressed into her hand. If you'd ever like to talk, I might be able to fill in a few blanks for you. She searched her chambers frantically, but the card was gone. Fortunately, the man had a name one couldn't easily forget. Just then, Martine entered, bearing a tray with steaming tea and a plate of warm raspberry cookies. The young maid, who also hailed from the Meridian Empire, offered a timid smile. Martine, Evangeline asked abruptly, "Have you ever heard of a man named Christoph Neitlinger?" Mr. Neitlinger, of course. Martine's face brightened instantly.
I read his column every single morning.
His column? In the Daily Rumour, Martine clarified. The scandal sheet, Evangeline had skimmed it that very day, the outrageous headlines still fresh in her mind. Where is Lord Jacks, and what new mischief does he plot? And phony hair still evades capture. From what she could tell, Mr. Neitlinger seemed to treat the news as his own personal playground, blending fact with wildly imaginative speculation. His piece on the so-called imposter heir had been particularly entertaining, painting the fugitive as a gleeful, crown-stealing pup entranced by anything shiny. He'd even floated the theory that the culprit might be a vampire. It all led Evangeline to a single clear conclusion: Christoph Neitlinger was probably the last person in the kingdom to be trusted with the truth. Evangeline had hoped that whatever Mr. Neitlinger might reveal would be a bit more substantial than the simplistic love-at-first-sight tale from Madame Voss's book. Perhaps he could even spark a real memory. She liked having a plan, even if her current idea felt more like a casual outing than a proper strategy. She wasn't convinced visiting the journalist would take a full day, but she intended to start early. After the tutor's departure the previous afternoon, a wave of exhaustion had overtaken her initial excitement, leading to a nap that stretched straight through to morning. Though she still couldn't locate Mr. Neitlinger's little red card, Martine had assured her the Daily Rumour offices were in the Spires, a district the palace guards could easily escort her to. "You'll adore the Spires. It's all charming shops and dragon-roasted apples." "And the little dragons are just precious," Martine had chirped, hunting for gloves to complement Evangeline's violet day gown. The off-the-shoulder dress featured a fitted bodice adorned with iridescent pearls and gold-embroidered flowers that scattered down the skirt. "Here you are, Your Highness." Martine passed her a pink cloak and a pair of long, sheer violet gloves. They offered little warmth against the chill, but they were lovely, and Evangeline always felt a touch brighter when wearing pretty things. 4 guards, with impeccably trimmed moustaches, clad in polished bronze armour and burgundy shoulder capes, stood waiting outside her door. "Good morning, I'm Evangeline," she said brightly, asking for each of their names in turn. "Yetz," said the first, "Brixley, Quilbourne, Rookwood." "A pleasure to meet you all," she replied.
"I was hoping to visit the Spires today. Could one of you arrange transportation?" A pause followed, during which 3 of the guards glanced toward Yates, who appeared the eldest, with a smooth-shaven head and a formidable black moustache. "I don't believe a trip to the Spires is advisable, Your Highness," he stated. "Perhaps we could show you Wolf Hall instead." "Why wouldn't it be advisable? My maid informed me it's primarily shops."
"It is, but Prince Apollo instructed us to ensure you remain on the castle grounds for your safety."
"So you're suggesting the 4 of you aren't capable of protecting me if I step beyond the gates?" Evangeline prodded. shamelessly appealing to their pride. The younger guards reacted just as she'd hoped, straightening their postures and looking eager to contest the implication. But Yates cut in before they could speak. Our loyalty is to Prince Apollo's wishes. Currently, his wish is for you to stay here, where he is certain no harm can reach you. The guard's grave tone made it sound as if the entire North was lying in wait to attack her. Evangeline might have laughed if he hadn't seemed so utterly sincere. Where precisely within Wolf Hall am I permitted to go? Anywhere, so long as you do not leave the premises. Is Prince Apollo in Wolf Hall at present? He is, Your Highness. Perfect.
Then please take me to see him, Evangeline said, her tone calm. She clung to the hope this was a simple misunderstanding. 2 nights prior, Apollo had insisted she wasn't a prisoner, and that he would never lock her away. He had even looked wounded by the suggestion. Surely these guards were mistaken. "I'm sorry," Yates replied evenly, "but the prince is occupied."
With what? Evangeline pressed. Yates's moustache twitched faintly in irritation. That is not for us to say, he grunted.
Might we escort you to one of the gardens instead?
Finally, Evangeline let her pleasant smile dissolve. She had tried to be courteous and agreeable, but it was clear these men held no real respect for her authority. A flicker of frustration sparked within her, perhaps before losing her memories. She hadn't been so easily placated. The thought was oddly empowering. A quiet rebellion beginning to simmer beneath her composed exterior. She might have been content to wander the castle halls and gardens, playing the part of the agreeable, easily satisfied princess. But in that moment she cared nothing for being pleased, or easy, or even a princess at all. She needed to remember. And that felt impossible inside a fortified castle where everyone seemed to believe her past was better left buried.
Did my husband say he did not wish to see me? No, Your Highness, however. Mr.
Yates!
Evangeline cut him off.
I wish to see my husband. If you tell me no or suggest another stroll through the gardens, I will assume you believe either that flowers are an adequate substitute for my husband or that you have the authority to give me orders. Do you believe either of those things, Mr. Yates?
The guard's jaw tightened. Evangeline held her breath. Finally, Yates replied, No, Your Highness, I do not think that. Masking her relief, she turned to the other guards.
And what about the rest of you?
No, Your Highness, they each murmured in swift succession. Splendid! Then let's go find Apollo. The guards did not move. We will not prevent you from seeking him, said Yates, but we will not escort you. A sudden fierce desire to swear, a feeling entirely foreign to her, rose in Evangeline's chest. I will take you to the prince, offered a new voice from a short distance away. Evangeline studied the young guard. He wore the same uniform, but his armour was marked with scratches and dents, as if it had seen real conflict. A few faint scars traced his face. My name is Havelock, Your Highness. He paused, and Evangeline immediately sensed he was hoping for a spark of recognition. The continued absence of any such memory only sharpened her frustration. It's all right, Havelock said gently. His eyes drifted to the cloak over her arm. You won't need that. The prince is in his receiving room. The fireplace covers an entire wall. No one wears a cloak in there. Havelock had not exaggerated. The receiving room was the kind of place where families might gather on a winter's eve, sharing stories before a roaring hearth. Outside the wall of windows, rain fell in silvery sheets, drenching the dark pine trees and drumming steadily against the glass. Inside, the massive fire popped and crackled as logs split, sending a flurry of sparks into the air and washing the room in a wave of dry heat. Despite her bare shoulders, she was instantly warm. Apollo stood near the distant mantelpiece with a stranger. This figure was as tall as the prince, but was completely shrouded in a dark hood and a long, heavy cloak. A fresh thread of disquiet wound through her as Havelock's words echoed in her mind. No one wears a cloak in there. She pushed the thought aside as she stepped further into the room. I hope I'm not interrupting. Apollo's face brightened the moment he saw her. Not at all, darling. You're right on time. The hooded figure kept his gaze fixed on the fire. Evangeline knew it was likely improper to stare, but she couldn't help herself. Not that it revealed much. She could tell the person was male, but little else. A dense beard hid the lower half of his face, while a black mask covered the upper half, leaving only a pair of watchful, slightly narrowed eyes visible. Apollo gestured toward the man. "Evangeline, may I present Garrick of the Greenwood, the leader of the Guild of Heroes? A pleasure to meet you, Your Highness." Garrick's voice was a low, grating rasp that did nothing to soothe Evangeline's growing apprehension. She had never heard of Garrick or the Greenwood, but she had read about the Guild of Heroes just the morning before. Frantically, she tried to recall what the gossip column had said. The story, as she understood it, began with a pretender to the throne who had been ruling during the period when Apollo was believed dead. This false king seemed far more interested in lavish celebrations and courtly dalliances than in governance, which led a group of fighters to assume the duty of maintaining order in certain northern territories. They named themselves the Guild of Heroes, though Mr. Knightlinger's writings suggested their title was questionable. Were they truly champions of the people, or merely opportunistic soldiers capitalizing on a kingdom's turmoil? "Garrick is spearheading an operation to extend the search for Lord Jacks beyond the borders of Valorful," Apollo explained. The hero stretched his fingers, his knuckles popping, and offered Evangeline a smile that felt more like a threat. "My company and I are exceptional trackers. Lord Jacks will be dead in 2 weeks, perhaps even sooner if you are willing to assist us." "What could I possibly do?" Evangeline asked, a sudden, vivid image flashing in her mind of being bound to a tree trunk as live bait. "Don't be frightened, my dear." Apollo reached for her hand, his grip firm. "This will sting for only a moment. What will?" She jerked her hand back, her heel catching on the heavy fabric of her gown. "There is nothing to fear, Evangeline, unless you have an aversion to the sight of blood," Garrick muttered under his breath. Apollo shot him a sharp look.
You are not helping the situation. With respect to Your Highness, neither are you, Garrick replied, his tone dripping with deliberate insolence. We'll be here all day if you coddle her. Just tell the girl about the mark. What mark? Evangeline demanded. Apollo's mouth tightened into a thin line before his gaze drifted pointedly to her wrist. She didn't need to look.
The moment his eyes settled on her lace gloves, the jagged, heart-shaped scar beneath began to pulse with a familiar, searing heat. Her own heart hammered in response. She recalled the seamstress from the day before, the woman who had hastily excused herself after glimpsing that very scar, and a cold dread settled in Evangeline's stomach. She knew now where that woman had hurried off to, straight to Apollo. "Lord Jacks is responsible for that scar on your wrist. It is his personal brand." "It signifies a debt you owe him." "What sort of debt?" she whispered. "The nature of it is unknown to me," Apollo admitted, his expression turning grave. His usually warm olive complexion had paled. "Our only course is to prevent him from ever collecting it. How? By finding him before he finds you. The mark he placed upon you creates a link. It allows Jacks to locate you no matter where you hide. But that same connection can be used in reverse." Garrick cut in, his eyes gleaming. "The tether that lets him hunt you should allow us to hunt him. For that, however, we require your blood." A harsh, jarring caw echoed through the chamber just as Garrick bared his teeth in a grin. Bloodthirsty was the word that sprang to Evangeline's mind. The notion of being indebted to Jacks was horrifying, but the idea of surrendering her blood to this unsettling stranger was worse. Every instinct screamed at her to flee the room and not stop running. Yet something in Garrick's predatory stillness told her he was exactly the type of man who enjoyed a chase. "Might I have some time to consider?" she asked, forcing her voice to remain steady. "I want him found, of course, but the matter of the blood makes me deeply uneasy." "Very well," Garrick said, his voice flat. He snapped his tattooed fingers twice. "Argos, we're leaving." A raven-like bird-dove from the shadowed rafters, its blue-black wings slicing the air in a silent arc as it flew toward its master. Evangeline felt the whisper of a feather against her cheek, and then, "Ah!" she cried out as a sudden, sharp pain pierced her shoulder. 2 precise pecks from the bird's beak left twin beads of crimson welling on her skin. She pressed her hand to the wound, but Garrick was faster, moving with an unnerving speed that matched his avian companion. He slapped a square of linen over the punctures, soaking up the blood before she could protest. "My apologies, Highness, but time for deliberation is a luxury we do not have. Consider the decision made for you." Garrick peeled the stained cloth away and turned for the door, whistling a low tune as the ravens settled on his shoulder. Left standing alone, her shoulder throbbing, Evangeline could only watch him go, a slow burn of fury rising to replace her shock. Evangeline couldn't decide who angered her more, the mercenary who had just assaulted her with his trained hawk, or her own husband. Only 2 nights prior at the Tower, Apollo had been tender and considerate. Yet today, after witnessing the incident with Garrick and hearing Apollo's commands to her guards, the prince seemed like a stranger. She did not know him well enough to discern which man was the true one. She had initially dismissed the guard situation as a simple miscommunication, but now her certainty was crumbling. "Did you know Garrick intended to do that?" she demanded. "That he would take my blood even if I refused?" Apollo's jaw tightened. "You don't grasp the danger Jax truly represents." "You're correct," Evangeline shot back, her tone shifting from hurt to biting sarcasm. "You constantly paint Jax as the monster.
Yet you allowed a man to set a bird on me to track down and murder someone. You also ordered my guards, who are incidentally quite unpleasant, to confine me to the castle, breaking your promise never to imprison me. So no, I don't comprehend Jax's threat level, but I'm beginning to view you as a significant one." A flash of anger lit Apollo's eyes. "Do you imagine I desire any of this? I imagine you're a prince who acts on his every whim."
"You are mistaken, Evangeline," he said, his voice trembling. "This is the last thing I want, but Jax isn't the only threat. There are individuals within this castle, members of my own council, who are convinced I should not trust you. They believe you conspired with Jax to kill me. If they decide my judgment is clouded and that you remain his ally, then not even I will be able to protect you." "But Jax stole all my memories," Evangeline argued.
"How could anyone think I'm still working with him?"
Apollo's anxious eyes flicked to the scar on her wrist, the one shaped like a shattered heart. "The prevailing theory is that he took your memories precisely so you could not give him away. Is that what you believe?" Evangeline asked. For a prolonged moment, Apollo simply stared. His expression was no longer fearful or furious, but it lacked the warm affection she had come to expect. It was detached and icy, sending a shiver of dread through her. Apollo was her sole ally in the entire magnificent north. Without him, she possessed nothing and had nowhere to turn. "I am not working with Jax," she stated firmly. "I may remember nothing, but I know my own character. I have no intention of meeting him or betraying you or anyone here. However, if you treat me as a prisoner or a game piece, or permit another attack by someone's pet hawk, I will not cooperate."
"But that is not disloyalty."
Apollo drew a deep breath, the chill fading from his gaze. "I know, Evangeline, I believe you, but my opinion is not the only one that carries weight." He reached out, tracing a finger along her jawline. His eyes softened, and she knew he intended to kiss her, to end their quarrel with his lips on hers. A part of her longed to yield, terrified of losing her only anchor in this bewildering new life. Yet just because he was her sole support did not mean she had to surrender all her power. "I am still furious with you," she declared. Apollo slowly moved his hand from her jaw to her hair. "Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I am sorry about the blood, and about your guards. I will appoint new ones, but I need you to trust me and to exercise caution." Evangeline lifted her chin defiantly. "You mean you need me to remain confined to Wolf Hall only until we locate Lord Jax?"
"But—"
Before she could continue, the door to the receiving chamber burst open. The same guard who had escorted her earlier announced, "Lord Slaughterwood has arrived for an audience. He claims to have intelligence regarding Lord Jax." Chapter 8, Apollo. Havelock's arrival was impeccably timed, though Apollo wished he had not mentioned having news about Jax. Evangeline's reaction to the possibility was instantaneous. Her emotions were always written plainly across her face. He had watched her discomfort shift into fear, then flare into anger. Now, as she worried her lower lip, he recognized a spark of curiosity. She remained the moth, and Jax was still the dangerous flame. "Havelock, please escort Lord Slaughterwood to my study. I will join him shortly." "Could I come with you?" Evangeline asked. "I want to hear what he has to say." Apollo took a moment, pretending to weigh her request. His real concern was preventing her from leaving too early and accidentally encountering Lord Slaughterwood in the corridor. While he had been cursed and presumed dead, Apollo had read in a gossip column that Evangeline had been a guest at Lord Slaughterwood's engagement celebration. So far, his name hadn't sparked any recognition from her, but Apollo couldn't risk a chance meeting that might stir forgotten memories, or that Slaughterwood might mention Jax, whom Apollo suspected had been her companion that night. "I'm afraid not, my love. Remember our discussion about those who believe you're allied with Jax? If anyone discovered you were present while his location was discussed, they would hold you responsible if he managed to escape us again." Evangeline pressed her lips together tightly. He knew an argument was coming. He could feel it in the air. But her next words were irrelevant. This was for her protection. He gently brushed his fingers along her cheek. "I hope you can see that. I see perfectly, and I hope you see that as long as you treat me like a prisoner who cannot be trusted, I will behave like one, not like your wife." She stepped back from his touch and, without another word, turned and walked from the room, her pink hair sweeping behind her. A sudden sharp impulse urged him to follow, a lingering ghost of the archer's curse that screamed for him to stop her at the door and command her to stay. He fought it down. It was better for her to go now, and besides, how far could she truly get? Evangeline might have decided to reject the role of his wife, but it didn't alter the reality. She was his. One way or another, she would come to want him just as fiercely as he wanted her. A short while later, Apollo entered his private study to find Lord Slaughterwood waiting. Robin Slaughterwood had always possessed a cheerful magnetism that drew people in, but no trace of that remained today. Dark shadows hung under his eyes, his mouth was a grim line, and his complexion had taken on a sickly pallor. He looked as though he had aged a decade since their last meeting.
"You're looking well, my friend. Engagement life must agree with you." "You always were a terrible liar," Slaughterwood muttered. "I look like death, and the engagement is off, but that's not why I'm here." "Do you have news about Jax?" Apollo asked. "No," Slaughterwood replied softly, moving closer to the fireplace's warmth. "I simply didn't think you'd want me bringing up the subject of Vengeance Slaughterwood's cuff in front of others. Did you locate it?"
Apollo worked to keep the eager hope from his voice. The cuff was an ancient legend, a fable he'd never given much credence. Yet recent experiences had taught him that some old tales held far more truth and far more power than he had ever imagined. "No," Slaughterwood stated flatly. "If it ever existed, my family doesn't possess it. But I did find something else you might find compelling." He passed Apollo a weighty scroll secured with a slender leather cord. "Handle this with extreme care, and whatever happens, do not discard the ashes." Still waiting for a reply from Mr. Knightlinger, Evangeline settled onto the sofa with his gossip paper instead. She had no desire for curiosity. She wanted to cling to her frustration with Apollo, and she did. The wound on her shoulder from Garrick's bird still throbbed, and her heart ached whenever she remembered that the tender prince from the rooftop was only a fleeting version of the man. Yet she couldn't stop wondering where he had vanished to. As she fastened the ribbons on her gauzy peach gown, speckled with tiny pink, white, and violet blossoms, she asked Martine if she knew anything about the prince's sudden departure. The maid, however, had learnt the news from the same scandal sheet. Evangeline would have to try the guards. Taking a steadying breath, she opened the doors to her suite. 2 unfamiliar guards in polished armour stood at attention in the outer hall.
"Your Highness?"
They said in unison, bowing deeply.
"I'm Hansel,
announced the first. "And I'm Victor," said the other. They looked like brothers, sharing the same cleft chins, sturdy necks, and impressively matching red moustaches. For a fleeting, absurd moment, Evangeline wondered if facial hair was a mandatory part of the Royal Guard's uniform. "How may we assist you?" Hansel asked, smiling warmly. The friendly greeting momentarily scattered her thoughts. These were the new guards Apollo had promised. He had kept his word, though changing a few sentries was surely a simple task for a prince who commanded thousands. Still, she felt a slight, unwilling softening in her chest. "Can either of you tell me where Prince Apollo has gone?" "We're sorry, Your Highness. His Highness did not share his destination with us," Hansel replied. "But we do have a message for you," Victor added. "Your tutor stopped by earlier and asked us to give you this." He handed her a scroll bound with a cord the colour of red wine. The absence of a wax seal meant the message wasn't private, and just like that, her heart fortified its defences once more. A proper prisoner wouldn't be eager to follow orders, she told herself, almost deciding not to read it. But her fingers had already loosened the twine. The tutor had signed the note and included a meticulously drawn map of the Wolf Hall Gardens. Then, in handwriting so minute Evangeline almost overlooked it, were the words, "Please come." It was either the pleading please or the urgent exclamation mark, or perhaps the potent combination of both, that made the request feel like more than a simple summons. The tower bells chimed 11 just as Evangeline stepped outside. The sky was a soft, dusky grey, churning with clouds that promised more rain, urging her to hurry along the cobbled paths flanked by hedges and vibrant purple blooms. The Wolf Hall grounds held 4 primary gardens: the sunken garden, the water garden, the flower garden, and the ancient garden. Nestled within each were 4 smaller, more intimate spaces: the fairy garden, the moss garden, the secret garden, and the wishing garden. According to the tutor's map, the wishing garden, home to the legendary Well of Wishes, sat at the heart of the flower garden, a walled sanctuary surrounded by a moat and accessed by a lone bridge. It should have been straightforward to find. The map was excellent, and the flower garden was impeccably maintained. Yesterday's downpour had left the ground saturated with colour, so deep and lush that Evangeline imagined the flower petals would leave stains on her gloves if she touched them. The beauty was almost offensive. She didn't want to be captivated by it. Feeling enchanted, felt dangerously close to being dazzled by Apollo all over again. Yet, as she walked, the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine, a detail the castle's stone corridors always lacked, wrapped around her, making it terribly difficult not to feel just a little bit spellbound. The silver mist wove through the gardens like enchanted lace, dusting every branch and leaf with a glittering haze. It was so beautiful that Evangeline only realized how thick it had grown when she took another step and found the world reduced to just a few feet of stone path ahead. The fog swallowed sound and sight so completely she could no longer tell where her guards were behind her. A part of her wanted to call out, just to be sure they were still there, but she bit back the impulse. She didn't truly want an escort after all. And then a reckless thought took hold. What if losing the guards was the tutor's intention? Madame Voss was an authority on Wolf Hall and its royal secrets. Surely she would have known the gardens would vanish in such weather. Perhaps this was all arranged so they could speak without listening ears. It felt like too much to hope that such a conversation might also help Evangeline recover what she'd lost, yet her pace quickened all the same. "Your Highness, please slow down," shouted a voice. Hansel or Victor, she couldn't tell which through the muffling fog. "We've lost sight of you," another cried. But Evangeline only moved faster, veering off the path so her boots wouldn't click on the stones. The damp earth gave softly under her feet, and crushed petals clung to the hem of her cloak like forgotten confetti. Somewhere in the distance, the tower clock solemnly announced 11:30. She was going to be late. But then the arched bridge to the walled wishing garden emerged from the haze, and she hurried across, leaving a messy trail of mud and blossoms in her wake, a trail her guards would surely follow, but not before she'd stolen a few private moments. The fog thinned at the bridge's end, revealing a rounded door speckled with the patina of age. Once it might have shone like polished bronze, but now it was faded, the colour of a memory on the verge of disappearing entirely. Its handle was coated in a greenish film that reminded her of an old tale about a doorknob that could feel the heart of anyone who touched it, knowing whom to let inside. She recalled that someone wicked had once tricked it by removing their own heart, though she couldn't remember how the story ended. There was no time to dwell on it now. With a glance over her shoulder, she pushed inside. The garden within was nothing like the manicured grounds outside. It was a wild, untamed square, riotous with rebellious flowers and vines that curled drunkenly around tree trunks and dangled from branches like party streamers. Underfoot, a carpet of bluish-green moss led toward a small white well, remarkably clear of the encroaching growth, its stone arch holding a length of rope and a dangling golden bucket. Rain began to fall again, first in spatters, then with a steadier rhythm. Evangeline pulled her hood up and scanned the trees, the door, the shadows, but there was no sign of Madame Voss. The garden was still, save for the drumming rain fast becoming a storm. Huddling beneath her cloak, she willed her tutor to appear. Then she remembered the final line of the note. "If I'm late, don't hesitate to make a wish." Her first impulse was to wish for Madame Voss's immediate arrival, but that seemed a childish waste. Perhaps the instruction wasn't literal at all. Maybe there was something hidden at the well, a clue, a message left there for her to find. As the rain fell harder, she stepped toward the bucket, her boots sinking into the moss, and wondered what secrets a wish could truly hold. Leaning closer to the ancient well, Evangeline squinted at the weathered bricks. Faint letters were carved into the stone, and she could just decipher the phrase, "Instructions for wishing." The rest was too worn to read, compelling her to lean in further, her curiosity overriding caution. Without warning, a pair of hands slammed into her back. A startled scream tore from her throat as she scrambled for the stone rim, but the push was too violent, too sudden. She was hurled forward, a human stone plummeting into the darkness below. She had always imagined such falls from stories to be almost beautiful, a gentle, leaf-like drift through time or space. Reality was a brutal, air-stealing smash into black, icy water. The shock was paralyzing. Her heavy cloak and waterlogged boots acted as anchors, dragging her deeper into the freezing abyss. Panic clawed at her throat. She was no swimmer, capable only of feeble treading. With frantic, numb fingers, she tore at the clasp of her cloak, finally shrugging it off. It was a small relief, but her boots remained leaden weights on her feet. She dared not waste precious seconds trying to remove them. Kicking with all her might, she fought her way back to the surface. Gasping, as her head broke through, a piece of waterlogged driftwood bobbed nearby, and she clutched it, her lifeline in the chilling void. "Help!" she cried, her voice echoing weakly against the stone cylinder. "I'm down here!" From the distant circle of light above, she heard only the caw of crows, the sigh of wind, and the relentless patter of rain. No answering call, no footsteps. "Is anyone up there?" Desperation mounted. Between ragged breaths, she fumbled with the laces of her heavy gown, managing to slip out of the sodden fabric. In just her thin chemise, kicking was easier, but the cold was a physical agony, sapping the strength from her legs. Her kicks grew feeble. The driftwood began to dip lower in the water. "I'm down here!" she yelled again, but her voice was a ghost of itself. Help! It was becoming an impossible effort to even cry out. The cold was a thief, stealing her breath, her strength, her hope. A bitter, almost sarcastic thought cut through the haze. So much for the magical adventures in storybooks. This was just a cold, wet, and profoundly stupid way to die. She never should have dismissed her guards. She certainly shouldn't have leaned so far over the edge, but who could have anticipated a murderer at a wishing well? Her mind, growing foggy, latched onto Prince Apollo's warnings about enemies in the shadows.
Was this his doing? Summoning a final reserve of will, she kicked toward the well's wall, her numb fingers scrabbling for purchase on the slick, mossy stones. They found none, and she slipped back into the water with a defeated splash. Evangeline. The voice was male, sharp and utterly unfamiliar. It sliced through the muffled sounds of the well. Evangeline. I'm down here, her reply was a threadbare whisper. A curse echoed from above.
Tilting her head back, she saw only the impossibly high walls, and then a flash of gold. A bucket was being lowered on a thick rope, swinging toward her. "Grab it," the voice commanded. It was not a gentle tone. It was edged with steel and an authority that brooked no argument. Evangeline forced her frozen hands to close around the metal rim. Her fingers, stiff and blue, could barely manage a grip. "Don't let go," he demanded. Shivering so violently, her teeth chattered. She obeyed, clinging with the last of her resolve. She squeezed her eyes shut as the rope went taut, hauling her from the paralyzing water, up through the chilling air toward the grey light. Her soaked chemise clung to her like a second skin of ice. Then solid arms, strong and certain, wrapped around her waist, pulling her from the well's maw with a firm, almost rough yank. "You can let go of the bucket now." He held her tightly against him, a bastion of warmth and stability. Her body shook uncontrollably, but his hold was steadfast, an unspoken vow. Pressed against his chest, she could feel the rapid, pounding rhythm of his heart. Through chattering teeth, she felt a bizarre, delirious urge to comfort him. "I'm fine." He let out a short, raspy laugh. "If this is your definition of fine, I'd truly dread seeing what you consider half dead."
"I'm just cold," she insisted, shivering as she tilted her head back, straining to see the face of her mysterious rescuer in the fading light. Rain plastered her hair across her face, and the downpour blurred everything into a watery haze. Yet the moment she saw the figure who had saved her, the gloom seemed to part. He was breathtaking, otherworldly, a warrior with eyes like a clear sky and hair like spun gold, a face so perfect it made Evangeline wish she knew how to write sonnets.
He seemed to radiate a soft light, making her half believe his earlier words, that she was nearly gone and he was an angel escorting her to the afterlife. "I'm not taking you to heaven," he grumbled, dragging her further from the well's edge. She could feel the frantic beat of his heart against her. Then her senses whirled. The rain became a tempest, twisting the garden and her golden rescuer into a smear of colour until she was violently pulled elsewhere, into a memory of a warm, candlelit hallway. His arms were locked around her so fiercely it ached. But this was a pain she welcomed. She would have let him shatter her completely if it meant he'd keep holding her. This felt like a truth she desperately needed, and she clung to the belief that he must feel it too. She felt the rhythm of his heart as he carried her into the chamber beside her own. The room was in disarray. Apple cores littered a desk. The bed linens were tangled, and the fireplace roared, consuming more than just wood. The memory felt so vivid, Evangeline could almost feel the heat of the flames. Then, as abruptly as it began, it vanished. The hard, rain-soaked earth was beneath her again, and rough voices cut through the air. "What happened here? Who did this to you?" Two guards with rain-slicked faces peered down, water dripping from their mustaches. Evangeline scanned the space behind them for any sign of the golden-haired angel who had pulled her from the well, but he was gone. Later, back in Wolf Hall, no number of blankets or blazing hearths could chase the deep cold from her bones. Once her maids had helped her out of her drenched slip, there was a discussion about a hot bath, but the mere idea of being surrounded by water made her shudder. She chose a plush robe and her bed instead. Now, shivering beneath the covers, she questioned that decision. "The physician is on his way," Martine assured her, "and Prince Apollo has been summoned back to the castle." Evangeline pulled the blankets tighter. She almost confessed she didn't want to see Apollo, but she wasn't certain that was honest. It appeared he had been correct about the dangers she faced here. Initially, she hadn't admitted she was pushed. She lied and said she'd simply fallen. That lie quickly made her feel like a fool. She recalled the expressions of the guards who found her, their faces twisted with a look that plainly asked, "What kind of person falls into a well?" The kind who doesn't want to give her husband another reason to restrict her freedom. She had thought bitterly, even as she tried to maintain the pretense with chattering teeth. It was pointless. As they insisted on carrying her back, she realized they'd never believed her story anyway. They barraged her with questions. Had she seen anyone? Did she still have the tutor's letter? Where were her own guards, Victor and Hansel? A wave of foolishness washed over her. Perhaps her mistake wasn't in being trusting, but in placing her trust in the wrong people entirely. She should have listened to Apollo's warnings Dr. Stillgrass visited, prescribing hot tea and rest. But when she tasted the tea, its flavour was off. Suspecting a sedative, she poured it into a potted plant the moment she was alone. She didn't want to be drugged into calm. She was already weary to her core. Yet, once left in silence, sleep refused to come. Every faint noise in the old castle made her flinch. Her nerves stretched taut every snap from the fireplace, and groan of the floorboards kept her wound tight, a spring-loaded toy trapped in its container, ready to burst. With her eyes shut, the thud of her own pulse roared in her ears. A chill draught cut through the chamber, and she pulled the blankets up to her chin. Sending the attendants away might have been a mistake. Another groan sounded from the floor. She willed herself to ignore it. Then, distinct footsteps replaced the creaking, firm, deliberate strides. Evangeline opened her eyes. Apollo was beside her bed, his velvet cloak damp, his dark hair tangled by the wind, his cheeks flushed from the cold. His brown eyes held a glassy, worried sheen. "I imagine you'd rather not see me," he began, "but I needed to know you were unharmed." He seemed to hesitate, his hand lifting slightly before he dragged it through his hair instead. Evangeline pushed herself up slowly, her fingers gripping the quilt's edge. A part of her longed to reach for him, to ask for the comfort of his arms, and she knew he would not refuse. She forced herself to remember why that was unwise, yet her resolve felt fragile, insubstantial. How could she stay angry when the protection he'd promised now felt so desperately real? Tentatively, she extended her hand, her fingertips brushing his. They were chilled, not quite frozen, but cold enough to tell her he'd come directly from his journey. She'd denied him her trust just the day before, yet here he was. "I'm glad you're here," she whispered.
"I'll always come to you," he said, stepping closer and threading his fingers through hers. A slight tremor ran through his hand, reminiscent of the morning he'd found her after her memories were stolen. She offered a reassuring smile, but for a fleeting instant she didn't see Apollo. Instead, the image of the warrior angel from the well flashed in her mind, the golden-haired guard whose embrace had felt like unyielding steel. Her cheeks warmed with the unbidden thought.
Apollo's smile widened, misreading her blush. "Does this mean I'm forgiven for yesterday?" Evangeline nodded, and in her distracted state she must have murmured something agreeable, for his grin grew. "I'll always protect you, Evangeline," he said, his voice low. "I meant every word I said when I first returned. I am never letting you go." Chapter 11. Jax. Jax had long preferred the role of the tormentor over the tormented. Inflicting pain was a pleasure, enduring it was not. Yet here he was, lingering in the shadows of Evangeline's bedchamber, unable to make himself leave. This wasn't obsession. A single visit didn't qualify. He simply had to be certain she was still breathing, that she wasn't wounded or threatened or distressed or cold. She was safe in her bed. She'd be safer still once he departed. But he was too selfish to go just yet. Leaning against the carved bedpost, he watched her sleep. He'd never comprehended why anyone would watch another person sleep until her caster did it, claiming it helped curb his darker impulses. For Jax, it had the opposite effect. The fire had dwindled to embers in the hearth. For a wild moment, he considered lighting the room aflame, just to have an excuse to scoop her into his arms and carry her out, to play the hero one final time before vanishing for good. Of course, it wouldn't be much of a rescue if he was the one who'd created the danger. "Wake up, princess." He tossed a leather vest toward her sleeping form. Evangeline squinted, rubbing at her eyes as she pushed the garment aside. She hadn't properly seen him yet. In the past, she wouldn't have needed to see him. She would have recognized his voice or felt the shift in the air before he even spoke, and he would have watched her body betray her, the flush in her cheeks. the slight shiver she'd blame on a draught. She was better off now, not knowing him, but he was wretched enough to resent that she'd forgotten, even though he was the reason her memories were gone. This was no simple error to mend. Honora's warning echoed in Jax's mind. If he did this, time would claim someone else just as precious. He'd assumed the cost would be extracted from him, not from her. Evangeline's missing memories felt like a trivial fee next to the alternative, her death. Yet even with her restored to life, the image of her going still in his arms was seared into him, a brutal reminder of her fragility. The castle with Apollo was the safer place for her, at least until Jack secured what he needed. After that he could walk away forever. Any chance you could speed this up? He drawled, tossing another piece of clothing. I'm not spending the whole morning here. She pushed the shirt aside and tried to glare, mumbling, It's practically still night. That's the point. Jax flung the last garment toward her. Would you quit that? Would you put something on? Evangeline shoved the fabric from her face, her eyes struggling to focus in the dim light. She looked drowsy, her gaze bleary and worn, and yet he couldn't look away. From the moment he first saw her in that chapel, he'd been drawn to watch her, to learn the sound of her voice, the feel of her skin. He'd trailed her, listened to her prayer, and despised every word of it. It was honestly one of the most painfully earnest things he'd ever heard. And still, he hadn't left. He told himself she was just a tool, a means to an end, a human key to be used and set aside. She wasn't an obsession. She wasn't his. Bringing a black apple to his lips, he took a loud, crisp bite. Crunch! Evangeline startled, her fingers clutching the bedsheet. I didn't realize apples scared you. Apples don't scare me. That's absurd. But she was lying. He saw the flutter in her throat. Good. She ought to be afraid. Yet Evangeline clearly hadn't learned any caution. Fully awake now, she didn't shout for guards or brace herself. Instead, her eyes widened with a trust that was almost painful to witness, proof of how much she'd truly forgotten. It's you, she whispered. You saved me. If you want to thank me, get dressed now. She flinched at his sharp tone. He knew he was being cruel, but kindness now would only make the end harder for her. Why are you here? She asked. To teach you how to survive the next person who tries to kill you, he answered flatly. Her skeptical look lingered. You're a teacher? He pushed off the bedpost before she could study him too closely.
You have 5 minutes, dressed or not. We begin. Wait,
Evangeline called out. What's your name? You already know, little fox. But the thought stayed silent. Instead, he offered the name he'd prepared, one she wouldn't remember and he couldn't afford to forget. Call me Archer. Chapter 12. Evangeline found Archer in the hallway, his back against the stone wall, arms crossed tightly as if patience were a foreign concept. His jaw tensed when she stepped out, and something within her clenched in response, a sharp, knife-like pressure in her chest. The feeling intensified as his gaze swept over her, darkening as he took in her appearance. She'd put on the clothes he'd given her, though if she'd been more alert, she might have refused. The full white skirt was at least functional. The rest was not. The pale pink blouse was too sheer, the leather vest too snug, and it felt even tighter under Archer's lingering stare. In that moment, she seriously questioned whether following this guard was a wise decision at all. Being near him felt like a mistake in the making. He had saved her life. That much was true. But the man before her now bore little resemblance to a guardian. There was a razor-edged quality to his presence, so sharp she half expected to cut herself if she brushed against him. His attire was all wrong for a royal guard. Scuffed knee-high boots, leather pants slung low on his hips, and a crisscross of belts holding an array of blades. His shirt hung open at the collar, the sleeves pushed up to expose forearms that were both lean and powerfully built. She remembered the secure feel of those arms around her, a memory that now sparked a foolish prickling jealousy at the thought of anyone else held in that same way. This was a terrible idea, And where exactly had her other guards gone? There was a disturbance, Archer said, noticing her eyes scanning the dim hallway. They went to check it out. What sort of disturbance? Evangeline pressed. He gave a casual shrug. Sounded like a cat in a fight to me. But your guards seemed to think it was more serious. A slow, almost smile touched one corner of his mouth, transforming his face entirely. He had been handsome before, but now his beauty held an uncomfortable, almost mocking edge. She refused to find him attractive. That smile felt like a private joke she wasn't in on, and her answering scowl only made his grin widen, revealing a pair of utterly unfair dimples. Dimples were supposed to be charming, but on him they felt like a warning. One last time she questioned the wisdom of following him, and then she chose to ignore the question entirely. Perhaps she was still addled from her fall, or from sleepless nights, or from some deeper fracture she couldn't recall. "Have I met you before?" she asked suddenly. "Do I know you?" "No. I generally avoid things that are so easily broken." He pushed off the wall, uncrossing his arms, and moved through the castle corridors with a thief's silent grace. It was hard to keep pace in the absurdly voluminous skirt he'd given her. "Pick up the pace, Princess." She finally caught up to him at the foot of a staircase, slightly breathless while he looked utterly indifferent, lazily pushing open a door to the outside. A wave of icy air hit her, and she hugged herself tightly. "It's freezing out there." Archer's smirk returned. "Attackers don't schedule around the forecast. Is that why you picked such useless clothes for me?" She shot back. His only reply was another infuriating smirk before he turned and vanished into the darkness. The cold was even more biting when she stepped out after him. Dawn was still an hour away, the night a pool of ink broken only by the occasional garden lamp-post, their light glinting off wide pools of water on either side of the path. He had brought her to the water garden. The distant rush of fountains and waterfalls sounded in the dark. By daylight, it was probably enchanting. But now, in the deepest cold of the night, all she could imagine was the shocking plunge into one of those black pools. None were likely as deep as the well that had nearly claimed her. Yet for a heartbeat, fear rooted her to the spot. "Come on, Princess!" Archer's voice called from somewhere ahead, now out of sight. A fresh wave of nerves washed over her, remembering the last guard she'd lost. The only sound was the quick, light tread of footsteps after an anxious moment. She followed the sound, which led her to the swaying planks of an old suspension bridge. The bridge was exactly the kind she would have adored as a little girl, constructed from weathered timber and fraying rope, its charm undoubtedly born from pure daring. It swayed alarmingly with every shift of her weight. A part of her wished for a coin to toss into the churning river far below, a silent plea for protection on this treacherous crossing. The roar of water crashing against stone was deafening, but the absence of Archer's footsteps was louder. "Archer!" she called out, her voice swallowed by the din. Only the river answered. A cold knot tightened in her stomach. Had he deliberately left her behind? She refused to believe it, even as she acknowledged how foolish it had been to follow him in the first place. Perhaps turning back to the castle was the only sane choice left. As she pivoted on the unsteady planks, cold arms encircled her from behind, locking her own arms against her sides. "Don't scream!" Archer's whisper was a chilling breath against her ear. "Or I'll send you over the side. You wouldn't dare!" She managed, her voice a strained gasp. "Care to test that theory, Princess?" He murmured, his tone deceptively light. "I dare far worse." Effortlessly, he hauled her toward the edge, bending her forward over the pathetic rope railing until her hair swung perilously close to the violent water below. A terrifying certainty settled over Evangeline. Screaming or not, he might just drop her for the sheer spectacle of it. "Have you lost your mind?" She struggled uselessly against his hold. A low, dark chuckle vibrated against her back.
"You'll need to be more creative than that. I thought you were meant to be teaching me. Consider this a preliminary assessment," he said, leaning closer until his lips brushed her ear. She felt the sharp threat of teeth against her skin, a sensation that sent her pulse into a frantic rhythm. So he was insane. In a burst of defiance, she tried to snap her head back into his. He evaded it effortlessly. Predictable.
She stomped down, aiming for his foot, but succeeded only in making the entire structure shudder. I'm beginning to think you don't actually want to escape. This time, his teeth definitely caught the curve of her ear, a sharp, deliberate scrape. Did he take pleasure in causing pain universally, or was this animosity reserved just for her? The interaction was starting to feel intensely, uncomfortably personal. The bite didn't hurt so much as it sent a jolt of pure, unsettling awareness through her. "Should I let you take a swim?" He taunted. "Of course not," she shouted back. "Then why aren't you fighting properly?" His voice held a sudden, genuine edge of anger. "I'm trying. My lack of effort means you need to try harder. Kick me." Gritting her teeth, Evangeline kicked backward, aiming for a vulnerable target, but only succeeding in tangling her skirt. "Impressive, Princess."
Are you making fun of me?
"Not at all. You forced me to adjust. Most attackers will close their stance after a move like that, which creates an opening. Now, step out with your right leg," he commanded. "Then swing your left leg behind me. What good will that do? Just do it. I'm not releasing you until you've earned it." His arms, cold and unyielding, tightened as the first raindrop hit her cheek, then another. Within moments, a steady drizzle soaked through her thin blouse and his own shirt, the wet fabric clinging to her back wherever her vest gaped open. His grip intensified to the point of near pain. Finally, she complied, stepping right and swinging her left leg behind him. The maneuver did shift her balance, but it also seemed to tangle them more completely. "Now grab hold of me," he ordered. "My arms are trapped. Your hands are free." They were, yet reaching for him felt like a surrender.
Do it,
he repeated, his voice a low command in the rain. "Then use your hip as a lever and flip me over." He held her even tighter, one arm a firm band around her ribs, the other circling low on her waist. His fingers splayed in a hold that felt less like restraint and more like a possessive claim, as if he wanted to anchor them both there on that dark, trembling bridge, with nothing but the rain and the thunder of two racing heartbeats between them. Summoning her resolve, she reached back and grabbed his legs. Everything was slick with rain. Her fingers slipped on the wet leather as the bridge gave another violent lurch, and her footing vanished entirely. The wooden plank that had been supporting her vanished into the void below. A cry tore from Evangeline's lips. But Archer was already moving with impossible speed. He twisted in the air, wrapping himself around her to take the brunt of the impact. They crashed onto the remaining bridge with a sickening thud, Archer's back absorbing the blow. The air left his lungs in a pained grunt, yet his arms only tightened around her. They lay tangled on the broken walkway, the storm raging around them. Her shirt had ridden up during the struggle, and now his fingers rested against the bare skin of her stomach. She was drenched, chilled to the bone, yet all her awareness narrowed to the path his fingertips began to trace, drifting lower toward the waistband of her skirt. "This is the moment you're supposed to break away," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the rain. "I don't want to," she breathed out, the words sounding weak and unconvincing even to her own ears. A flush of heat spread from her cheeks down her neck, a stark contrast to the cold damp seeping through her clothes. I need a second." He clicked his tongue in disapproval. "There are no seconds. The moment you stop fighting, you've already lost." In a flash, his other hand came up, icy fingers closing around her throat. The sharp, unmistakable point of a blade pressed against her pulse. Evangeline froze, or tried to. It was astonishingly difficult to remain perfectly still with a knife at her neck and a hand splayed possessively across her midriff. "Have you lost your mind?" "Almost certainly." He dragged the dagger's tip in a slow, deliberate line over her racing pulse. Not breaking the skin, but leaving a phantom sting in its wake. "Safety is an illusion," he chided, his tone shifting from dangerous to almost pedagogical. The blade continued its tortuous journey, skating down from the hollow of her throat, over the center of her chest, to hover just beneath the laces of her vest. One precise flick would undo them, The word no echoed in the space between them, and she couldn't tell if it was her thought or his. Then, in a single fluid motion, he wrenched them both upright and released her, so abruptly she stumbled back, her legs trembling. Archer stood opposite her, water streaming from his golden hair down his stark cheekbones. He showed no sign of the cold, merely staring at the knife now gripped in his white-knuckled hand. "We'll continue this another time. What if I refuse?" She gasped, struggling to regain her composure. A smirk touched his lips, a look that plainly said her opinion was irrelevant. "If that's your choice, you'll have to be far more convincing when I find you in your chambers. Until then, you keep this with you, everywhere." He tossed the dagger to her. It spun, handle over blade, catching the grim light. Jewels embedded in the hilt flashed, and suddenly a memory assaulted her, not of the knife in flight, but of it lying abandoned on a dark stone floor. In the vision, several gems were missing, but those that remained pulsed with deep blues and purples, the colour of a bruise or blood yet to be shed. The image vanished as quickly as it came. She stared at the weapon now in her palm. It was identical, down to the specific pattern of missing stones. He had lied about not knowing her. She was certain of it now. Questions burned on her tongue, but when she looked up, he was already gone, swallowed by the storm. Chapter 13. Apollo stood before the hearth in his private study, hands clasped behind his back, chin lifted, gaze lowered. It was a stance crafted for portraits, much like the one hanging above the mantel. That painting, however, depicted a younger man, a version of himself from before he'd met Evangeline, before his death, and before a thoroughly mediocre impostor had assumed his throne within a week. Apollo was acutely aware he was still young, a fact that made his replacement all the more galling. The firelight danced, casting long shadows that seemed to mock the poised figure in the gilded frame. Apollo had only experienced 20 years of life, and those had been largely uneventful, making it difficult to craft the kind of legend that minstrels would sing about. He often imagined that with a few more years before his staged demise, his memory might have held more weight. Still, he felt a sharp disappointment for the time he had wasted. Returning from death offered a unique opportunity to build something lasting, a legacy that wouldn't simply fade away. Yet he understood this second chance wasn't sufficient. To secure the future, he envisioned one where no one would ever curse his name or manipulate him into harming Evangeline again. He needed to act decisively. He unfurled the scroll delivered by Lord Slaughterwood 2 days prior. As always, the parchment ignited at its edges, a controlled flame that consumed the page without scorching his fingers, reducing it steadily to ash. The final lines always vanished before he could read them, but he knew the gist of the tale. His path was clear. His immediate priority, however, was Evangeline's safety. A knock sounded at the door, right on schedule. Apollo drew a steadying breath, steeling himself for the unpleasant steps ahead. "Enter," he said, his expression tightening as Havelock walked into the study. The guard's eyes went straight to the burning scroll in Apollo's hand and the grey dust settling on the floor.
"Am I disturbing you, Your Highness?" "Not at all." Apollo let the charring page fall. Like every narrative from the north, it was tainted by the story curse, this one destined to incinerate itself upon each reading before miraculously reforming a cycle that uncomfortably mirrored his own efforts to reshape his and Evangeline's lives. "What have you learned about the attack on the princess?" Havelock gave a weary bow. "Her tutor, Madame Voss, continues to plead her innocence. She insists she never sent any letter to lure the princess to the old well. She accuses the guards of fabrication." Apollo pushed a hand through his hair. "And Victor and Hansel? What are they saying now? They haven't changed their account. They swear a letter from the tutor existed and that they lost sight of Evangeline in the thick fog when she went to meet her. They deny any part in a conspiracy." "Do you believe them?" Apollo asked, though he dreaded the answer. "They appear genuine, Your Highness." But then, so did the tutor. Apollo sighed, his gaze dropping to the nearly consumed page. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, watching a story destroy itself,
while he orchestrated a plot built on lies. Victor, Hansel, and the tutor are likely all in this together, he stated flatly. He instantly regretted the words, but the deception was already in motion. It had been too late from the moment he ordered Victor and Hansel to deliver a forged note, to pretend to lose Evangeline in the garden mist, and to finally push her into the well. She had left him no alternative, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the dangers surrounding her. He needed her to understand, though he never intended the lesson to be so severe. He had miscalculated, assuming the garden patrol would find her much sooner. Involving fewer people had seemed prudent, but it was a regrettable error. "Press the tutor harder," he instructed. "There's a chance she'll break, especially if you inform her that Victor and Hansel have been executed." Havelock's face went ashen. Apollo placed a hand on his shoulder, a flicker of doubt tempting him to alter the command, to simply leave the two soldiers to rot in a cell. They were capable men who had served well, but their continued loyalty was an uncertainty he couldn't afford. The slightest rumour that he himself had engineered the attempt on Evangeline's life would be catastrophic. "I know they were your comrades," Apollo said, his tone shifting to one of cold, pragmatic resolve. "But they betrayed the princess. This must serve as a necessary example." Havelock gave a grim, resigned nod. "I'll ensure it's finished by tonight." Apollo experienced a sharp twinge, something akin to guilt. He despised this course of action, and he resented that circumstances had deteriorated to this point, that Evangeline's distrust had compelled him to such an extreme measure. Yet he was convinced of his righteousness. He was safeguarding his wife from all threats, even those she might pose to herself. Evangeline understood that Archer was neither a guardian angel nor a heroic saviour. He was volatile, potentially dangerous, and yet he represented her most promising chance to reclaim her lost memories. Her fingers traced the dagger he had entrusted to her. The fragmented recollection it triggered was faint, more of a vague hint than a solid clue, but anyone who cherished stories knew that even the faintest trail was worth pursuing, and Evangeline was determined to follow this one to its end. A single memory might be dismissed as chance, but she had encountered Archer twice, and on both occasions he had unlocked vivid pieces of her past, rekindling a hope she thought was extinguished. After rising before sunrise and battling him in the pouring rain, she should have been utterly drained, collapsing back into bed. Instead, she felt invigorated, as if she had rediscovered a cherished, long-missing part of her soul, the part that dared to believe in possibilities. She had forgotten how hope could intensify colours and soften the edges of fear, how it could transform a landscape of loss into one of potential. Her memories weren't destroyed, they were simply misplaced, and now Evangeline clung to the belief she would find them. Since Archer had already unlocked two, it was logical to hope a third meeting would yield more, and if it didn't, she was fully prepared to corner him and demand an explanation of their shared history. She wasn't going to wait passively for him to appear again. Her plan was to request a comprehensive tour of Wolf Hall, one that specifically included the guards' barracks. Archer had mentioned another lesson, later, but later was too indefinite. She intended to find him today. "Pardon me, Your Highness," Martine's voice piped up. "Before you go, you might wish to see this. It arrived while you were speaking with the physician's assistant." The maid presented a cream-coloured note sealed with Apollo's wax emblem. Evangeline broke it open swiftly. "We should begin preparing you immediately," Martine exclaimed, making no secret of having read the message over Evangeline's shoulder. "Do I truly need to start dressing for dinner now?" It was barely noon, which should have left her ample time to hunt for Archer. "It's only a dinner." "Nothing is only a dinner in a castle," Martine corrected. "When a prince announces dinner, he means a grand banquet. The entire court will be there, every noble, every official from the great houses, every guard." "Every guard," Evangeline interrupted, her mind instantly flying to Archer. If he was attending, her search could be postponed. And if the gathering was as vast as Martine suggested, slipping away for a private conversation should be remarkably simple. Apollo now regretted his choice of venue for the evening. The Court of Columns was undoubtedly one of Wolf Hall's most majestic rooms, featuring a towering domed glass ceiling that offered a breathtaking view of the night sky. 8 massive columns carved in the images of the forgotten saints from rare, faintly glowing starstone formed a central circle. He found them far more awe-inspiring than the headless statues of the valors down in the bay. These saints, at least, were intact. He had selected this room, hoping its ethereal, starlit quality would enchant Evangeline. But now he saw the flaw in his planning. He should have considered security over spectacle. The columns were magnificent, but they also created a forest of blind spots, obstructing his line of sight across the entire court, and the exits. Of course there were guards present, keeping watch for any sign of Jax. Yet Apollo knew from experience that by evening's end, half of them would be just as inebriated as the celebrating guests. It was simply the way of these court festivities. Apollo had never been one to enforce strict sobriety among his guards during such dinners. The real peril usually lay in the tedium of endless toasts. Allowing the men a share of the wine was a small price to pay for their continued loyalty, a loyalty he could ill afford to lose, especially after the recent departures of Victor and Hansel. His strategy for the night was simple: keep Evangeline near him at all times. The moment she entered the grand hall, he felt it, a faint, electric hum across his skin, both pleasant and disquieting. It was a lingering echo of the Archer's curse, a ghost of the desperate pull he'd once felt toward her. Back then, it had been a searing fire only her presence could quench. Now it was a persistent whisper. He turned as she appeared, and for a heartbeat, the entire scene softened into a blur. The lavish tables, the glittering guests, the towering columns and their halo of candlelight, all melted into a hazy, impressionist wash. At its center, Evangeline alone remained in sharp, radiant focus, glowing with a grace and innocence that stole the air from the room. As the world snapped back into clarity, Apollo noted, with a simmering irritation, that every other eye had turned to her as well. Some glances held mere curiosity, but others, possessive, admiring, stirred a dark, protective rage within him. He fought the impulse. She was, undeniably, the most breathtaking woman present. He could hardly fault them for looking, but he was determined to make his claim unmistakable. She hadn't noticed him yet. She moved quietly, her gaze lifted in wonder toward the luminous columns. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, and the neckline of her gown dipped low, held by delicate straps that looked as though they might snap under the slightest pressure. A thought, both possessive and hopeful, flickered through his mind. Perhaps if the night went well, she would allow him to do just that later. He closed the distance silently, coming up behind her. "You look breathtaking," he murmured into her ear. Then, because she was his, and he could, he pressed a slow, deliberate kiss to the nape of her neck. He felt the warmth bloom beneath his lips, but then her body went rigid. A sliver of fear had he jarred a hidden memory, pricked at him. Gently, he placed a hand on the curve of her back and stepped to her side. "I hope I didn't startle you." "Not at all," she replied, though her voice was pitched unusually high. "I suppose I just didn't anticipate such a crowd." Her eyes darted nervously around the hall. Apollo couldn't decipher if it was simple social anxiety or if she was, impossibly, searching for a specific face. In the background, a minstrel's voice rose in song, chanting verses about Apollo the Great, and Jax the Dreaded, soon to be didded, painting the latter as a monstrous blight upon the land. Guests nearby swayed to the rhythm, but Evangeline grew visibly tense. Her earlier scanning ceased. Maybe it was just the press of people, after all. He recalled her wedding day nerves. "I would have preferred a more private evening," he confided, unlacing his hand from her back to twine his fingers firmly with hers. "But the entire court insisted on celebrating. It's vital they see us happy and united. Just stay close to me tonight." He kept her anchored at his side as they began the tedious procession of greetings. This was always the part Apollo despised, a necessary pageantry of empty smiles. Yet, to his relief, Evangeline began to relax as nobles approached with warm embraces and effusive compliments, praising everything from her melodious voice to the rosy glow in her cheeks and the burnished gold of her curls. The conversations were hardly profound, but as they flowed around him, Apollo allowed himself a moment of grim satisfaction. It could have been far, far worse. The conversation had drifted to the topic of her hair, and Apollo seized the moment to slip away for a fresh goblet of wine. These social affairs were always more tolerable with a drink in hand, though his timing proved unfortunate. When he returned to his bride's side, Evangeline was laughing, her cheeks flushed with amusement at something Lord Byron Bellflower had just said. The man delivered another clever remark, and her smile widened, a sight more radiant than any Apollo had witnessed all evening. The sheer audacity of it grated on him. This was the same lord who, in council, had all but demanded severe consequences for her. Now he played the charming courtier. "It appears I cannot look away for even a moment," Apollo said, his voice smooth as he reclaimed Evangeline's hand and drew her firmly to his side.
"You've no cause for concern, Your Highness,"
Bellflower replied, placing a hand over his heart. "I have no designs on your wife. I was merely sharing some humorous tales from our boyhood, thinking she might appreciate a diversion after her trying week." He then turned his attention back to Evangeline, his tone shifting. "I also wish to express my relief, Your Highness, regarding your accident yesterday. It is a comfort to know you were recovered in time, and that the guards who so carelessly endangered you have been dealt with accordingly." "Dealt with?" Evangeline echoed. The laughter vanished from her face, her gentle eyes widening with dawning horror. Apollo felt a surge of fury toward Bellflower. "I was told the guards were only detained for questioning," she said, turning to Apollo. "Pay no mind to rumours, my dear," Apollo replied, offering what he hoped was a calming smile.
"I suspect our friend Lord Bellflower gets his information from the more sensational broadsheets. The only thing being dealt with tonight is the roast boar on our plates. Now, if you'll excuse us." He guided Evangeline away, his arm tight around her, but the harm was done. The fragile spark of joy he'd seen in her earlier was extinguished. Her fingers felt like ice in his grasp. Spotting a servant with a tray of silver chalices, Apollo swiftly stopped him.
"Here, darling," he said, pressing a goblet into Evangeline's cold hands. "I believe a toast is in order." "Friends," he called out, his voice ringing across the ballroom and halting the murmur of conversations, "I fear my court has forgotten the art of true celebration. Tonight has been too full of tedious flattery and stale gossip, so let us raise our glasses to the triumph of returning from the brink and to the undeniable magic of a real love story." It was the kind of enchanted evening Evangeline had dreamed of as a little girl, listening to her mother's fairy tales, a glittering ballroom filled with elegant people in exquisite finery. And now she was among them, adorned in a gown that caught the candlelight, escorted by a prince until he raised his goblet for that toast. Apollo held his wine aloft as the crowd pressed closer, their own glasses lifted in response. Evangeline mimicked the gesture, though any desire to drink had vanished with the news about Hansel and Victor. They had seemed so decent, it was still nearly impossible to believe they could have plotted against her. This was the torment of her fractured memory. It cast a shadow of doubt over everything. As Apollo commanded the room's attention, she tried to discreetly scan the assembly of courtiers and guards for a glimpse of Archer. Earlier, she was certain Apollo had noticed her searching look and had grown quietly irritated, almost possessive. Now, engrossed in his performance, he provided her another chance to survey the hall. It was just as breathtaking as when she entered, all shimmering marble and lavishly dressed guests. She saw no sign of anyone resembling Archer before Apollo's voice boomed again. "May every soul in this room who searches for true love find it, and may all who would dare to block its path be forever cursed." The assembly erupted, clinking their goblets and cheering in unison, "To love and to curses." Evangeline brought the rim of her chalice to her lips, but could not take a sip. She understood toasting to love, but to curses that she could not fathom. A sudden, unbidden memory flashed, her mother's voice soft and warning, telling a tale where a careless toast had sealed a fate. The chill that had settled in her fingers now seeped deeper, a silent protest in the midst of the roaring celebration. It was unsettling to realize she was the only one who felt this way. The air in the grand hall was thick with the sweet, cloying aroma of wine as the revellers drank deeply, their lips stained a festive purple. For a fleeting heartbeat, Evangeline wondered if this glittering spectacle was the happy ending she'd dreamed of, and the thought left her strangely cold. It's wise not to drink to such a toast, a voice like wind chimes remarked. Evangeline turned from Apollo's side to see who had spoken. If the evening had felt surreal before, it was about to tilt into the downright fantastical. The young woman who appeared beside her looked as though she'd stepped out of an old heroic ballad, the kind where toasts were made to courage and sacrifice, not to reckless curses. Her face was a delicate heart, her eyes a startling vivid green, and her hair fell in waves of shimmering violet. As someone with distinctive rose-gold locks herself, Evangeline was accustomed to being the only one in any room with unusual hair. She braced for a prick of envy, but when the girl smiled, it was so genuinely warm that Evangeline felt an instant, unexpected connection. "Did you know?" The violet-haired girl mused. "There's an ancient tale from the north that claims you don't need incantations to cast a curse. They say when the north was new, magic was so thick in the air that simply speaking a curse could make it real, provided everyone who heard it believed it was true. Do you think that's what happened here tonight?" Evangeline asked. The girl took a delicate sip from her goblet, her smile sly and feline. "I believe true magic faded from the world ages ago, but I also believe that almost anything is possible." She gave a playful wink. "I'm Aurora Vale, by the way. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness." With a flawless curtsy, she leaned in and whispered, "Now you're about to meet my parents." The atmosphere shifted palpably as two figures drew near. Moments before, the hall had been a cacophony of cheers, clinking crystal and the sharp tang of plum wine. Now, as Aurora's mother and father approached, a curious hush fell. Glasses stilled, footsteps halted, and conversations died mid-sentence as all eyes turned toward the pair. Evangeline's own curiosity sharpened. Like their daughter, this couple seemed displaced in time, as if they belonged to an age where bloodshed was more common than celebration, and even the gentlest souls were forged in hardship. Aurora's mother moved with a purpose entirely her own. While the other guests glittered and preened, showcasing their jewels, she wore none. She cut through the crowd with the silent, deadly grace of an arrow in flight, giving the impression she was more accustomed to navigating battlefields than ballrooms. Aurora's father, in contrast to his daughter's ethereal beauty, was rugged and formidable. His shoulders were broad, his beard thick, and a savage scar carved a path down the right side of his face, a wound so severe Evangeline couldn't fathom how he had survived it. She watched as the man clapped Apollo on the shoulder with a hand like a bear's paw. "Thank you for including us in your celebration, Your Highness." "Of course," Apollo replied. His smile was broad, but it seemed strained at the edges, as if he too felt the formidable energy this family carried, and it put him on edge. "Evangeline, allow me to present Lord and Lady Vale and their daughter, Aurora, whom you've already met." "The pleasure is mine," said Evangeline.
"The pleasure is entirely ours," Lady Vale declared. And before Evangeline could react, the woman pulled her into a fierce, surprisingly warm embrace. She was tiny compared to her husband, but her hug was strong and heartfelt. "I've heard so many wonderful things about you from your devoted prince. I feel as if I know you already." It might have been a trick of the flickering candlelight, but Evangeline thought she saw the glimmer of tears in Lady Vale's eyes as she stepped back. Evangeline opened her mouth to ask if she was all right, but Apollo, who still seemed distinctly uneasy around the family, spoke first, cutting off her chance. "The Vales have journeyed to Valorfell from the distant north," he explained. "They've courageously accepted the monumental challenge of restoring the Merrywood estate." That name sparked a flicker of recognition in Evangeline, though she couldn't pinpoint why. It felt like an echo from earlier in the evening, or perhaps something deeper.
"What exactly is the Merrywood?" she inquired.
Apollo leaned in slightly. It's the collective name for all the territories that once belonged to a former great house. There's a forest, a village, and the remains of a manor house that was destroyed by fire centuries ago. For a fleeting moment, an image flashed in Evangeline's mind, a crumbling structure, nothing left but a charred staircase trailing smoke into the air. It was likely just her imagination trying to fill the gaps. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling it might be a genuine fragment of memory. This could be the reason for Apollo's unease around this family. They were reconstructing a place that might be tangled with her own forgotten past. How did the fire start? She pressed further. That's largely a mystery, Apollo admitted. Most of the history has been swallowed by time and obscured by the story curse.
Not completely lost.
Aurora chimed in, her tone unnervingly bright. Though I can understand why people don't talk about it. It's rather a grim tale. Then perhaps it's best left untold, Lord Vale interjected sharply. But the princess asked, Aurora countered. Her parents exchanged a tense, disapproving look, clearly wishing to avoid the topic without causing a scene. The silent reprimand hung heavily in the air. I did ask, Evangeline confirmed, not wanting Aurora to bear the blame alone. Her curiosity was now fully ignited, a desperate hope that the story might unlock something within her. I'm afraid my knowledge of Northern history is quite lacking. In that case, allow me to enlighten you, Aurora declared, undeterred by her parents' visible discomfort. Vengeance Slaughterwood of House Slaughterwood was once betrothed to the most celebrated beauty in the North. She, however, did not return his affection. Her family insisted on the match, but she refused to marry without love. On their wedding day, she fled. Vengeance, of course, could not let her go. He had a rather ominous name to uphold, after all. When he caught wind of a rumour that his runaway bride had fallen for the sole heir of Lord Merrywood, Vengeance took his revenge. He burned Merrywood Manor, Merrywood Village, and Merrywood Forest to the ground, thus fulfilling his dreadful namesake. Aurora concluded the horrific account with the cheerful cadence of a festive toast, though her smile had vanished entirely. Opposite her, Lady Vale had turned ashen, while Lord Vale's face flushed with anger. Evangeline had never seen a father look at his daughter with such potent disapproval, just as she had never witnessed a daughter meet that gaze with such open defiance. This palpable family strife made Evangeline reconsider her earlier theory. Maybe Apollo's nervousness wasn't about her memories at all, but simply a reaction to this volatile dynamic. The story itself had stirred no hidden recollections, only this immediate uncomfortable tension. Hopefully, our efforts to rebuild the Merrywood will help heal some of those old wounds, Lord Vale stated firmly, steering the conversation toward safer ground. Aurora offered no objection this time. She seemed to have said her piece. I do hope you and the prince can attend our rebuilding festival, Aurora said, her demeanour shifting back to congenial. I'm so looking forward to becoming better acquainted. As Aurora moved to embrace her, she suddenly flinched back with a sharp gasp. What is it? Evangeline asked, concerned. I didn't realize you were armed. Aurora replied, her eyes darting toward the jewelled dagger from Archer that Evangeline had concealed at her belt. A deep frown etched Apollo's features, and his expression darkened in a way Evangeline had seldom seen before. Where did that come from? Evangeline's hand flew to the dagger's hilt, shielding it. I found it in the gardens, she said, the lie tasting sour on her tongue. She was no liar, yet the words tumbled out before she could stop them. Apollo's gaze sharpened on the blade, suspicion hardening his features. It was the same look he'd given her earlier, but now a raw, unmistakable jealousy simmered beneath it. His eyes narrowed, a tense muscle flickering in his jaw, and in that moment Evangeline was fiercely glad she hadn't confessed that a young man had given it to her. She feared he would snatch it from her anyway. Hastily, she spun a slightly absurd tale about discovering it at the bottom of the well just before her rescue. It feels like a bit of a lucky charm to me, she offered. But I'm truly sorry it hurt you, Aurora. It was nothing, really, Aurora replied, her tone light. In fact, now that you say it's good luck, I'm rather pleased you have it, but perhaps be more careful with so many guards about.
Do you really need to carry a weapon, even a lucky one? She has a point, Apollo began, his voice taking on a possessive edge. A loud, deliberate cough sounded behind them. Evangeline felt a wave of immediate relief.
She was certain Apollo had been about to demand the knife. His attention snapped to a new guard standing at the perimeter of their group. "Your Highnesses, my deepest apologies for the interruption," the guard said, bowing slightly. "But a matter of the utmost urgency requires the prince's attention, and this couldn't possibly wait another moment." Apollo turned a glowering stare on the young man, who visibly paled.
I assure you, Your Highness, I would not dare interrupt if it were not critical.
The guard stepped closer, whispering something into Apollo's ear. The prince's face drained of colour. "Forgive me," Apollo said, his voice tight as he looked down at Evangeline. "I despise leaving, but I must. I will find you later tonight." Before she could utter a single question about where he was going, or what was wrong, Prince Apollo was striding swiftly away, his cloak billowing behind him. Chapter 17. Evangeline left her goblet of wine untouched, a solitary island of sobriety in a sea of increasing merriment. The dinner party's festive atmosphere rolled on unabated after Apollo's departure. Soon, not only the courtiers but a fair number of the off-duty guards were indulging freely. The Court of Columns held no clocks, but the moon's slow journey across the star-flexed sky told her a considerable amount of time had passed, enough to signal that whatever had summoned the prince was gravely important. A fleeting thought of Lord Jack's being captured crossed her mind, but that news would have brought Apollo satisfaction, not the ashen dread she'd seen on his face. No, it was something else entirely. She turned the mystery over in her mind through the third course, until a toast from midway down the long table pulled her from her thoughts. Northerners, it seemed, adored any excuse for a toast. This one honoured the archer who had brought down the very birds they were now feasting upon, Archer. The words struck her like a physical blow, sending her stomach into a sudden, hopeful flip. Her eyes swept the crowded court once more, desperately hoping to see him finally step from the shadows. But there was no sign of him. Now, Evangeline had never considered herself a reckless person, though some might debate that. She preferred to think of herself as hopeful, focused on what could be, while others were paralysed by fear of what might go wrong. Given the recent rather damp incident with the well, she knew slipping away from this dinner to search for Archer alone posed a definite risk. But with Apollo gone, and the entire court thoroughly distracted by drink and revelry, wasn't this also the perfect, perhaps only, opportunity to find him, and maybe, just maybe, reclaim the memories that felt just beyond her grasp? She began to mentally catalogue possible distractions to cover her escape. She pictured yanking the tablecloth, sending platters and goblets crashing to the floor in a spectacular mess. She imagined, accidentally, upending a pitcher of wine. Then, as if in answer, another toast began to rise. This one was led by Lord Vale. A slow, determined smile touched Evangeline's lips. Her moment had arrived. He was putting on a truly impressive performance, painting a vivid picture of his vision to restore the Merrywood in a bid to win supporters. Even Evangeline was captivated, her gaze fixed on him. Lord Vale commanded the room as he rose, lifting his goblet high. "This renewal is for all the North," he boomed, his voice filling the hall. "We rebuild to silence the echoes of our history that still whisper in the shadows. We are Northerners. We do not fear the old tales. We are the ones who write them." The chamber broke into a roar of agreement. "We write the tales. Who stands with me in this work?" Lord Vale shouted. "I am with you. My family pledges its support." A wave of fervent shouts swept through the court as nobles and soldiers alike raised their drinks in a tumultuous cheer. "We start as soon as the hunt concludes," Lord Vale thundered. Seizing the moment, Evangeline slid from her seat and out the nearest doorway. Speed mattered more than stealth. The uproar inside was enough to mask the noise of a battlefield. It was several minutes before she heard footsteps following her. Her hand flew to Archer's dagger as she whirled around. "Just me," said Aurora Vale, lifting her palms. "My apologies for startling you. I saw you slip out and thought I'd escape too." My father's speeches have been known to last through the night. I recall one feast where his toasts began at dusk and were still going when the sun rose. Did no one interrupt him? Aurora chuckled. No one interrupts my father. Tonight likely won't drag on that long since he's already won over most of the room. But we should keep moving before we're missed. She bounced ahead, her violet hair swaying. Where are you headed? Meeting a secret admirer? Or visiting a fortune-teller in some hidden tower? Nothing so exciting, Evangeline replied. I was just returning to my chambers. How dull, Aurora sighed dramatically. Still, escorting you is preferable to another hour of paternal oration. She looped her arm through Evangeline's earlier. Evangeline had felt a kinship with Aurora, but now something about the girl felt off, or perhaps it was simply that she was interfering with Evangeline's hope of finding Archer. That's kind, Evangeline said cautiously, but I'd really rather go alone. Aurora shot her a skeptical look before grinning. So there is a secret admirer? No, Evangeline stated evenly. I have a husband. Aurora pursed her lips. That rarely stops anyone. Truly no intriguing guard or charming groom has caught your attention. There is only Apollo, Evangeline insisted. Yet, even as she said it, an image of Archer flashed in her mind, him on the bridge in the rain. His soaked shirt outlining his form, his gaze holding hers. But she didn't desire him that way. He was impulsive, rough around the edges, and he'd deceived her about their past. She only sought him out in the hope he might jolt a lost memory loose. That chance seemed lost for the evening. The sound of boots echoed down the corridor. Aurora's delay had allowed Evangeline's guards to notice her absence and give chase. A weary disappointment settled over her. As the guards led her back, she kept glancing back, half expecting, half wishing, to see Archer materialize from the shadows. She fantasized about bumping into him in the passageway and having every forgotten piece of her life flood back in a clarifying wave, finally making sense of her disoriented world. But no such encounter occurred. The walk back was quiet, and she soon found herself in her room, changing for bed and thinking with a sigh that the night had offered no such magic. The exact moment she slipped beneath the covers was lost to her. The hours blurring into a heavy, unsettled haze. She drifted in that murky space between dreaming and wakefulness when the distinct groan of a floorboard cut through the silence. It wasn't the familiar, assured tread of Apollo. This was the cautious creeping step of an intruder. A foolish, desperate hope that it might be. Archer flared in her chest as her eyelids fluttered open. A massive shadowed form blocked the faint light towering above her bed. It was neither Archer nor Apollo. A scream clawed at her throat, but the figure was faster before a sound could escape. He was upon her, the crushing weight of his body pinning her to the mattress, a rough, leather-clad hand sealing her mouth shut. The scent of stale sweat and horse filled her nostrils. His face was entirely concealed by a mask. Leaving only two lifeless eyes visible, she thrashed, trying to bite the glove to scream again. Archer's lessons hadn't covered this. But his voice from that morning echoed with chilling clarity. If you stop fighting, you die. She drove her knee upward, aiming for his groin. You'd be more comfortable if you just relaxed, the intruder hissed, his voice a gravelly whisper. He produced a blade as long as her forearm, the metal catching a sliver of moonlight. Help! The silent scream echoed in her skull as she fought with a frantic, wild energy. He pressed the knife down, slicing through the delicate fabric of her nightgown. Then came the searing, white-hot pain as the tip traced a cruel line just below her collarbone. You have got to be joking. A voice snarled from the darkness. Evangeline hadn't seen or heard him enter, but Archer was suddenly just there, a furious golden presence that felt like a miracle. He moved with a terrifying grace, seizing the assassin by the throat and wrenching him from the bed as if he weighed nothing. In one fluid motion, he slammed the man against the carved bedpost, holding him aloft so his legs kicked uselessly in the air. Evangeline scrambled backward, falling off the mattress and onto the floor.
I tried to fight him off.
She gasped, her voice trembling. Blood was a warm, insistent trickle down her chest. Her hands shook violently as she clutched her robe closed. Archer's gaze snapped to the crimson stain, and for a heartbeat, Evangeline could have sworn his eyes shifted from a stormy blue to a blazing, liquid silver. He turned his attention back to the dangling assassin, and a low, guttural growl rumbled from his chest, a sound that belonged to a predator, not a man. He tore the mask away, drew a knife from his belt, and pressed the point against the man's left eyelid. "Who paid you to touch her?" The assassin blanched but clenched his jaw. "I'll ask once more," Archer said, his voice deceptively calm. "Then you lose the eye, frankly. I'm rooting for your silence. I'd enjoy carving it out. Who hired you to kill her?" "It was anonymous," the man blurted, panic, finally cracking his defiance. "A shame for you," Archer murmured. He lowered the blade slightly.
"I swear, I don't know," the assassin spat. The instructions were just to make it slow and messy. A cold numbness spread through Evangeline's limbs. Wanting her dead was one horror. Learning someone desired her prolonged agony was another universe of cruelty. "Did they say why?" she heard herself ask, her voice surprisingly steady. The man pressed his lips into a tight line. "Don't be impolite," Archer chided, as if correcting a child. He hoisted the man higher and gave his neck a brutal shake, making his head loll. "The lady asked you a question. Answer?" "I don't know why," the man choked out. "Just to make it hurt." Archer's nostrils flared. "You're fortunate I possess more mercy than your employer." He tilted his head, a contemplative, almost artistic look crossing his features. "This will hurt, but it will be brief." Then, with a swift, precise motion, he drove his knife into the assassin's heart. The body hit the floor with a sickening wet thump. It jerked and shuddered. Evangeline wasn't sure of the clinical term, only that death did not come instantly. The spectacle was grotesque, yet she felt no pity. She could still feel the sticky warmth of her own blood seeping through the robe pressed to her wound. The gown had been so lovely, a soft periwinkle blue adorned with cream lace that was now ruined, darkening with blood. The dying man emitted a series of wet, choking sounds that might have been curses. "You're wasting your final breath," Archer stated flatly, wiping his blade on his dark trousers. "I was damned long before tonight." He bent, gave the knife a sharp twist, and pulled it free. Blood sprayed across his dark cloak and the white shirt beneath, but he paid it no mind. He stepped over the twitching form and moved around the foot of the bed, his intense, glowering focus settling entirely on Evangeline.
"Why does it seem like you're a magnet for danger?"
His voice was a low, dangerous rumble, teetering on the edge of something violent. "You have to start being more careful. How is any of this my fault? You have zero instinct for keeping yourself safe." Archer closed the distance between them with another sharp step. If a bottle was clearly marked poison, you'd probably take a sip just to see what happens. You treat warnings like personal invitations. "You're drawn to everything that could harm you. Like me?" The unspoken words echoed in her mind as he took another step. Now, so close she could feel the heat of his anger radiating toward her. Every sensible part of her screamed to retreat, to call for the guards, to order him to leave. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear and something else entirely. Yet the words that left her lips were, "You're not going to hurt me. You can't possibly know that." A muscle jumped in his tense jaw. "Just this morning I almost threw you off a bridge. And just now you killed a man to save my life. Maybe I just like killing people." Archer dragged the bloody edge of his blade across the bedsheet, but his burning gaze never wavered from hers. He still looked furious, untamed. Blood stained his hands, and his eyes held a crimson sheen, and yet a reckless, undeniable desire surged within her. She must have lost her sanity somewhere in the chaos of the night, because she wanted him closer. She wanted his hands on her skin. She wanted to feel his grip, his restraint, his instruction. The specifics didn't matter, as long as there was contact. She tried to blame it on the adrenaline, the fear, the wild rush in her veins, a temporary madness that would surely pass. But a deeper, wilder part of her hoped it wouldn't. Acting on pure impulse, Evangeline reached for his hand. The contact sent a jolt through her. The moment her fingers brushed his, the room dissolved into a whirl of darkness and shimmering light. Suddenly, she was somewhere else, plunged into another time. It was dark, and cold, and wet. For a terrifying second, her lungs seized, unable to draw breath. Icy water slammed into her with the force of solid ground. She flailed instinctively, but strong, unyielding arms held her fast, dragging her upward through the crushing weight of the waves. Salt water burned her nose, and a deep cold seeped into her bones. Gasping and choking, she fought for air as he swam powerfully toward shore, pulling her along as if she were an essential part of him. He hauled her from the ocean, cradling her against his chest, with a desperation that felt like it was his life on the line, not hers. "I will not let you die." A single drop of water fell from his lashes onto her lips. It was as soft as rain, but the look in his eyes held the fury of a hurricane. It should have been too dark to see, but a sliver of crescent moon seemed to grow brighter, casting a silver edge along the sharp line of his cheekbone as he looked down at her. Evangeline's reality shifted violently as she recognized the face. It was Archer's. The roar of the ocean faded into a distant hum, utterly silenced by the thunderous beating of her heart. Or perhaps it was his. Archer's chest heaved with effort. His clothes were plastered to him. His dark hair was a wet mess across his forehead. In that suspended moment, Evangeline knew with absolute certainty that he would carry her through more than just freezing water. He would pull her through fire, wrest her from the grip of war, from crumbling cities and shattered worlds. The memory fractured, and her senses slammed back into the present. The first thing she saw was that Archer had moved clear across the bedroom. He stood by the door, and the way he looked at her now was nothing like the man in the memory who would walk through fire. The hand she had touched was now a tight fist at his side, and his expression was one of pure, visceral need to escape, and all she wanted was for him to stay. The questions crowded her mind, multiplying far beyond this one newly recovered piece of her past. Evangeline reflected on her earlier reaction to Madame Voss bringing up the ballad of the Archer and the Fox. She had believed the story itself was the trigger, but the truth was simpler. It was just the name. Archer. It was him. "I'll have the guards clear this and keep it contained," he said. "If anyone asks, say you killed the man who attacked you." As Archer moved to leave, Evangeline's voice cut through the tension. "Wait. Please don't go." He didn't pause, already stepping into the corridor. This time, however, she didn't let him walk away. She hurried after him, determined not to lose him again. Apollo stared at his boots, ruined beyond saving. Blood was everywhere, soaking the carpets, smeared across the walls, now caked on his footwear. Not that the boots themselves mattered. He could replace a dozen pairs without a second thought. What twisted his gut was the knowledge that his wife had been carrying a dagger once owned by Jax. He wanted nothing more than to hunt the man down immediately. But this disaster demanded his attention first. "You mentioned a survivor?" he asked. "Yes, Your Highness," answered the guard stationed at the grim scene. "I need to speak with him, alone." Apollo strode into the hallway, his steps leaving fresh prints in the drying blood. He'd witnessed death before, but never anything this savage. Farther down the hall, he heard a guard retching into a basin. Apollo was grateful he hadn't eaten before arriving. Otherwise, he might have joined him. Upstairs, the atmosphere was heavy, but at least the metallic stench of blood was gone, replaced by the gentle scent of beeswax candles. Their soft light glowed against floral wallpaper, illuminating a collection of watercolors and pencil sketches. Someone in this family had clearly been an artist. The earlier works were amateurish, but as Apollo moved down the corridor, the skill noticeably improved. Several sketches appeared to be careful portraits of the very family members, now lying dead below. The guard halted before a closed door. "I'll go in alone," Apollo stated. "But, Your Highness, that's an order. This boy has endured enough horror for one night. I won't have him feel interrogated." The guard stepped aside. Apollo entered the dim room and closed the door softly. A boy of about 14 was curled on a large sleigh bed, knees pulled to his chest, rocking slowly. He was slender, likely in the midst of a growth spurt rather than underfed. The Fortunas were one of the great houses. Even in ruin they would never have wanted for food. That was precisely why Apollo was here tonight. It wasn't every night that most of a great house was slaughtered. News of this would spread, and the Crown had to control the narrative. This could either deepen the shadows over his reign or solidify his authority. "Hello?" Apollo said gently, sitting on the edge of the bed. The boy shrank inward. "I'm not here to hurt you," Apollo added. "Doesn't matter," the boy whispered, his voice breaking. "Nothing could hurt worse than this. I know," Apollo agreed softly. "I've never seen anything so terrible."
That's why I'm here, to find who did this and make sure it never happens again.
"You can't catch him," the boy murmured, still rocking. "He's not human." "What makes you say that?" The boy finally looked up. The raw terror on his face made him seem like a skeleton draped in skin. He moved so fast, I was up here when I heard the first scream. My sister's. She's always been dramatic, so I ignored it. Then came another scream, and another. He pressed his hands over his ears, as if still hearing the echoes. "I knew it was evil. I knew I raced down the stairs. But the sight of so much blood sent me scrambling into a closet for cover. Did you get a look at the person responsible before you hid?" The boy gave a trembling nod. "He seemed wild, like an animal." "Could it have been Lord Jax?" "No." "Are you absolutely sure?" Apollo pressed. Deep down, he knew Jax wasn't the culprit. This level of carnage pointed to something far more monstrous, but pinning it on Jax would simplify everything. It wasn't him. I'd know. Lord Jax used to visit my grandmother before she died. This person didn't seem human at all. The boy pressed his hands over his eyes, his quiet sobs filling the room. Unsettled by the display of emotion, Apollo stood and paced, his gaze drifting to a desk by the window. An easel stood beside it, holding a half-finished watercolour of surprising skill. The desk was littered with sketches and notebooks, filled with studies of animals and people. Among them was a detailed drawing of a single perfect apple. A bitter taste filled Apollo's mouth. He despised apples. The mere image of the fruit stirred a familiar, cold anger within him. His eyes moved from the sketched apple to the blood staining his boots, then to the weeping boy on the bed. He couldn't erase the blood or undo the boy's grief. But the artwork and that infuriating apple sparked a ruthless idea. "You have a real gift," Apollo remarked, his tone almost conversational. "This is impressive work." "Thank you," the boy mumbled, wiping his nose. "I have a request. Would you draw something for me?" Apollo selected a notebook and pencil from the desk and offered them to the boy. "Right now?" "Absolutely. Creating art can be healing for the spirit, or so I'm told." Apollo described what he wanted sketched. The boy looked confused, but, like most people faced with a prince, didn't argue. He bent over the notebook, his pencil moving in a frantic, concentrated dance of lines and shadows. When he was done, he carefully tore the page free and handed it over. "Outstanding," Apollo said, examining the drawing. "Truly excellent work." "Thank you. Do you feel a bit better now?" "Not really," the boy whispered. Apollo placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'm truly sorry for your loss," he said softly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. "But soon you won't feel any pain at all." In one swift motion, Apollo drove his knife into the boy's heart. A flash of shock and agony crossed the young face before he collapsed backward, as lifeless as his family. A pang of regret touched Apollo. He wasn't a monster, he told himself, just a man doing what was necessary. A boy this naive and fearful wouldn't have lasted long in this world, especially now that his family was gone. His death would serve a purpose. Apollo wrapped the boy's limp hands around the dagger's hilt, staging the scene to suggest a suicide. After a swift check in the mirror to confirm his shirt was clean, he stepped into the hallway, closing the door firmly before the waiting guard could peer inside. "How is the boy, Your Highness?" the guard asked. Apollo shook his head, a picture of sombre regret. A profound tragedy. He's drowning in guilt for being the one who lived. I fear he's broken. But he did manage to give me this. He handed the guard the drawing. It's the man who slaughtered his family. Have new wanted posters made immediately. Reference this massacre and use this portrait of Lord Jacks. Chapter 20. Evangeline dashed through the doorway just as two guards crashed into her room. She twisted past them, expecting pursuit, but she was the only one in motion. The cold stone floor stung her bare feet as she sprinted after Archer, her voice echoing desperately down the corridor. "Wait, please, stop. He couldn't be far." She could still hear the distinct echo of his bootsteps just ahead, around the next corner. She heard him echoing through corridor after corridor, a phantom presence always just out of sight. Each time she rounded a corner, Archer was gone, leaving only the painted eyes of Apollo's portraits to follow her. They seemed more judgmental now, their gazes sharp with silent accusation as she hurried down a tight-shadowed passage. Some of the wall sconces had been extinguished, deepening the gloom until she emerged before another painting of her husband. This one was flanked by torches that burned with an almost desperate brightness, their light dancing across the gilded frame in a futile attempt to chase away the surrounding dark. It depicted Apollo, reclining in the enchanted phoenix tree. Though it was hard to be certain, the canvas had been violently torn from top to bottom. Archer stood beside the ruined artwork, his cape swept back, arms folded tightly across his chest as he studied the damage. "I think I prefer it this way," he remarked, though she saw no blade in his hand. His gaze was sharp enough to cut. "Was this your doing?" Evangeline asked. "That would be rather uncharitable of me, don't you think?" Her eyes dropped to the crimson spatters marring his white shirt. "Would you call yourself charitable?" "Not in the slightest. But you already knew that." He pushed away from the wall and closed the distance between them. The hallway was so narrow, it took only 2 strides before he was before her, close enough that the air smelled of crisp apples and her thoughts began to spin. Yesterday, standing beside him had felt like a mistake she was eager to make. She'd blamed exhaustion, but now, wide awake and clear-headed, the effect was even stronger. His nearness made her breath catch, as if her very blood had turned to fizzing champagne, rushing dizzyingly to her head. "What are you to me?" she whispered. Archer's eyes held hers. Nothing. But it felt like everything when his fingers found the silk sash of her robe. He held it lightly, as if torn between untying it and pulling her closer. "Why do you lie?" she pressed. "I believe we've established I'm not a charitable man." He gave the sash a gentle tug, loosening the knot. Evangeline snatched it back, clutching her robe tightly around herself. A soft laugh escaped him. "Does this make you nervous now?" He said it like a challenge, as if hoping to unsettle her, or perhaps to distract her from the questions hanging between them. When he stood this near, clarity fled. It was difficult to remember why she'd pursued him, difficult to recall anything except the magnetic pull that made her want to stay right there in his shadow. "This is wrong," she reminded herself. "I am with Apollo. I am married. Archer is nothing. He just said so himself, but he also called himself a liar."
"Tell me one true thing," she said, silently vowing that after this she would walk away from him, from this dizzying feeling. "I know we met before the well. Were you my guard?" His jaw tightened. For a moment she thought he wouldn't answer. Then he shook his head. "No, I'm usually better at causing harm than preventing it." His gaze drifted to the blood staining the front of her robe.
She hadn't examined the shallow cut since it happened. It had already closed, needing no stitches, but the dried blood looked ghastly. She must have appeared a mess. "You could never look a mess," he murmured, almost too quietly to hear. When she looked up, his expression had softened. For a heartbeat, he seemed almost shy, strikingly young, barely older than she was. A strand of blonde hair fell across his brow as he leaned slowly closer. She couldn't tell if his caution was meant to keep her from bolting, or if it stemmed from his own unease. There was a palpable tension in him as his hand lifted, his movements uncharacteristically hesitant. Gently, he caught a stray lock of her pink hair, his fingers carefully guiding it behind her ear without letting them touch her skin, though his eyes betrayed a deep longing to do just that. A fresh, sharp ache seemed to grip him, tightening his jaw and making the cords in his neck stand out as he held her gaze. He looked at her as if he wished to pull her into an embrace, to hold her as tightly as he once had in the fragments of her memory. Married. The word echoed like a gong in her mind. She was married to Apollo, to Archer. She was nothing. I should leave, she heard herself say, the words tumbling out in a nervous rush. My guards, they'll be sounding an alarm any moment. I'm honestly shocked the bells aren't already ringing. She kept talking, fabricating reasons to linger, even as every sensible part of her screamed to go. She was certain there were more memories of him locked away, but now a thread of fear wove through that curiosity. Remembering more might mean feeling more, and what she felt already was overwhelming. Just standing there, with that charged space between them, felt more intensely intimate than any touch. It seemed to require every ounce of his willpower not to close that distance, not to let his fingers brush against hers. A single point of contact, she imagined, could ignite a cascade of sparks or plunge the entire hallway into darkness. She waited for him to be the one to break the spell and walk away. But Archer remained perfectly still. For a heartbeat, so did she. A cold dread settled in her stomach. If she walked away now, if she turned her back, she might never lay eyes on him again. Kissing Apollo had given her butterflies, but a kiss from Archer she sensed would be cataclysmic, enough to shake the very foundations of her world. Married, she told herself once more, with finality. This time, she forced herself to turn. The instant she moved, a profound sense of error washed over her. Was the mistake letting herself get so close to him, or was it this act of walking away? She couldn't decide. Evangeline fled back toward her suite, her mind a whirlwind she tried desperately to quiet. She glanced back only twice, and both times the hallway behind her was empty and still. Back in her rooms, she found all traces of the violent incident had vanished. The efficiency of it was disquieting, profoundly so, but after the night's emotional torrent she felt numb, incapable of mustering further alarm or of probing the strangeness of it. Guards were posted at her door, yet they offered no questions about her absence, or the dead man who had clearly been on her floor, a man they had evidently seen and removed. Stepping inside was like entering a different reality. Her bed was neatly made, draped with a snow-white quilt. No stains marred the surfaces. Even the floor boasted a new, pristine carpet of white and gold. Everything was immaculate, sanitized and serene, everything except for her. Archer had promised he would have the guards clean up and ensure discretion, but this level of spotless silence was extraordinary. Either their loyalty to him was absolute, or she couldn't even form the alternative thought now. In the false calm of her chamber, the shock she had suppressed finally began to surface. Her pink hair was a wild frame around her face. Her eyes were wide with lingering fright. Dried blood streaked her nightgown and was smeared across one cheek. She was a disaster. Her hands trembled as she scrubbed the blood from her skin and changed into a clean, soft pink dress. She fought to keep her thoughts from drifting back to him, to the way he had looked in the hallway for a moment, stripped of his usual confidence, almost vulnerable, and feeling, impossibly, almost like he belonged to her. Ding? Ding! The deep chime of the tower clock marked 3 in the morning, jolting her violently back to the present. Evangeline squeezed her eyes shut, forcing the lingering image of Archer from her mind. When she opened them and stepped back into her main chamber, her breath caught. Apollo stood just inside the doorway of her suite, looking as though he'd materialized from the shadows. His gaze was heavy, his shirt rumpled, and his boots, once a soft tan, were now a dark, stained crimson, soaked through with what could only be blood. It clung only to the leather, but there was so much of it. Death, it seemed, was determined to be her companion this evening. "Apollo!" she breathed, hurrying forward. "Are you hurt? What happened?" He dragged a trembling hand through his hair and shut his eyes tightly, as if the mere recollection was a weight he couldn't bear. "I don't want to discuss it," he murmured, his voice rough. When his eyes opened again, they were webbed with red veins, and a shadow of stubble darkened his jaw, a stark contrast to the flawless prince she knew. Apollo was always pristine, the very picture of a storybook hero. Yet in the handful of hours since she'd last seen him, something fundamental had shifted. Evangeline felt utterly drained. Certain she had no emotion left to give, yet the sight of him in such a state stirred a surprising ache within her. She cared more than she had allowed herself to admit. "Tell me what I can do," she offered softly. He seemed ready to refuse, but then his eyes drifted downward, settling on her lips and lingering there with a silent, hungry question. Her pulse jumped nervously. He didn't move immediately, as if recognizing this wasn't the kind of assistance she'd intended to offer. And yet, perhaps some part of her had. He needed solace. She needed something to feel real. He leaned in. A shiver raced through her. This should have felt natural, easy, leaning into his embrace, feeling his arms encircle her waist as her hands settled against his chest. But a thread of wrongness wound through the moment. His fingers trembled against her back, a small detail that oddly comforted her, suggesting his nerves were as frayed as her own. His first kiss was gentle, as was the glide of his palms down the thin fabric of her nightgown. With so little between them, she was acutely aware of every point of contact, every shift of his body against hers. Soon, the taste of him and the solid press of his form began to blur her thoughts as they stumbled toward the bed. Then, abruptly, the room seemed to tilt. A phantom breeze brushed her skin, and the pressure of Apollo against her chest suddenly felt different, layered with the ghost of another time, another kiss. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat matching his increasing urgency. Though layers of clothing still separated them, a fierce, consuming heat radiated from him, more intense than any warmth she'd known from him before. It was a fire that threatened to devour, not comfort. And yet a reckless part of her was drawn to the flame, willing to be burned. She wound her arms around his neck. Apollo's mouth left her lips, tracing a path of kisses down the column of her throat. An icy grip seized her shoulder, wrenching her violently from the prince's arms. "We're leaving now." It was Archer. In a blur of motion, he pulled her toward the balcony stairs. 1 second, Apollo's heat surrounded her. The next, she was crushed against Archer's cool, unyielding side, propelled swiftly toward the exit. "Archer!" Apollo jerked back, his eyes wide. "What did you just say?" Evangeline's throat constricted. She'd spoken his name aloud. "It was just a memory," she stammered, instantly wishing she could take the words back. She could never explain a memory involving Archer. She might confess to the kiss, but then he would demand to know why Archer's name had escaped her lips, and she couldn't reveal how he had torn her away. A new, sharp curiosity pierced her confusion. Why had Archer intervened, and how had he dared? Apollo was a prince. There was no time to question the reasons behind it all, not with Apollo staring at her as though she had committed the ultimate betrayal. A jealousy far more intense than anything she'd witnessed before blazed in his eyes. She could feel it in the way his fingers twisted into the fabric of her nightgown, gripping so tightly the seams strained. Evangeline's mind raced, scrambling for any words that might soften the accusation in his gaze. Then Madame Voss's story of their engagement surfaced. She could offer him this. A piece of the past returned. "I remembered something about you," she began, the words tumbling out in a rush. "It was the night you asked me to marry you. We were at a ball, and you were dressed as the archer from that old tale, the ballad of the archer and the fox." As she spoke, an image bloomed in her mind, vivid enough to be real memory. Apollo was on one knee before her. The air seemed to vanish from her lungs as the surrounding crowd pressed closer, hemming them in with a circle of glittering gowns and embroidered jackets, every face alight with shock. Apollo took both her hands in his touch warm and sure. I want you, Evangeline Fox, he declared, his voice carrying over the hushed room. I want to write ballads for you on the walls of Wolf Hall and carve your name upon my heart with a blade. Be my wife, my princess, my queen.
Marry me, and let me give you the world.
He lifted her hand to his lips once more, and when his eyes met hers, the entire celebration seemed to dissolve around them. No one had ever looked at her that way, with such raw longing hope and a flicker of fear all tangled together, and yet, somehow, it still didn't compare to the way the archer had gazed at her in that earlier flash of memory, as if he would tear her from the grip of war itself, from crumbling cities and breaking worlds. She could still see him, a drop of water falling from his lashes onto her lips. But that was another life. Here and now, she was Apollo's wife. Whatever she might have felt for the archer shouldn't matter. If she could lose an entire year of memories, she could surely let go of a ghost of an emotion. The trouble was, she wasn't certain she wanted to. Not yet, at least, not while so much of the story remained hidden. It felt wrong to cling to a shadow, yet tonight had also shown her how little she truly knew the man she'd married. She hadn't known about this jealous streak or his unsettling habit of toasting to curses. She didn't know why there was blood on his boots now, and after sharing a memory of his proposal, she'd expected joy or at least relief. Instead, Apollo looked unmistakably, chillingly alarmed. Jax had seen enough. If he lingered on that balcony a moment longer, watching, he would either kill Apollo or ensure the prince could never lay another hand on Evangeline. He forced himself to remember she was safe with Apollo. As a princess, she would want for nothing. But she wasn't supposed to want to kiss him. It wasn't fair to resent her for it, but that simmering bitterness was the only thing that gave him the strength to turn away, and he had to leave. Evangeline's safety was what mattered. If he stayed, if he burst into that room and used his power to make Apollo watch, as he told Evangeline she was not nothing to him, that she was everything, that he had rewritten time itself to keep her alive and would do it again without hesitation, if he forced her to remember that he was the one she should have chosen, then she would no longer be safe. She might not even be alive. For Evangeline to have any future at all, Jax could not be part of it. Silently, he dropped from the balcony railing. His boots met the darkened courtyard without a sound, though his timing was poor. He could hear the measured tread of 2 guards on patrol approaching. Normally, he'd twist their emotions, make them turn and walk the other way, but he was drained from manipulating so many earlier. Their conversation drifted toward him, and the words blood and massacre snagged his attention, cutting through the night's quiet like a blade. Jax pressed himself against the cold stone of Wolf Hall, melting into the shadows as the guards approached. The taller one's voice carried through the night. Quixton was on the scene. He swears it couldn't have been just one person, said the carnage, looked like the work of a demon. The guard gave a visible shudder. I hold no fondness for House Fortuna, but nobody deserves to have their throat torn open and their heart ripped clean out. Personally, Jax found that last sentiment a bit naive. What troubled him more than a guard's surprisingly tender conscience was the specific word he'd used, demon. Demons weren't real, but Jax was intimately familiar with the creatures humans often confused for them, especially here in the north. The story curse woven long ago made tales of vampires difficult to spread, and when they did, the curse stripped them of their proper terror. So when a human felt genuine dread, they defaulted to calling the source a demon. And Jax had a sinking feeling he knew exactly which blood-drinking fiend these men were whispering about tonight. Castor. The Valors had originally cast that story curse to shield their son, Castor after his transformation. It was meant to obscure only vampire lore, but curses born from fear have a way of warping, often becoming far more monstrous than intended. Now, with the Valors returned, Jax wondered if they would try to undo it. Would Honora and Wulfric choose to reshape the North, or would they retreat into a quiet life at the rebuilt Merrywood Manor? He hadn't visited them there yet. He'd seen most of the family after the arch opened, but he'd been barely conscious at the time, thanks to Castor's voracious appetite. Since then, only Aurora had crossed his path. He trusted her not to turn him over to Apollo or his soldiers. Her parents, Wulfric and Honora, were another matter. There was their infamous honour to consider, and then there was Apollo himself, who had granted them the status of a great house and bestowed upon them the Merrywood Forest, manor and village. A generous gift? Not in Jax's view. That land's history was as grim as its reputation. Most called it cursed or haunted. Even Jax avoided travelling through if he could help it. But the image the guards had conjured, a murderous demon, refused to leave him. It twisted into a sharper, more personal horror, that same demon sinking its teeth into Evangeline's throat, killing her all over again. The thought was a cold blade to his ribs. He didn't hesitate. Swinging onto his horse, he dug his heels in and rode hard for the Merrywood. The change in the air was palpable the moment he entered the forest's edge. Life hummed and rustled on all sides, rabbits darting, frogs croaking, birds calling from branches, deer moving through the underbrush. Trees that had seemed skeletal days before now showed the faintest haze of new growth. The Valors had only been back a handful of days, yet their presence was already rewriting the landscape. There was a reason their legends had persisted long after their supposed deaths, evolving until they sounded less like nobles and more like forces of nature. Jax knew better. They could bleed and die like anyone else, but they didn't live like anyone else. Mere survival was beneath them. He wasn't convinced they were even capable of it. Before their imprisonment, they'd forged a kingdom that stretched across half the continent. Whatever they did now, Jax had no doubt it would send another seismic shift through the world. He dismounted at the outskirts of Merrywood Village, tying his horse to a weathered post. The Valors hadn't yet begun work on the manor. Their focus was the village first. Jax reasoned they'd all be staying close by, which meant Castor was likely here, instead of holed up in his old crypt at Valafel, like the forest. The village was stirring back to life. The scent of fresh-cut pine and sawdust filled the square as Jax stepped into its centre. The square was ancient, centred on a deep stone well that had long ago been the heart of a bustling community. A blacksmith's forge, a baker's oven, the sharp scent of the butcher's shop, and the candlemaker's warm glow had all once crowded this space, alongside the daily clamour of the produce market. For a heartbeat, Jax was transported back to nights spent slipping from his window, meeting his companions on the flat roof above the apothecary. They would sprawl on the sun-warmed tiles, charting constellations and boasting, with the reckless certainty of youth about futures they believed were assured, not fleeting. His eyes lifted to that same rooftop now, and though he hadn't expected to see Castor perched there, the sight didn't surprise him. One of the curses of immortality was this stubborn attachment to the past, to the era before time stopped leaving its mark. No matter how many centuries piled up, the memories from his mortal days remained painfully vivid, refusing to soften or dim. It was a second, sharper curse, these eternal, haunting recollections that painted mortal life with a glow far brighter than his endless existence ever could. It bred a simmering resentment for humanity in Jax, though he suspected it only made Castor yearn to be one of them again. Planning to come down, Jax called out, "Or should I just light the place up?"
That might carry more weight if you were actually holding a flame, Castor retorted. A moment later, he dropped soundlessly to the cobblestones and propped a shoulder against the apothecary's weathered wall. Without the helm, and with his family restored, he resembled the carefree noble prince far more than the tormented vampire known as Chaos, who was perpetually starved. A sharp, unwelcome spike of envy pierced Jax's chest. "What's put you in such a charming mood?"
Castor inquired, a knowing glint in his eye. "Have you been spying on Evangeline again?" "This isn't about her," Jax snapped. "You're certainly defensive on the subject." Jax fixed him with a cold stare. "And you're in a disturbingly cheerful state for someone who just wiped out an entire bloodline." All warmth vanished from Castor's face. His gaze heated, shifting from mere hunger to something distinctly predatory. A more cautious man might have felt fear, but Jacks found most emotions were dulled these days, unless they were tied to Evangeline, and he was actively fighting to avoid those. Almost anything else was a welcome distraction, though this confrontation was a poor substitute. Castor was his oldest friend, a bond Jacks didn't wish to sever, but looking at him now, all he could see was the phantom image of Castor's teeth at Evangeline's throat, stealing her life away. Castor had no memory of that timeline. Holding him accountable wasn't entirely just, but fairness had ceased to be a concern for Jacks centuries ago. "If this is a lecture," Castor said, his voice low, "save your breath. Then I'll be brief. Get a grip on yourself, or your parents will discover what you've done, and next time they might skip the helm and bury you instead." Castor's jaw tightened. "They wouldn't. They're still human, Castor. Fear makes people do incredibly foolish things." Jacks knew this intimately. He'd been the fool once, convinced he was making the noble choice. When Castor had died, it was Jacks who had begged Honora to bring him back. Castor and Lyric had been more than friends. They were brothers. With Lyric gone, Jacks couldn't bear to lose Castor too. He hadn't paused to consider the price of resurrection, the rivers of blood it would demand. One of the reasons Jacks had surrendered his own humanity to become a fate was so Castor wouldn't face eternity alone. He'd even crafted the legend of chaos, the fate, to shield the truth. But Castor was the last valor. "I'm trying to watch your back," Jacks said, the edge leaving his voice. "You have the helm off. Your family is home. Don't throw this away." Castor let out a derisive laugh. "I'm not the one standing on the brink of ruin. What's that supposed to mean?"
"I spoke with my sister. Aurora informed me of your desires and the price you're willing to pay for them."
"Your sister?" Jacks cut himself off. Even he had the sense not to insult the twin of a vampire with a temper. The urge was strong, however. He could feel his hands tightening, but Castor wasn't the true target of his anger. "I know exactly what I'm doing." The vampire fixed him with another piercing stare. "If Evangeline ever regains her memories, she will never forgive you for this."
At least she'll be alive to despise me.
Chapter 22. Evangeline, the Hunt. The Hunt. The Hunt. Normally, the murmurs of her guards didn't reach Evangeline, but these two words kept slipping under her door, as if the very name of this hunt carried a weight other words lacked. She'd heard it mentioned before, assuming it referred to the search for Lord Jacks. Now, doubt crept in. She would have asked her maid, but Martine had stepped out to return her luncheon tray. After the events of the previous night, Evangeline had slept well into the afternoon. Sipping a now lukewarm cup of Starmeyer tea, she reached for the day's scandal sheet, hoping for clarity. It provided an answer, just not the one she sought about the hunt. Evangeline turned the page. This time there was no vague silhouette. Printed in stark black and white was a drawing of Archer. He wore a reckless grin, casually tossing an apple in one hand. He looked nothing like a murderer, and exactly like the secret longing Evangeline carried in her heart. "No," she whispered. The word became a frantic mantra. "This cannot be." Her voice trembled as she spoke aloud. This had to be an error. Perhaps Archer merely resembled Lord Jacks. Maybe it was the wrong illustration. Archer couldn't be Lord Jacks. He was a guard. He'd saved her life not once, but twice.
Your Highness, Martine said, re-entering the room, you've gone quite pale. I'm fine. Something in the paper startled me. She held up the page. Is this truly what Lord Jacks looks like? That's him, Your Highness. No wonder you look so shocked. He's perfectly dreadful, isn't he? But Martine's voice came out as a dreamy sigh, and Evangeline could have sworn she saw hearts in her maid's eyes as she gazed at the image, which was anything but dreadful. Jacks looked like a stolen happy ending, a promise just beyond grasp, and Martine was clearly enchanted. Just as Evangeline had been, though she feared her own feelings had run far deeper than mere enchantment. Even now, just looking at the picture stirred something within her. She fought against the truth. She desperately wanted the paper to be wrong. Archer, no, Lord Jacks had been with her last night, but he hadn't been there the entire night.
He'd found her only after Apollo had been summoned away. And then there was the chilling memory of his own words, a confession wrapped in casual cruelty. Maybe I just enjoyed killing people. Instead of horror, she'd felt a treacherous, thrilling connection. Now that memory made her feel sick, foolish, and utterly furious with herself. She should have known. She should have pieced it together. Archer was in the memories Apollo wanted her to forget. Apollo had warned her.
Jax has done atrocious, unforgivable things to you, and I think you might be happier if those things stay forgotten. He was right, because the ache inside her was unbearable. She didn't want Archer to be the villain. She didn't want him to be Jax, and she absolutely did not want to harbour any feelings for him. A hot flush, something between shame and anger, burned her cheeks. Martine watched her with concern.
More than anything, Evangeline wanted to smile, set the paper aflame, and pretend this devastating revelation had never happened. Even if Evangeline could somehow ignore the turmoil in her own heart, which seemed impossible, as feeling things deeply was simply part of who she was. She could not ignore the grim reality of the lives Jax had taken. She had to find Apollo and tell him everything, that she had seen Jax inside Wolf Hall, disguised as a guard called Archer. Moving quickly, she snatched up the nearest gown, a moss-green velvet piece with a sweetheart neckline and slender straps adorned with pale pink flowers that trailed down into a long, gauzy skirt. Martine offered a pair of matching slippers, which Evangeline slid onto her feet without a second thought. She had to move now, before her resolve could waver. Every moment she delayed was another moment Jax could use to harm someone else, and she prayed her confession might help put an end to it. The fact that he could slip in and out of the castle meant he had allies here, like the guards from her door last night. Or perhaps, like her, they had simply been deceived. Drawing a steadying breath, she finally pushed open her chamber door. The hallway was empty of last night's guards. Instead, she found Joff and Hale, the same soldiers who had discovered her at the well, now waiting in polished bronze armour with warm, welcoming smiles. Like most of the guards here, they sported thick moustaches, a detail Archer had notably lacked. "Good morning, Your Highness." They chimed together. "Good morning," she replied. "I need to see Prince Apollo immediately. Can you take me to him?" "I'm afraid he's already departed for the hunt," Joff answered. "Then take me to the hunt," Evangeline insisted. She could feel the morning slipping away as they stood there talking. Part of her wanted to blurt out her news about Jax right then, but she held back, uncertain who in the castle was truly trustworthy. For Jax to move so freely, he must have eyes and ears everywhere. Hale's expression turned hesitant. "Your Highness, please don't tell me I'm not permitted to leave the grounds." "Oh, not at all," Hale said, his face brightening. "We wouldn't miss a chance to go to the hunt." He said the word with such a mix of awe and excitement that despite her urgency, Evangeline felt compelled to ask, "What exactly is this hunt?" Both men beamed, their square faces alight with enthusiasm. "It's the most exciting event of the entire year," Joff declared. "Everyone waits for it," Hale echoed. If Evangeline had ever had brothers, she imagined they might have been a bit like these two, energetic, finishing each other's thoughts as they tumbled over one another to explain. "It's a tradition nearly as old as the North itself," Hale began. "Started ages ago by the Valors," Joff added. "The tale goes that one of their daughters, the beautiful one—" "They were all beautiful," Hale interjected. "Fine? The most beautiful one," Joff continued, undeterred. "She had a pet unicorn. Every year after the first spring rain, they'd release that unicorn into the cursed forest, and everyone would give chase." "And that was considered entertainment?" Evangeline asked, a hint of sarcasm colouring her tone. Honestly, the preoccupations of the North sometimes bordered on the absurd. Hale was quick to reassure her. "Don't worry. They weren't trying to harm it. Killing a unicorn is dreadful luck. Besides, they're much more valuable alive." Joff nodded in agreement. "Whoever managed to catch the unicorn was granted a half-wish." "A half-wish? What does that even mean?" Both soldiers shrugged. "No one really knows for sure," Joff admitted.
There aren't any unicorns left anymore,
Hale finished. So now, every year, someone volunteers to dress up as the unicorn for the hunt. One time Joff here nearly volunteered. Joff stood a little taller, his chest puffing out with pride. "I would have volunteered," the guard admitted, "but that fool Quickston got there first."
"Forgive my asking," Evangeline replied, striving for politeness as these men clearly revered the hunt. "But why would anyone willingly put themselves forward for such a thing?" Hale leaned in. "If you're the one playing the unicorn and you manage to evade capture for 2 nights and 3 days, you're rewarded with a full knighthood, your own squire, and a mountain of gold. And if you are caught," Evangeline pressed, Joff's enthusiasm dimmed.
"Well, the person dressed as the unicorn usually ends up severely injured. The one who catches them, however, claims the title, if they want it, plus the gold and the squire. So the appeal is purely the reward at the finish. There's a massive festival afterward," Hale added, and Joff cut in. "It's the single time each year anyone is permitted to step into the cursed forest." Evangeline had never heard the name. And people actually wish to go in there? Oh, absolutely. The cursed forest is a particular brand of cursed. But you should really find some sturdier boots and throw on a cloak or two before we head out, Hale advised, his tone shifting to one of dry practicality. "It always rains on the path, a delightful little feature I was attempting to mention earlier. Consider it the forest's soggy welcome mat. Once, the tales said, the cursed forest bore no curse at all. It was celebrated as the most beautiful woodland in all the magnificent north, the very kind from which the finest fairy tales sprang. It was populated by kindly folk of the woods who would steer lost wanderers home or lead the injured to safety. Flowers there glowed after dusk, and birds sang melodies so heartbreakingly beautiful they could soften the sternest soul. The Valors were said to have cherished it above all others, and the forest in turn adored them. When the Valors were executed, the forest's grief was so profound it changed, becoming something else entirely, something cursed that would then curse all who entered. Some whispered this was the forest's twisted attempt to force others to love it as the Valors had, for its curse was a strange one. Initially, it felt less like a curse and more like enchantment, that is, until more and more northerners ventured in and never returned. In classic northern logic, it was decreed that all paths leading to the forest should also be cursed, to deter further disappearances. Predictably, they couldn't agree on the method, so a haphazard barrage of spells was cast at once. Evangeline knew none of this history, but the moment she set foot on the path with her guards, the evidence of those botched enchantments was immediate. A light drizzle quickly escalated into a torrent. Wind whipped the rain sideways, then slantways, soaking her through in moments. The road seemed endless, the downpour a constant drumming assault. Every instinct screamed to turn back. But she had to reach Apollo. She had to warn him about Jax's secret visits to the castle. Her only weapon was the jewelled dagger from Jax, hidden in the green velvet belt at her waist. She told herself she would not hesitate to use it if she saw him again. Yet a treacherous part of her doubted she could actually drive the blade home. Another, even more twisted part, feared she might never lay eyes on him again. Her stomach tightened, recalling how she had turned from him the night before, and he had not followed. She knew Jax was the enemy, but a part of her heart remained stubbornly, foolishly enchanted by the memory of Archer. Alone, she stood no chance against him. The relentless rain felt like a cold echo of that helplessness, each drop a reminder of the tangled web she was caught in. Evangeline knew securing Apollo's aid, along with his forces and resources, was worth any hardship. Trudging through the downpour felt like a minor inconvenience by comparison. "Just keep moving forward," Joff encouraged, his voice nearly swallowed by the wind that lashed his cloak and speckled his boots with mud. She felt a surge of gratitude toward the guards who had insisted she wear proper boots. Had she ventured out in slippers, she would have been trapped in the mire, joining the countless abandoned shoes that now formed patches of the path itself. The route was littered with ancient, derelict carriages, a testament to the well-known enchantments barring any conveyance but one's own 2 feet from entering the cursed forest. "We're nearly there," Hale announced, as if on cue. A sign materialized beside the trail.
100 steps to the cursed forest. You can still turn around. The rain intensified to a punishing roar as Evangeline passed it, plastering stray strands of hair to her cheeks. Moments later, through the deluge, another marker taunted her. Why haven't you turned around yet? The storm seemed to rage with personal fury, falling in relentless sheets until she arrived before a final, bizarre sign, "Welcome to the best day of your life." It was crafted from pink wood with gilded letters, an absurd contrast to the journey. The instant Evangeline's eyes finished tracing the words, the cacophonous rain vanished. She could still hear its echo hammering the earth, but when she glanced back, the path she had just endured was bone-dry, as parched as a desert canyon under a midday sun. "There's no rainfall in the cursed forest," Joff explained, a hint of grim amusement in his tone. "That's partly why the paths are spelled—"
If you're lost, feeling the rain is your only sure sign you've escaped the woods. It was a strangely practical bit of magic in a place meant for nightmares. "So we're inside now?" Evangeline asked, surveying the bustling encampments that surrounded them. After the harrowing trek and ominous warnings, she had braced for shadows, clinging cobwebs, and skittering horrors. Instead, a dusky, twilight sky hung over a vibrant village of silk tents adorned with festive flags.
The air buzzed with the energy of adventurers in rugged gear, accompanied by horses, barking dogs and falcons perched regally on shoulders. She squinted past the tents, searching for gnarled trees or fallen leaves, but saw only a hazy, shimmering blur of colour, like catching a glimpse of a rainbow's end. "We're in the in-between," Hale clarified. "You'll know when you're truly in the forest," Joff added, his voice dropping. Your Highness." The cheerful cry came from Aurora Vale, who bounded forward, her violet curls bouncing perfectly. While everyone else looked thoroughly bedraggled, Aurora appeared utterly refreshed, her knee-high grey boots spotless, her armoured dress impeccable, and her quiver of silver-tipped arrows gleaming. Hale immediately straightened his posture, and Joff made a futile attempt to tame his wind-blown hair. "I had no idea you were joining the hunt," Aurora exclaimed. "You simply must be on a team with me and my sister, Vesper." "Thank you, but I'm only here to find Apollo," Evangeline replied. "You could always join the lovely miss after you find him," Joff suggested hopefully. "I'm certain the prince wouldn't object." Hale chimed in a little too quickly. Evangeline doubted Apollo would share their enthusiasm, and she was beginning to question the guards' collective judgment. Even before Aurora's dazzling arrival, their eyes had gleamed with a reckless hunger for adventure at the sight of the fluttering tents and gleaming weaponry. "Oh, please, ask your prince to join. We would have the most wonderful time together." Aurora gazed up with an expression of hopeful pleading, rather like a puppy begging for a game. Of course, Evangeline mused. Most puppies weren't armed with a quiver of arrows intended for use against other puppies.
"I'll consider it," she said, her tone non-committal. A sudden, distant chorus of laughter from a nearby tent made her wonder what other peculiar delights or deceptions this in-between place held. "I need to locate Apollo first. I can guide you to him," Aurora offered. "I spotted him just over there. His camp lies past the cluster of tents belonging to House Castile."
She gestured northward, toward a sprawling village of pale blue tents adorned with silver stripes, populated by a number of exceptionally tall men and women dressed in coordinated hues. "I believe the lady is incorrect," interjected a new, initially unfamiliar voice. When Evangeline turned, she found the amiable face of Lord Byron Bellflower smiling at her, much as he had the previous evening at dinner when he'd entertained her with humorous tales about Apollo. While not unwelcome, his timing was less than ideal. "I didn't hear your approach, my lord." This wasn't entirely surprising, given how Aurora Vale commanded all attention, while Lord Byron seemed dressed to blend into the background. He wore brown trousers, a leather vest, and a simple beige shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. Unlike Aurora, he carried no quiver of arrows, only a small dagger at his belt and a knife on his hip. "I'd hoped we were friendly enough for you to call me Byron. My apologies for startling you, Your Highness. I've just come from Apollo." He was conferring with the Guild of Heroes right beside his actual campsite. Byron pointed in the opposite direction, beyond a line of food vendors, where Evangeline could see a collection of dark green tents encircled by groups of men and women, each seemingly accompanied by a hunting dog or a bird of prey.
That can't be right, Aurora insisted, a flush of irritation colouring her cheeks. The prince and his royal camp are the other way. I was there myself mere minutes ago, before I found Princess Evangeline.
Your Highness, Byron said calmly, forgive my bluntness, but I fear your companion is either confused or being dishonest. The prince is not where she claims. I am not. A sudden fanfare of trumpets echoed in the distance, cutting off Aurora's retort. A herald in royal livery nearby promptly shouted, "Hear ye! The hunt commences in 10 minutes. 10 minutes until the beginning." Time was slipping away. Well then, it appears we should all be on our way, Aurora declared, dismissing the disagreement as if it had never occurred. Joff and Hale immediately fell into step behind her, postures rigid and loyal, looking as though they'd follow her into a fiery crater if she asked. Byron, however, remained unswayed. He shot Evangeline a swift, earnest glance. "You'll regret going with her," he murmured quietly. Evangeline scanned the nearest campsite, hoping to find a passer-by who might have seen Apollo, but the crowd was already streaming toward the hazy border of the cursed forest. Apollo was likely among them. She had to decide quickly if she wanted to warn him about Jax before he vanished into the woods.
"I'm certain one of you must simply be mistaken," Evangeline said with forced sweetness, though she believed no such thing. Someone was lying. Both looked affronted. Aurora halted her departure, her lovely features twisting into something momentarily ugly as she shot Byron a venomous glare, though she bit back any oath of virtue. Evangeline's distrust of her had been simmering since Aurora had pointedly noted her knife and then ambushed her in the hallway with accusations of scandal.
She wasn't sure she trusted Byron either. Recent events had left her wary of nearly everyone, but the young lord had given her no concrete reason for suspicion. "Joff," Evangeline decided, "why don't you accompany Aurora? If you locate the prince before I do, please inform him that I am searching for him and advise him not to participate in the hunt until we have spoken. This is crucial. Hale and I will proceed in the opposite direction alongside Lord Bellflower." Hale's expression fell, clearly disappointed to be parting from Aurora. "We'll meet her again soon," Evangeline assured him as they trailed Byron toward the cluster of tents that seemed to specialize more in ale than actual sustenance. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows over the lingering crowd. Evangeline observed a boisterous group raising their tankards in unison, their voices merging into a loud, "To the hunt?" "Best of luck to you all," Byron called out with a cheerful wave. The revellers lifted their drinks once more in another raucous cheer. From somewhere in the deepening twilight, a herald's voice echoed, noticeably fainter than before. 5 minutes remaining. The hunt begins in 5 minutes. This announcement seemed to come from a greater distance. Evangeline never saw the herald. She only caught the fading tail end of his cry before it was swallowed by the night. The tents they passed now, marked as belonging to the Guild of Heroes, stood silent and empty. It appeared every hero had already departed for the forest's edge. The only sign of recent life was a wisp of smoke curling from a recently extinguished fire pit. The earlier sounds of conversation, laughter, and blades being honed had vanished completely. A knot of anxiety tightened in Evangeline's chest. She desperately hoped they were not already too late. The thought of pursuing Apollo into the actual depths of the cursed forest as the sun dipped below the horizon filled her with dread.
"How much farther is this camp?"
she asked, her voice tighter than she intended. "Just ahead," Byron replied, his tone smooth and assured. Yet, as the last light bled from the sky and a creeping fog began to coil around their ankles, Evangeline felt a growing certainty that they were not heading toward any camp. They were moving inexorably toward the looming border of the cursed forest itself. A cold realization washed over her. Trusting Byron might have been a grave error. Instinctively, she shifted her path, closing the distance between herself and Hale. "Stay close to me," she murmured to him. In a sudden, fluid motion, Byron's hand closed around Evangeline's wrist, pulling her back toward him. The fog had thickened into a dense, knee-high mist, but it was the unyielding pressure of his grip that truly sparked her fear. "Let me go," she demanded, trying to wrench her arm free. Byron's hold only tightened. "Lord Bellflower." Hale's voice was low and tense, his hand now resting firmly on the pommel of his sword. "The princess asked you to release her." A slow, chilling smile spread across Byron's face. The moment seemed to stretch and snap all at once. As that sinister smile fully formed, his other hand moved with blinding speed. Evangeline barely registered the flash of steel before the thrown knife found its mark, embedding itself deep in Hale's throat. Hale crumpled to the earth, a dark flood spreading from the wound. "No, Hale." Evangeline's scream tore through the muffling fog. Hale. Byron was on her in an instant, one hand clamped brutally over her mouth, stifling her cries, while his other arm locked around her torso like an iron band. "Now you'll answer for what you did to Petra?" he hissed into her ear. "Petra? Who was Petra?" Evangeline tried to shout the question, but the words were smothered against his palm. She fought wildly, twisting and kicking, but Byron only tightened his vice-like grip and began dragging her backward over the rough ground. The tents were gone now, vanished into the oppressive grey mist. It was just the two of them, utterly isolated. She tried to plant her feet, to remember every defensive move Archer had drilled into her, but her toes merely scraped uselessly through the dirt. She had no purchase, no leverage, but she did have one hand free, and it was close enough to brush against the dagger secured at her belt. This was it, her only chance. With a surge of desperate strength, she seized the hilt and drove the blade upward, feeling it slice cleanly through the flesh of Byron's forearm. "You vicious little!" he roared in pain and shock. "That was for Hale!" Evangeline shouted as his grip finally broke. Then she ran her boots pounding against the earth as she fled into the consuming fog. Chapter 24. Apollo. Apollo was no murderer. He did not take life unless it was the final, unavoidable option. Yet as he stood alone in the tent with Joff, the temptation to draw his sword and end, the man was a palpable heated pressure in his veins. On a day like today, during the chaos of the hunt, a body left in the cursed forest would simply be another tragic accident. No one would question it. But he needed information, not another corpse. He fixed the soldier with an icy, controlled stare. "Where is my wife?" "She is with Lord Bellflower, Your Highness. And what possible reason could you have for leaving her in his company?" Apollo's voice was dangerously quiet. "She instructed me to do so, Your Highness. Princess Evangeline wasn't certain of your camp's location, so she instructed Hale and me to search separately." "Your duty is to remain with her," Apollo cut in sharply, "no matter her own wishes."
"I understand, Your Highness." Joff lowered his gaze. "My failure is unforgivable." "Leaf," Apollo commanded, his hand resting on his sword's hilt, "before I decide to test your loyalty with steel." Joff hesitated, a line of sweat tracing his temple. "One final message, Your Highness. The princess was adamant you should not join the hunt until she locates you herself. Did she give a reason?" "None," Joff replied, shaking his head, "but her resolve was unmistakable." Apollo's expression softened a fraction. "That never changes." "Your Highness!" The frantic cry came from a young boy who darted into the tent, evading a guard's grasp. "The princess! She's in danger. I saw a man attack her. She fled into the cursed forest." Evangeline raced blindly through the thick mist. She believed she was retracing her steps toward the Guild of Heroes' encampment, but no tents emerged from the gloom, only an endless shroud of fog and darkness. She might have turned back, but the echo of Byron's furious shouts still chased her, his crude insults, leaving her bewildered about Petra and whatever crime he imagined she'd committed. Only when his voice faded entirely did she let her pace falter, gasping for air as she wiped her stinging eyes. Hale. He didn't deserve to die, not in that manner, not at all.
Logically, Evangeline knew the blame wasn't hers. She hadn't flung that dagger, yet the weight of guilt settled heavily on her shoulders. With so many seeking her end, she couldn't silence the nagging question. What had she done to invite this chaos? Was it simply her marriage to a prince, or did it trace back to some lost chapter of her past? The uncertainty tightened around her chest, making each breath harder as she pressed deeper into the murky woods. Mud caked her boots and the emerald velvet of her cloak until the terrain shifted unexpectedly beneath her. She stumbled as soft earth gave way to uneven cobblestones. Then, as if swept aside by an unseen hand, the fog vanished. The oppressive night lifted, revealing a street dazzling with colour and light. It was a lane of cheerful shops, each adorned with striped awnings and doors painted in vivid hues. The air smelled irresistibly of sugar and warm cookies. Evangeline's skin tingled with recognition as she passed the bright storefronts. She knew she shouldn't stop. She was still running for her life, still desperate to find Apollo and warn him about Jax. But this was no ordinary pretty avenue. She knew the leaning lamp-post at the corner. She knew why the breeze carried the scent of baking gingerbread. And she knew, nestled between Crystal's Candy Haven and Mabel's Baked Delights, she would find the place she loved more than any other, her father's shop, Maximilian's curiosities, whimsies, and other oddities. Her heart clenched as she approached the door. Suddenly, nothing else existed but this moment. The shop looked younger, brighter than in her memories. The paint was a dazzling, wet-looking green. The window glass was so pristine it seemed invisible. She half believed she could reach straight through and pluck one of the peculiar treasures spilling from the overturned violet top hat, displayed within a hat she never thought she'd see again. It should have been impossible. She couldn't have run all the way home to Valenda from the north. That journey required a ship, not a frantic sprint through a forest. Yet when her fingers brushed the door, it was solid, real, and warm from a sun that shouldn't have been shining. A sudden, sharp memory flashed. Her father laughing as he placed that very hat in the window, a private joke she'd once understood. The ache of that loss was fresh and startling. This was no illusion. It was a piece of her past, waiting. It was all real. The scent of freshly baked cookies still drifted from the shop down the block. Then a distant call reached her ears. "Fresh lemonade! Get your lemonade here!" That cheerful shout was soon followed by a shimmering cascade of bubbles drifting from the corner, creating a perfect, fleeting moment of pure joy. When Evangeline first stepped into the outskirts of the cursed forest, the sign had proclaimed, "Welcome to the best day of your life." She'd dismissed it as silly nonsense at the time, but now she understood this. Was that exact day, plucked from her memory, the afternoon before her 12th birthday. Evangeline had always been captivated by the thrill of anticipation. Her favourite hobby was to let her imagination run wild, dreaming up endless possibilities. What wonders might unfold, what surprises were in store. She especially adored the electric buzz before a big celebration, and her parents were masters at making her birthdays unforgettable. For her 9th birthday, she'd awakened to find every tree in her mother's garden transformed. Their branches were adorned with lollipops, tied with striped ribbons, while gumdrops nestled in the flower beds and enormous pieces of rock, candy sparkled among the grass like enchanted stones. "We certainly didn't do this," her father had insisted with a wink.
Absolutely not.
Her mother had chimed in, playing along. This was pure magic. Deep down, Evangeline knew it wasn't real magic, or at least, she was mostly sure. Her parents had a special talent for crafting moments so wondrous that a sliver of doubt always remained, making her wonder if maybe, just maybe, it was magical after all. So on this particular day, the eve of turning 12, her heart was brimming with hope for whatever delightful surprise her parents had conjured. She possessed an unshakable faith that they had planned something extraordinary. The waiting was agonizing, yet it was also the very thing that made the day so deliciously sweet. Her bubbling excitement seemed to infect everyone who wandered into her father's curiosity shop that afternoon, turning every customer's lips into a smile and filling the air with spontaneous, infectious laughter, though no one could quite say why. Happiness, it seemed, was simply in the air. Perhaps there was a touch of magic at play, because by sheer coincidence, the local baker decided to test his new recipe for jewel-toned stained glass cookies right there in the shop. He wanted to gauge reactions, and the curiosity shop was clearly the place to be. The cookies were divine, but they were elevated to perfection by the arrival of a lemonade cart parked right outside. Painted in cheerful shades of yellow and white, it featured a whimsical contraption underneath that released a steady stream of heart-shaped bubbles. Evangeline had seen plenty of lemonade stands, but never one quite like this. It boasted 4 unique flavors, which, according to the chalkboard sign, rotated every other day. Today's selections were blueberry lemonade, lavender lemonade with honey ice, crushed strawberry lemonade with fresh basil, and the crowning glory, whipped lemonade, a creamy concoction of lemon, sugar, and fresh cream, topped with a sparkling swirl of vanilla-infused whipped cream. Evangeline tried to sip slowly to make it last, but she was also eager to share this discovery with her mother and father, who had, foolishly in her opinion, only ordered the blueberry. She could still vividly recall sitting on the shop's front steps, nestled between them, feeling like the most fortunate girl in the entire world. The sheer impossibility of travelling back to this moment didn't matter to her. She wanted it too badly to be back at the shop, to be with her parents, to feel that profound safety that she was ready to believe in any impossibility. A shadow shifted inside the shop. Evangeline spotted it through the window pane, and though it was just a dark shape, she knew instantly who it belonged to. "Father!" she cried out, rushing through the doorway. The scent of the shop wrapped around her, a familiar blend of old wood crates and the lingering trace of violet perfume her mother always wore. Evangeline's boots echoed sharply on the black and white tiles as she hurried forward, calling out, "Father!" From somewhere deeper inside, her mother's voice answered, "Darling, stay where you are." Just hearing that sound again made Evangeline's legs tremble. It had been years. No warning, no plea could have kept her from rushing toward it. She darted past the main counter to the rear wall, where a cleverly hidden door, masquerading as an old armoire, led to the back storeroom. But the room was empty. Only half-unpacked crates, a partially assembled window display, and scattered clutter she barely noticed. If her memory of this specific afternoon was right, her parents would be upstairs in the attic, preparing balloons for the celebration tomorrow. The staircase stood in the far corner. Yet, as she neared it, her father's voice thundered from above. "Sweetheart, don't come up! I just need to see you," she pleaded, taking the steps 2 at a time. Her heart hammered with a desperate mix of longing and dread, the terror that if she hesitated, this fragile moment would shatter, hurling her back to a present without them. When her fingers closed around the cold, solid doorknob, tears stung her eyes. She pushed the door open to a space overflowing with birthday balloons. Lavender, violet, white, and gold spheres danced on their pink ribbons. They were the very balloons from her party that year, yet now they seemed more vibrant, more buoyant, and impossibly numerous. "Darling, you shouldn't be here." Her mother's voice floated through the colourful sea. "You're ruining the surprise," her father added, his tone warm and startlingly close, though neither parent was visible behind the shifting wall of balloons. "Mother, father, please, show yourselves." What began as a wistful dream twisted into a frantic nightmare as Evangeline fought her way through the balloons. For every one she batted aside, 2 more seemed to swell into its place. "Mother! Father!" She started popping them between her cries, but the balloons multiplied endlessly. "Honey, what's all that noise?" her father called, his voice now seeming to drift from the foot of the stairs. She knew it was a cruel illusion, just like this impossible room. But hope, once kindled, is a stubborn, tenacious thing, wonderful in its persistence, agonizing in its refusal to die. Having heard her parents' voices, Evangeline couldn't suppress the wild hope that if she just moved quickly enough, she might finally see their faces. She stumbled, her skirts tangling around her ankles, as she fled back down into the storeroom, now transformed into a maze of curiosity crates. Just like the balloons, there were far more crates than she recalled, forming a bewildering labyrinth. And from somewhere within it, her mother's voice called again, "Darling, where have you gone?" This time, the gentle question constricted Evangeline's throat. It felt so near, yet she sensed with a sinking certainty that nearness was all she would ever get. Always, almost within reach, but never truly there. "I'm sorry," said a new voice, quiet and clear. Evangeline startled, turning toward the speaker. The young man beside her wasn't someone you could just glance at and look away. One look stole the breath from her lungs. He was arrestingly handsome, with the most vividly green eyes she had ever seen, a shade so intense it made her question if she'd truly seen the colour green before. "Why are you sorry?" Evangeline managed to ask. "Did you make this happen?" The handsome stranger's mouth curved into a faint, sorrowful frown. "I wish I had that kind of power. This is how the cursed forest ensnares you. It dangles just enough to make you chase, but it never lets you catch what you're truly seeking." "Darling, where are you?" her mother's voice repeated, a haunting echo. Evangeline glanced toward the sound in her heart. She knew the stranger was right. Part of her had feared all along that something this miraculous was too good to be true. People didn't stumble into pits and wells on the best day of their lives. Yet all Evangeline desired was to sprint past the wooden crates, chasing the fading echo of her mother's call. She craved one final look, one more minute, one last embrace. The handsome stranger made no move to halt her if she chose to run. He stood frozen as still as one of the artifacts unpacked from the storage. He didn't blink or flinch, not a single finger twitching. His attire resembled fine leather soldier's armor, yet it was unlike any she had seen that day, though armored. He carried no visible weapons, and his clean-shaven face ruled him out as one of Apollo's guards. "Are you another trick of this forest?" she ventured. "Is this a bargain? A year of my life in exchange for seeing my parents?" "Would you agree to those terms?" he asked. Evangeline weighed the offer. Being this close to her parents, in this almost real place, sharpened the hollow ache in her chest until it was a physical pain. The temptation was fierce to trade a year just for a hug, to be held by those who loved her purely, who unquestionably wanted her happiness. For a moment, she wanted to forget her mysterious husband, the constant threats on her life, and her dangerous attraction to the most notorious murderer in the realm. A year seemed a small price for such an escape, but she knew her parents would despise the choice. "No," Evangeline whispered, "I won't make that deal." "Wise," the stranger said, "and I am no trap. I am caught in one myself." He stepped forward with a fluid grace unexpected for his tall, powerful frame. The cursed forest pulls everyone into a replica of their perfect day. It gives you just enough to make you desperate for the rest. "So your perfect day is different from mine?" Evangeline asked. He nodded. "The forest can shift its scenery, but it cannot hide those trapped within from each other. That is how I located you. Why seek me out? Who are you? You knew me as chaos. I am your friend," he stated, though the word friend sounded uncertain on his tongue. Had Evangeline not just witnessed a guard's murder and survived an attempt on her own life, she might have dismissed the oddity. She didn't want to believe her luck was so foul that this chaos would also wish her harm. But she wasn't taking chances. Her hand went to the dagger at her belt. Chaos immediately raised his hands. "You are not in danger. I came because a mutual friend needs your help. He's on the verge of a catastrophic mistake, and you must change his mind before it's too late to save him. I mean you no harm, Evangeline." "Then why don't you get the hell away from her?" came a low growl. Evangeline hadn't heard his approach. She turned to find Archer, Jax, suddenly there, striding swiftly between the crates, his eyes fixed on chaos with lethal intent. It was easier to think of him as Jax now. "I don't want you near her, ever." Jax drew his sword, and before Chaos could utter another word, he drove the blade straight through his chest. Jax's back slammed into the ground as Evangeline hurled herself at him. "You monster!"
She screamed, the curse clumsy but furious on her lips. He'd never heard her swear properly before. As they fell, she landed hard on his chest with a force that should have stolen her breath, yet it didn't stop her from wailing. "Why would you do that? You can't just kill people," she continued to thrash against him, her fists pounding in a frantic, grief-stricken rhythm. She straddled his waist, fists flying in a frantic, uncoordinated storm.
Jax couldn't decipher if she meant to pummel him or plunge the blade she clutched. He doubted she knew herself. Had she intended to stab him? The knife was angled all wrong as her hands hammered against his chest. On another day, he might have felt a flicker of pride at this clumsy attempt at self-defense. But as always, Evangeline was utterly blind to the true peril surrounding them. He caught both her wrists in his gloved hands, wrenching them above her head before she could inadvertently open his throat. "He isn't truly dead," Jax gritted out, the words tight. "The real creature, the one I just put down, will wake again, and when he does, we cannot be here. There is no we. I know exactly what you are." Evangeline wrenched her hands free, shoved back, and levelled her dagger at his heart. This time, the point was aimed correctly. Her fingers trembled, yet her voice remained a scalding mix of fury and betrayal. "I saw your picture in the gossip rags, right next to the story, listing everyone you slaughtered last night. I slaughtered no one last night. You killed a man right in front of me. That wasn't slaughter. He was attempting to kill you." Her mouth twisted in a grimace. She knew he spoke the truth. Still, the dagger didn't waver from its target. In her eyes, he saw the conviction that ending him was the just course. And she wasn't entirely mistaken. "I've earned this," he admitted, voice low. "I've likely earned far worse. But today is not the day to finish me. Right now, I am fighting to keep you breathing." Jax seized her arms again and rolled, pinning her beneath him. He tried to be careful, to avoid causing pain, but she needed to comprehend before he released her. "Yes, I am a killer. I take pleasure in others' suffering. I savour blood. I relish pain. I am a monster, but whether you recall it or not, I'm your monster, Evangeline." Her breath hitched. For a heartbeat, Jax could have sworn the emotion in her gaze wasn't anger or terror. A flush crept up her neck, her cheeks colouring in a way that was entirely new. He couldn't tell if memories were finally stirring. He was selfish enough to hope they were. He considered holding her there beneath him until they did. A terrible idea. Yet he craved for her to remember him, to look at him just once with the knowing recognition she'd once held. It was cruel to wish for her desire to return. Remembering would only wound her deeper. He was still haunted by the last time he'd seen her with her memories intact. Just outside the Valerie Arch. Hours before, he'd felt her life slip away in his arms. Evangeline had been oblivious, unaware he'd already used the stones to turn back time for her. She'd been pleading with him to abandon his quest to return to Donatella, asking him to choose her instead. After everything, she had still wanted him. Jax had ached to tell her he could barely recall Donatella's face, that Evangeline's was the only one painted behind his eyelids, that he would follow her anywhere if it were possible. But he could not endure watching her die again. His first fox had believed in him, and she had perished, just as Evangeline would. Their story had only one ending, and it held no joy. Her hope was potent, but it wasn't magic. It wasn't enough. It was better to wound her, to shatter her heart, to do whatever necessary to keep her alive and keep her distant. That truth remained. But today Jax was failing miserably at letting go. He wanted to keep her pressed against the floor, a fleeting anchor in the chaos. He would have ignited the world and watched it turn to ash, just to prolong this moment. A glance to the side. Castor lay motionless, chest still, eyes frozen wide. He truly appeared deceased. But the reprieve wouldn't last much longer. Jax had to get Evangeline out of here now. Her face was still flushed beneath him, cheeks red and breath coming in heavy gasps. He could see the indecision in her eyes. the wariness about whether to trust him. But there was no more time to waste. Jax pushed himself up from the floor, his movements swift. He seized her hand, pulling her upright before she could protest, and reached for the length of rope coiled at his belt. "What are you doing?" Evangeline began, but he gave her no opportunity to pull away. He drew her back against him and swiftly bound her wrists to his own. Evangeline hadn't even seen where the rope came from. One moment his hands were empty, and the next the cord was there, as if he always carried it just in case he needed to restrain someone. "How could I have ever loved you?" The words were harsh, born from the whirlwind of her emotions. One second she was on the ground with him above her, and now they were tied together, skin against skin. The contact felt different without the barrier of clothing, more intimate, more alarming. She imagined he could feel the frantic beat of her pulse where their arms pressed together. When she tugged against the bindings instead of loosening, delicate flowers began to sprout from the rope. Tiny white and pink buds unfurled on jewel-green vines that twined around their arms, drawing them even closer. "What are you doing?" Jax demanded, his voice sharp. "I thought you were causing this. You think I'd tie us together with flowers?" He scowled as a pink bud burst into full bloom beside his wrist. "It has to be this place," he muttered under his breath. Only then did Evangeline realize their surroundings had completely changed. The cluttered back room of the curiosity shop was gone. In its place stood what appeared to be a charming cottage, or perhaps it was a quaint inn. The entryway where they stood was brightly lit and too spacious for a simple family home. Above them rose at least 4 stories, each lined with doors adorned with curious carvings. Rabbits wearing crowns, hearts encased under glass domes, mermaids draped in seashell necklaces. She felt a pang of foolishness for not noticing sooner, for being so consumed by Jax that the world had shifted without her awareness. Directly across from them was a rounded wooden door, and beside it hung the most wonderfully peculiar clock. It was brightly painted, its gleaming jeweled pendulums swinging slowly. Instead of numbers, the clock face displayed the names of foods and drinks, dumplings and meat, fish stew, mystery stew, toast and tea, porridge, ale, beer, mead, wine cider, honey pie, brambleberry crisp, forest cakes. "Welcome to the Hollow," Jax said, his voice soft but edged. Evangeline spun to face him, or tried to. Whirling was hardly possible with a rope of flowering vines securing their arms together. You can't just tie people up and whisk them off wherever you please.
"I wouldn't have to if you would just remember."
His tone was still quiet, but it was a dangerous quiet, one that made each word feel like a cut. Evangeline told herself not to care, yet she felt compelled to argue. "You don't think I'm trying to remember?" "Clearly not hard enough," Jax replied, his voice cold. "Do you even want your memories back? It's all I've been trying to do. If you believe that, then you're either lying to yourself or you've forgotten what it really means to try." His eyes locked with hers, burning with a fire that looked like anger, but she could see threads of silver hurt moving through the blue like cracks in ice. "I've seen you try before. I've seen you want something more than anything in the world. I've seen what you're willing to do, how far you're willing to go. You haven't even come close to that now." He ground his jaw, staring at her with a mix of anger and exasperation. He lifted his free hand as if to push it through his hair, but instead he wrapped it around the back of her neck and brought his forehead to rest against hers. His skin was cool, but the contact sent a wave of heat through her. As his fingers slid into her hair, her entire body went lax, yielding. He held her there, his touch both gentle and firm where his fingers pressed against her scalp. This was twisted, craving the man who had bound her to him and committed so many unforgivable acts. Yet all she could feel was a desperate hunger for more. He was a cursed, irresistible treat. A single taste would spoil a person for anything ordinary. But she hadn't tasted him, and she wouldn't. There could be no tasting. She didn't even understand why her mind kept circling back to that idea. She attempted to lean back, but Jax held firm, his fingers woven into her hair, his cool brow resting against her own. "Please, little fox, remember." That name did something to her core. Little fox. Little fox. Little fox. Two ordinary words that felt like anything but. They felt like a freefall. They felt like a fragile, blooming hope. They felt like the only words that mattered in the entire world. They sent her pulse racing and her thoughts whirling until the universe narrowed to just the two of them. Nothing else existed but the chill of his forehead against hers, the secure grip of his hand in her curls, and the raw, shattered plea in his mercury blue eyes. The combination churned her emotions like a shuffled deck, bringing every feeling she'd tried to bury right back to the surface. She ached to trust him. She longed to believe his claim that the handsome stranger he'd stabbed wasn't truly dead. She wanted to dismiss every violent story she'd ever heard about him as fiction. She wanted him, it didn't matter that minutes before he'd confessed to enjoying blood and hurt and pain. Those facts were now buried at the bottom of the deck, and she had no desire to shuffle them back up top. Evangeline knew she could probably invent reasons to explain this away, reasons that stretched beyond the power of a mere nickname. But she was tired of justifying her heart. She just wanted to follow where it led. The urge to pull away vanished, replaced by a reckless curiosity to walk whatever shadowy path he was on, and that had to signify something. Maybe it just meant she was a naive fool, or maybe it meant her soul remembered what her mind had forgotten. She made one more attempt, squeezing her eyes shut and repeating the name like a sacred mantra. Little fox, little fox, little fox. The mere idea of Jack's whispering those words made her heart somersault, but no lost memories surfaced. When she opened her eyes, his otherworldly gaze was still fixed on hers, a flicker of hope visible within them. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I still can't remember." The light in his eyes snuffed out instantly. Jax swiftly unravelled his fingers from her hair, straightened his posture, and put distance between them. Now, only the flowering vines, binding their wrists and arms, kept them connected. He made no move to sever them, and Evangeline felt an odd pang of gratitude for that. Her memories might not have returned, but her heart seemed to recall him perfectly, because it cracked a little as he looked at her with eyes now as cold and distant as deep forest shadows. The eerie clock in the hallway chimed for mystery stew, and the handsome stranger's body on the floor twitched. Evangeline saw his chest shudder with a movement that wasn't quite a breath, but was unmistakably life. "We have to leave now," Jax stated. His voice edged. He gave a sharp tug on the blossoming rope that connected them, dislodging several pale petals. "Where are we going?" she asked. "And how did we even get here in the first place?"
"We're here because I tied us together,"
Jax replied flatly. If two people maintain skin-to-skin contact, they're both pulled into the daydream of the person with the strongest will. It was to keep us from getting separated. Trapped in different illusions, you might face a solid wall where I would see an open door. "So this is your ideal day?" Evangeline asked, a sudden, sharp curiosity cutting through her confusion. She wished she'd figured it out sooner, or that she had a moment to study this strange, cosy inn, to understand what Jax, of all people, might hold dear. But he was already moving, clearly unwilling to linger. He didn't even bother to answer her question. No voices called out for him, but Evangeline couldn't shake the thought that this place wounded Jax just as deeply as being near the echoes of her own parents had wounded her. Perhaps he also felt the ache of a desire forever out of reach. He flung the door to the hollow open with a haste that screamed of escape. Yet she caught a fleeting glimpse of anguish in his eyes, a silent hurt at the departure. Outside, he hurried down a path of absurd cheer. Hummingbirds darted, songbirds trilled, and miniature sapphire-coloured dragons dozed atop spotted toadstools. The poppies bordering the trail were colossal, their stems reaching her waist, their velvet crimson petals releasing a perfume so sweet it clung to the air. Where the cobblestones ended, the atmosphere shifted from floral to earthy and damp. A narrow dirt track wound ahead, walled by ancient trees that swallowed the sunshine, casting the world into a cool, shadowed quiet. The distant trickle of a stream mingled with new sounds, shouting voices and the thunder of galloping horses. The hunt was close. Apollo could be near. In the whirl of recent events, she'd nearly forgotten about him. Was he part of that chaotic ride? Or had he received Joff's message to wait for her outside the cursed forest? She desperately hoped for the latter. The idea of him finding her now magically bound to Jack's was a thought too terrible to entertain. "Where are we headed?" Evangeline asked. "First, we exit this damned forest before another would-be assassin finds you." "Speaking of that," she ventured, "someone else did try to kill me earlier, before I ever stepped foot in here." Jax shot her a look of pure exasperation. "Is there a daily schedule for attempts on your life? I'd like to see it. If I knew the reason, maybe I could prevent it," she replied, frustration colouring her own voice. He seemed sceptical. "Who was it this time? Did you get a look?" "Lord Byron Bellflower. Do you know him? We've crossed paths, spoiled, wealthy, and profoundly useless. Any idea why he'd want me dead?" He mentioned someone named Petra. Jax flinched. It was a micro-movement, so swift she almost doubted it happened. When he answered, his tone was deliberately flat. "Petra was a piece of work. She was Bellflower's lover until she died recently. You had nothing to do with it." "Then why target me?" "I haven't the faintest clue," Jax said, a thread of irritation in his voice now. "At this point, I'm operating on the assumption that everyone wants you dead. It simplifies planning." "Does everyone include you?" "No." His answer was immediate, absolute. "But that doesn't make me safe." He turned to look at her then. Truly, meeting her gaze for the first time since he'd pressed his forehead to hers and begged her to remember. His eyes were the brightest, most startling blue she'd ever seen. Yet here in the forest gloom they seemed paler, a spectral blue like a candle flame about to be snuffed. "I don't believe you'll hurt me," she said, the words feeling both like a declaration and a question. The light in his eyes dimmed further. "You'll feel very differently soon." The sentence echoed in her mind, unmistakably in Jax's voice, and a sickening sense of freefall opened in her stomach. A harsh, shrill caw split the air above. Evangeline looked up. A dark, winged shape circled against the patchy sky, a creature horribly familiar. Her heart lurched as the memory of its teeth sinking into her shoulder flashed before her eyes. "Oh no! What is it?" Jax asked, his posture tightening.
"That bird," she whispered, dread coiling in her throat. "It belongs to the leader of the Guild of Heroes. He uses it to track his quarries. It's hunting for you." In one fluid motion, Jax freed his hand and drew a knife from a holster at his thigh. "No." Evangeline grabbed his wrist. "Don't," Jax scowled, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "Don't tell me I'm not allowed to defend myself from birds now. It's a trained pet. It doesn't deserve to die for its master's commands."
He stared at her as if she were speaking a nonsensical language, his gaze lingering on her hand still wrapped around his wrist. After a tense moment, with a shake of his head that seemed to dismiss the entire irrational world, he slid the knife back into its sheath. "Let's just hope that Giant Bird is having a fantastic day, feasting on plump rabbits and paying us no mind at all." "Thank you," Evangeline murmured. "Though I'm not sure I actually did you a kindness." "It was exactly what I needed." Jax seemed on the verge of saying more about her needs, but instead he simply pulled her forward by the wrist, leading her deeper into the woods. She lost all sense of time as they walked, the vibrant, enchanted forest gradually dissolving into a world of mist, the brilliant flowers and the living vines that had bound them withered away, vanishing like a dream that cannot survive the harsh light of day. Jax remained solid beside her, his wrist secured to hers by a length of ordinary rope, but the world itself was fading into shadows. The sky churned with shades of slate and charcoal, heavy clouds threatening to burst. The first raindrop was a shock of cold. Then the deluge began, a relentless curtain of silver grey that blotted out any hint of stars or moon. Evangeline fumbled with the hood of her green velvet cloak, but her hair was already plastered to her scalp. "Does this mean we're finally free of the cursed forest?" "Yes. But where is the Hunt's camp? All the tents?" "We've come out on the opposite side," Jax replied, his stride never breaking as the rain poured down. The journey through the storm felt endless. It had been dark when they escaped the trees, and it was darker now. Jax had fallen into a heavy silence, and a gnawing hunger had begun to claw at Evangeline's insides. She couldn't recall her last meal or sip of water. Such needs had felt trivial inside the forest's magic, but out here, reality was a brutal companion. Her stomach growled, her legs trembled with fatigue, and every pebble and acorn on the path began to look suspiciously edible. The full weight of a day, or was it more, without sustenance settled upon her. Her mouth was parched, and her legs threatened to buckle. Jax matched her pace, but she felt like an anchor dragging behind him. Her soaked cloak was a cold, heavy weight, leaking icy water down her spine. "We're almost there," he said. Rain streamed from the ends of his golden hair, tracing paths over his cheekbones and down his neck to dampen his doublet. He wore no cloak, no hood, just the storm itself, and of course he made even the rain look deliberate and striking. He cut a sideways glance at her. "You shouldn't look at me like that. How should I look then?"
"Don't look at me at all," he said, turning his face away sharply. The dismissal felt like a physical pinch, a sting of something perilously close to hurt. He had tied her to him, he had saved her, and now he forbade her gaze. "What are we doing, Jax?" "We're getting out of this rain," he stated, and as if summoned by his words, an inn materialized in the distance, like an illustration sprung from the pages of a storybook. A very wet, very welcome storybook.
Evangeline didn't care about aesthetics. She craved warmth and food. Her shoes were waterlogged, her cloak a sodden burden, and even the rope between them was dripping. Yet as they drew nearer, the inn promised sanctuary. It was built of glistening red brick, with flower boxes overflowing with fluffy foxleaf blossoms, each petal cradling a fat raindrop. Smoke, smelling of cedar and pine, puffed invitingly from a chimney atop a mossy roof. A wooden sign creaked in the wind, "Ye Old Brick Inn at the end of the forest, for wayward travellers and adventurers." Beneath it, another sign swung, "Vacancy," and hooked below that, a smaller, almost comical placard read, "One bed." Chapter 28. Apollo. Apollo had never once joined the actual hunt. It's a marvellous way to get yourself killed. His father had often declared, show your face at the beginning, deliver a rousing speech, and then make a discreet exit. Apollo had always followed that advice to the letter. Apollo had never dared to cross the boundary of the royal encampment to step foot into the cursed forest. The only force that could have pulled him into those twisted woods was Evangeline. When the girl had appeared in his tent, breathless and claiming an attempt had been made on her life, his first instinct was to charge into the forest to rescue her. But then the realization struck, this was the precise opening he had been anticipating. The pivotal moment that would secure his ability to protect her forever. "Your Highness," a guard's voice interrupted. The tent flap parted, and the soldier slipped inside. "Lord and Lady Valor have arrived. Show them in," Apollo replied. The entrance widened, and Honora and Wulfric Valor entered. The very air in the tent seemed to grow still, the firelight dimming as if the space itself was holding its breath. Wulfric wore no formal coat, just a simple homespun shirt, laced at the neck, dark trousers, and scuffed boots. His wife's attire was similarly unadorned. They should have appeared as commoners, yet an undeniable aura of authority surrounded them. Before the tent flap closed, Apollo noticed his own guards watching the couple with a look bordering on awe, unaware of their true identities. "Please sit," Apollo offered, gesturing to a bench opposite a low table crowded with candles as he took a nearby chair. Having planned for an extended stay, he had ensured his tent was furnished with every comfort: plush pillows, warm blankets, proper seating, even a copper bathing tub in one corner. "Thank you for coming. It is good to see you both again, though I wish the circumstances were better. You are aware, I assume, that my wife is missing?"
My family will offer whatever aid we can, Wulfric stated. "I am relieved to hear that," Apollo said, "because I believe you possess access to the very thing I require." He retrieved the scroll given to him by Lord Robin Slaughterwood and carefully unrolled it.
As always, the bottom edge immediately began to blacken and burn, flames hungrily consuming the text line by line.
After first receiving it, Apollo had needed 8 attempts to read even a portion, never quite catching the final lines before they vanished. Yet he had read enough to understand he had wasted his time chasing Vengeance Slaughterwood's cuff. This was the story he should have pursued from the beginning. "Do you recognize this?" he asked the Valors as the page smouldered before them.
No.
Wulfric answered flatly. "And you should know I have little patience for drama."
If you have a request, state it plainly.
"This isn't drama," Apollo said, keeping his tone carefully respectful. "The old king must not perceive him as a threat. It is the story's curse. This scroll contains a forgotten tale about a unique tree, the Tree of Souls." Apollo paused, studying Wulfric's face, but the former king's expression remained impassive. His wife showed no reaction either, though the scroll did not mention her. Perhaps she was unaware.
"I had never heard of this tree until a friend gave me this scroll. It claims the branches of the Tree of Souls run with blood, and that anyone clever enough to find it, and brave enough to drink from it, will shed their humanity and become immortal." "Sounds like a fanciful myth," Wulfric remarked. "You would know," Apollo countered. "The scroll also states you were the only person to ever successfully cultivate this tree." "I was," Wulfric acknowledged calmly, "and I was a fool to plant it. The Tree of Souls is a corrupt thing. Sometimes corruption is a necessary tool." For a fleeting moment, the former king's stony composure fractured, a slight knowing smile touched his lips, and Apollo felt a surge of triumph. Then Wulfric rose to his full height, looking down at Apollo with an expression of pure dismissive pity, as if regarding a naive child who had just recited a nursery rhyme as profound wisdom. Apollo stiffened at being called a boy, but he kept his voice steady.
"Evangeline is innocent, and Lord Jax is an immortal with powerful allies. I can't defeat him and rescue my wife if I remain only human." Wulfric let out a dismissive snort. "I was told Lord Bellflower took your wife, not Jax." "That might be how it started, but trust me, Jax has her now," Apollo insisted. Honora stepped forward, her tone sharp. "Then you should stop hiding in comfortable tents and actually lead a search for her?"
Her words cut deeper than Wulfric's, leaving Apollo feeling both stunned and ashamed. "My wife is correct," Wulfric added. "Go find your princess, and if you care about living, forget you ever heard of the Tree of Souls." Evangeline dreamed of the inn being wonderfully warm. She imagined tiny, snug rooms with roaring fires and mountains of quilts, patchwork blankets on every bench, lining the floors, even draped over the stairways. She knew she was being fanciful, maybe even a bit light-headed, but this time it wasn't because of Jax. She had grown accustomed to the feel of his wrist bound to hers, though as they approached the inn, she felt his heartbeat quicken against her skin. "Keep your hood on, no matter what," he warned. The rain fell steadily as Jax adjusted her cloak, pulling the hood so low it nearly blinded her. "I can't see a thing," Evangeline protested, pushing it back just enough. "Aren't you worried?"
"You don't even have a cloak."
"I don't need one. You're just as recognizable as I am, and you have a woman tied to you." "Believe me, I haven't forgotten," Jax muttered. "Just follow my lead and agree with whatever I say." Before she could ask another question, he opened the door. The inn wasn't covered in quilts, but it was charming from what she could make out. Wooden beams crossed the ceiling beneath an array of mismatched glass lanterns that glowed like captured stars, lighting the way to stairs on either side and a central hallway leading to a quiet tavern. It must have been very late. The only people there were a couple murmuring over their ale and a fluffy white cat lapping milk from a saucer at the bar. "How can I help you two?" asked the barkeeper.
"We need a room for the night," Jax said, lifting their bound wrists in a way that hid Evangeline's face. "I believe you were expecting us. I wrote earlier to reserve a room for myself and my new bride." Bride. The word sent a rush through her, a flutter in her chest, and a dizzy spin in her head. She liked hearing him say it more than she should, but he had also said he'd written ahead. Jax had planned this, and his plans never ended well. A cold dread settled in her stomach, though she couldn't pinpoint why.
She tried to recall his past schemes, but could only remember the racing of his pulse outside and his earlier warning not to stare at him. A terrible suspicion began to coil inside her. "Ready, love? Or shall I carry you?" he asked. Now all she heard was love. She told herself it was just an act, part of whatever game he was playing, but her breath caught as he cut the rope and swept her effortlessly into his arms. Her heart pounded against his chest as he carried her up the stairs. She loved the strength of his hold, yet she couldn't shake the fear that something she would not love was unfolding. "Jax!" she whispered against his shoulder. "What are you planning? Why did you really bring me here?" "Why are we acting like we're married?" Evangeline asked, her voice a mix of confusion and suspicion. "You certainly ask a lot of questions." "Only because you do a lot of questionable things," she shot back. He didn't answer as they reached the second floor of the inn. Halfway down the hallway, a door stood slightly ajar, spilling grainy candlelight onto the worn floorboards. When Jax pushed it open, the scene inside was anything but threatening. The room looked like something from a storybook. Everything was awash in shades of green, gold, and soft pink. Flickering lanterns with emerald green glass hung on either side of a bed whose headboard was carved into the likeness of a blossoming tree. The coverlet was a deep forest green, scattered with pale pink petals that also littered the wooden floor and the mantel of a quietly crackling fireplace. The fire cast a gentle dancing light that filled the space with warmth. Evangeline felt the steady rise and fall of Jax's chest as he took a slow breath. His heart was hammering against her back, and now hers began to race in turn, though she suspected for entirely different reasons. Time seemed to stretch and slow as he carried her toward the bed. The air was sweet with the scent of flowers and warm from the fire, making everything feel perfectly dreamlike. Everything, that is, except for Jax. He wasn't looking at her. In fact, he seemed determined to look anywhere else as he carefully lowered her onto the soft mattress. Then he reached for the straps on his legs where he kept his knives secured. "What are you doing?" Evangeline scrambled to her knees as Jax retrieved a small pewter vial she hadn't noticed before. "What is that?" she asked, her nerves tightening. He worked his jaw slowly, tension evident in every line of his face. "I lied," he said, his voice low. "I do wish we could have had a different ending." He uncorked the vial. "Goodbye, Evangeline." "Why are you saying goodbye?" Panic clawed at her throat as Jax began to tilt the vial toward her. She had no idea what was inside. A part of her still refused to believe he would truly hurt her, but she had no doubt he would leave her. Was it a sleeping potion? Some kind of draught to make her forget? She lunged forward, swatting the vial from his hand. It flew through the air. No, Jax moved to catch it, but for once he wasn't fast enough. A cloud of shimmering gold dust erupted from the vial, falling over the room like enchanted snow. Evangeline felt it settle on her cheeks, her eyelashes, her lips. She told herself not to breathe it in, but whatever it was, it seemed to work on contact. The bedroom began to spin, the world turning pleasantly fuzzy as the gold dust shimmered around them. Jax seemed to shine the brightest of all. He looked as if he were made to glow. His hair, his sharp cheekbones, his usually sulky mouth were all touched with a beautiful gilded light. The powder appeared to be affecting him too. She watched as he tried to shake the shimmer from his hair, but his locks were still damp from the rain, and the dust clung stubbornly. After a moment he gave up and attempted a scowl, but it only made him look petulant. Everything about Jax, that was typically sharp and dangerous, seemed suddenly softened and just a little bewildered. "You are a menace," he grumbled as the gold swirled around him. "That could have been poison. You would have poisoned me. I've been tempted on more than one occasion." His eyes darkened, dropping to her lips and lingering there. Evangeline's skin grew warm, and she began to wonder if she and Jax had very different definitions of poison. A fragmented thought prickled at the back of her mind. Jax's cruel mouth, her lips, death and kisses, pairs of doomed stars. It felt like pieces of a lost memory. She tried to grasp it, to remember. If she could just remember, Maybe she could make him stay, but her head was hazy from the golden dust. The room grew warmer, and for a second all she wanted was to close her eyes and lie down until the world stopped spinning. Yet she feared that if she did, when she opened them again, Jax would be gone for good this time. He'd already said goodbye. He had spoken as if their tale was already written, wishing for a different final chapter. But Evangeline wasn't ready for the story to end. As Jax turned away, she caught his wrist with both hands, holding him there. I won't let you walk out. You told me you were my monster. If you belong to me, why bring me all this way just to abandon me now? Nothing about this adds up. His jaw tightened. You owning me doesn't mean I get to keep you. Whether the glimmering gold powder still clouded his senses was impossible to tell. Every sharp edge of him had returned, his damp hair, his blazing eyes that shone with an otherworldly fevered light. I can't stay. You and I, we're not written in the same story. He tried to pull free, but Evangeline held on, fighting the heaviness dragging at her limbs. I don't believe that, Jax. My memories might be scattered, but I know you. I feel it, and I don't believe there's anything you can't do if you choose to. I can't do this. He ground out, voice ragged. This close, she could see the faint, glossy red rimming his eyes. Was that blood? He shut them, as if hiding would make him seem less broken. But it only made him appear more untethered, both here and impossibly far away. A droplet fell. She thought it a tear until she realized it was just rain dripping from the hem of his doublet onto the floorboards. The fire and lingering gold dust had chased off the worst of the chill, but their clothes were still soaked through. Hesitantly, her fingers went to the top button of his jacket. Jax's eyes flew open. "What are you doing? You're drenched," she whispered, undoing the first fastening with a soft click, a tiny sound, yet it seemed to echo in the quiet room. Outside, the storm battered the window panes, but beneath that fury, Evangeline heard each button release as she worked her way down. "This is a terrible idea," Jax murmured, his voice low. "I thought you liked terrible ideas, only when they're my own." He went perfectly still as her fingers found the last button and slipped it free. For a heartbeat, the rain vanished, breath stilled. There was only the two of them in that suspended silence. Gently she parted the wet fabric of his doublet. Then his hand closed around her wrist, a warm, firm bracelet. "My turn," he said, the words rough and husky. She felt his voice like a touch against her skin as he reached for the ties of her cloak. His bare hands were fever-hot from the gold dust, and she could feel the scorching tips of his fingers as he carefully loosened the knot at her throat. He barely brushed her skin, yet a fire ignited within her as he pushed the sodden cloak from her shoulders. Beneath, she wore a gown, but the way he looked at her, tormented, hungry, made her feel as if she wore nothing at all. She didn't dare breathe, didn't dare move, terrified his hands would stop, that he'd leave her in the damp dress, that he wouldn't seek the laces at her bodice. He drew a shaky breath, and then his hands were at her waist, guiding her gently back onto the quilt-covered bed. She felt flower petals, soft and clinging, against her damp skin as Jax leaned over her, his knees framing her legs. His gaze dropped. Her stomach swooped as his fingers found the thin straps of her gown and slid them slowly off her shoulders. Dizziness washed through her when his hand moved to the velvet bodice, deftly releasing the hidden clasps before easing the gown down over her hips. Left in only a silken chemise, she thought breathing might come easier. Instead, she forgot how entirely. What was air? What were words? The only truth was Jax's hands on her, hot and inquisitive, as they slid from her hips to her waist. A sigh might have escaped her when they grazed the curve of her breast. His touch was so heated she could feel it through the thin slip, and then she felt it on her bare skin as he slipped one hand beneath the chemise and rested his palm over her heart. The world tilted, a dizzying spin that had nothing to do with magic dust, and everything to do with the man before her. The only enchantment here was the simple, profound magic of skin against skin, of two heartbeats finding a shared rhythm. For one suspended, breathless moment, everything was flawless. She felt utterly his, and he felt completely hers. Evangeline held perfectly still, terrified that a single word or motion might shatter the delicate spell woven around them. Yet a deeper, more urgent desire pulled at her, a need to touch, to close every remaining inch of space between them. If this was all they were to have, if dawn would bring another cold farewell, she was determined to seize more. Her hands found his shoulders. "My turn," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Gently, she guided him down, a silent invitation to let her lead. Her fingers went to the doublet he still wore, the fabric slightly damp. Sliding her hand beneath it, intent on removing the garment, her fingertips grazed something unexpected, a folded slip of paper tucked against his chest. Jax murmured something indistinct, a sound that might have been a plea or a warning, or perhaps it was just the echo of her own sudden apprehension. His eyes were closed now, his lashes dusted with gold, his body finally stilled by the sleeping spell, save for the steady rhythm of his breathing. Her hand remained inside his doublet, her fingers tracing the edge of the hidden page. Was this his secret? The reason for his earlier hesitation? A flicker of guilt surfaced, but it was swiftly drowned by a surge of desperate curiosity. She carefully tugged the paper free. It was dry, a small miracle, but visibly worn, its creases deep from being folded and unfolded countless times. The faded handwriting was instantly, achingly familiar. It was her own. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she scanned the words, hoping for a spark of recollection, but her mind remained a stubborn blank. With meticulous care, she opened the fragile note. Why would Jax carry this, reading it over and over? The page was filled with more of her script, but it wasn't a love letter to him. It was a letter she had written to herself. The writing was so faint she had to squint, as if past Evangeline had been pleading with her future self to remember, somehow knowing this moment would come, or perhaps it was a new raw magic, now stirring within her, a piercing wonder at why Jax would keep such a thing close to his heart. The message it contained wasn't tender. It was quite the opposite, and yet he had cherished it, carrying this piece of her, this piece of the girl she used to be, right next to his heartbeat. She wanted to be that girl again with a ferocity that stole her breath. She needed to remember. And finally, like a dam breaking, she did. The memories came not as a flood, but as a persistent, soaking rain, blurring the present as the past washed over her. She remembered the anger and heartbreak that had driven her to write that letter, seated in her royal chambers. She hadn't understood the depth of the emotion then, but she recognized it now. It was the same hollow ache that had lived in her chest ever since her memories vanished. She'd foolishly believed the pain would leave once her past returned, but instead, as the drizzle of recollection became a torrent, the hurt only intensified. She remembered Jax. She remembered their first meeting in his crumbling church, her initial impression that he was thoroughly horrible. She remembered the dawning realization of who he truly was, the fated Prince of Hearts, and her conviction that this only made him worse. With every encounter, her opinion of him seemed to sink. He was perpetually crunching on an apple. His words were laced with taunts, and even his rescues felt delivered with a sort of wretched reluctance. She recalled the night she was poisoned, the way he had held her as if she were a burden he resented. His body had been all tense lines and rigid refusal, yet his arms had locked around her waist with a possessiveness that suggested he would never, ever let go. Back then, she still believed he was terrible, but as Evangeline revisited that evening, a subtle change stirred within her. It resurfaced when she recalled the next night spent with him in the crypt. All at once she grasped why thoughts of Jax brought to mind the urge to bite. There were other flashes, too. The desperate craving to sink her teeth into him when the vampire venom coursed through her veins, and the actual moment she bit down on his shoulder, agony tearing through her the night Petra died. The memories flooded back in a dizzying reverse cascade. Both she and Petra had been destined as keys to unlock the Valerie Arch. Evangeline had been searching for the 4 arch stones to achieve it, while Petra attempted to murder her to prevent it. Evangeline's act had been one of self-defense. Jax discovered her afterward, drenched in blood. He then brought her to the hollow, and there she finally confessed to herself the hopeless truth. She was deeply, irrevocably in love with him. That love had been quietly growing for longer than she cared to admit. Evangeline couldn't tell if that realization was a recovered memory or a thought occurring to her now. These recollections felt less like her personal history and more like their shared narrative, the story of Evangeline and Jax. It was a breathtaking tale, instantly becoming her most cherished. She despised having forgotten it, that it had been stolen away while Apollo tried to rewrite the plot, painting Jax as the villain. And honestly, from Apollo's perspective, he wasn't entirely wrong. Jax had enchanted him with a love spell and later placed him under an enchanted sleep. Jax wasn't responsible for the mirror curse or the archer's curse on Apollo, but Evangeline doubted Apollo knew that. Even with her memories returning, so many questions remained unanswered. She still didn't know what truly lay sealed within the Valerie. The story curse had prevented anyone from telling her. Yet, she found she'd stopped caring about the Valerie's contents the moment she learned Jax never truly wanted to open it. He only sought to use the archstones to turn back time, to be with the girl who had made his heart beat once more. Donatella. Remembering this part was like experiencing the heartbreak all over again. Evangeline's heart splintered as she heard Jax's words echo. I want to erase every moment you and I have spent together, every word you've said to me, and every time I've touched you, because if I don't, I'll kill you, just like I killed the fox. She had fought him on it. I'm not that fox. But Jax had been unshakable in his conviction that no happy ending existed for them. He had revealed he was the archer. And she understood then, with sudden, painful clarity, why her heart had fractured when Madame Voss first mentioned the Ballad of the Archer and the Fox. Not because of the name, but because it was Jax's story, and Evangeline knew its tragic conclusion. She knew he had killed the fox, and believed he would one day kill her too. His belief was so absolute that he planned to rewrite time itself, to chase a girl he didn't love and ensure he and Evangeline never met, effectively wiping her memories and their entire story from existence. She remembered the hurt, the fury, their heated argument after she'd opened the Valerie Arch. She had pleaded with him to come with her, but he chose to let her go. I just want you to leave, he had said. And so she did, she walked away. But it was a departure layered with complexity. In her core, she knew Jax cared for her. She believed he desired her. Yet she also knew his fear of destroying her was so profound he would never choose her. He believed his true love had already been found, and it wasn't Evangeline. But she had never told him she loved him either. He was terrified, and so was she. She had told him she wished for a different ending to their story, but she should have spoken the words that mattered most. She should have told him of her love. After all, love is the most powerful magic in the world. Love had proven itself insufficient that night. It simply wasn't enough. Evangeline remained in love with Jax, yet both the girl she was and the woman she had become felt his loss as a profound, echoing absence. Looking back, her past self seemed painfully naive, rushing to find Jax with the desperate conviction that a declaration of love could mend everything. It hadn't, of course. A bitter part of her now envied that younger version's unshakable faith in hope and love's magic. She could still hope, but it never felt quite as pure or potent after that evening. She wondered if that was the moment she truly lost him, despite all her belief and frantic pursuit. When she had sprinted back to the chamber housing the Valerie Arch, heart pounding with her confession, Jax was gone. She didn't believe he had reversed time, for she could still remember him, and all 4 of the Arch's magical stones remained in place. But Jax was absent, with only his blood darkening the wings of the stone angels standing sentinel. Then Apollo arrived. She had foolishly thought he would let her walk away. All she had ever brought him was pain. He was better off without her. Yet he refused to release her. Evangeline had never put much stock in fate. But in that instant, as the final memory crystallized, it was love she struggled to believe in. She remembered Apollo, his touch deceptively gentle as he stroked her hair while systematically stealing her memories one by one. She had fought him, begged and sobbed, but he merely continued in that calm, monstrous voice, assuring her, "It will be better soon, you utter bastard." The fury was a live wire inside her. She wanted to strike him, to make him hurt, but her fist only connected with the mattress as she violently surfaced from the memory's grip. She was back in the present, in the forest green bed where Jax had laid her down the night before. Now, his absence was a tangible thing, a prickling chill across her skin that left her cold and deeply afraid. She commanded herself not to panic, but the violent merger of her past and present selves left her reeling. It wasn't just a recollection. She could feel the violation of Apollo stealing her mind. Now she understood why her heart had hammered a frantic warning of danger, danger, danger that first night with Apollo on the rooftop. She hadn't listened. Instead, she had kissed him. A wave of nausea hit her. Was this why Jax had left? Did he believe she loved Apollo? The thought was so sickening, it was a physical effort to push herself from the bed, but she had to find Jax. She needed to explain that she remembered everything, and she had to tell him she loved him. When she considered his actions, how he kept returning, kept protecting her, they seemed to whisper that he loved her too. Yet he also kept leaving with trembling hands. She reached for her discarded dress. That's when she saw it, a wide cuff of clear glass encircling her right wrist. It was cool and seamless, with no visible clasp and too narrow to slide over her hand. When she tugged, it didn't budge. Someone had sealed it there. It had to be Jax. He had brought her here, used the gold dust to make her sleep. It must have been to fasten this cuff. But why? She studied the object more closely. At first it seemed plain, but now she saw delicate cherry blossoms etched into the glass, their branches curling around the band like a living tree frozen in crystal. She racked her brain for any tale of such a bracelet, but came up empty. Cuff or no cuff, she had to leave. She needed to find Jax before Apollo found her. By now, Apollo undoubtedly knew she was missing and had likely mobilized half the royal guard to hunt for her. Evangeline quickly wriggled into her dress, the glass bracelet a cold, mysterious weight on her arm. She snatched her cloak, swirling it over her shoulders and pulling the hood up to shield her hair, then moved toward the exit. She hadn't truly noticed it when she'd entered, too consumed by the memory of being held in Jax's embrace. Now she saw it was a charming door, not a plain rectangle, but one that tapered to an elegant point at the top. Its paint was a soft faded green, adorned with a delicate gold patina. The handle might have been beautiful too, but Evangeline couldn't make it out clearly beneath the thick, glistening smears of blood, deep crimson, sparkling with tiny golden flecks, coated the entire knob. Her mind catapulted back to the night she'd opened the Valerie arch, finding Jax's blood staining the ancient stones. "Not again," she whispered, her voice trembling. This cannot be happening again. The clarity of her restored memories made it all the more agonizing. She knew this pattern, this cruel repetition, Jax pushing her away, vanishing before she could ever tell him she loved him, leaving love the loser in their silent war. Her hands shook violently as she gripped the bloody handle, and they shook even harder when she pulled the door open. More blood stained the hallway floor outside, a gruesome trail leading away from her room. "Jax!" she cried out, desperation clawing at her throat. "Jax!" She cut herself off, remembering he was a wanted man. The urge to find him was a physical ache, but she couldn't risk drawing attention, swallowing her panic. She flew down the staircase. Now that she was silent, the only sounds were the relentless drum of rain against the outer walls and a heavy, unnatural stillness. It was the wrong kind of quiet for an inn with a tavern below. Too deep, too complete. Her final step on the stairs echoed like a thunderclap in the hush. She knew, even before she saw them, she knew something was terribly wrong. 3 bodies lay motionless on the floor. Evangeline registered that much before her vision began to tunnel. Edges going black, speckled with dancing spots at the centre. She clutched at the banister, her legs giving way. A choked, wordless sound escaped her. A scream, a curse. She couldn't tell. She didn't know how long she stood there, frozen. Moving on numb instinct, she forced herself to check for signs of life. The barkeeper lay near the door, as if she'd been trying to escape when her throat was torn out. The other 2 were by the hearth, likely taken by surprise. It looked like the work of a wild animal, but Evangeline, with her memories fully restored, knew the truth. A vampire had done this. She had been spared because of Jax. But where was he? Why was his blood in her room? His body wasn't here, but a storm of questions whirled in her mind as she staggered out of the tavern. Was he hurt? Was he dead? Had he been bitten? She promised herself she would return to cover the bodies with dignity. But first, she had to find Jax. Outside, the rain fell in a punishing grey curtain. Visibility was reduced to just a few feet down the muddy path, but she thought she heard movement. A familiar, harsh caw cut through the downpour, and Evangeline froze. A moment later, a figure emerged from the rain, a figure who was definitely not Jax. Garrick of the Guild of Heroes was mostly hidden by his cloak and hood, but she knew him instantly by the grim-looking bird perched on his shoulder. She began to back toward the inn, but the path was slick. Her foot slipped in the mud. "Easy now, Princess. I'm not here to harm you." Garrick seized her arm, his grip meant to steady her, but feeling more like a trap. "I'm here to rescue you." "I don't require rescuing," Evangeline stated, trying to wrench her arm free. But Garrick held fast, his fingers digging in painfully, as if her comfort meant nothing to him. "Let me go!" "You're drenched," he grunted, ignoring her protest. "You need to get inside." Evangeline took a single reluctant step before the realization jolted through her. She was not merely Evangeline Fox. She was Princess Evangeline Fox, and she would not be so easily commanded. "Let me go this instant," she insisted, her voice sharp with command. "I demand you release me." The hero muttered a low curse, adding something under his breath about stubborn nobility. "Apologies, Princess, but you're coming with me and my crew." He gave 2 quick snaps of his fingers, and more shadowed figures emerged from the curtain of rain. At least 6 men moved forward, all draped in cloaks similar to Garrick's, and Evangeline could tell every one of them was built far larger than she was. Fighting her way free was impossible. Perhaps, though, she could appeal to their logic.
"You don't understand the situation," she said, planting her feet in the slick mud. "That inn is not safe. Go and look for yourselves. But please, leave me out of it. I can't go back inside." "Don't worry," Garrick replied, his tone flat. "There's no safer place for you than with us." "Then why do I feel like a prisoner?" She shot back. Garrick let out a weary sigh from beneath his hood. "All right, you're a prisoner, but that doesn't mean I won't protect you."
Evangeline kept arguing, but Garrick easily guided her through the doorway, his band of hired swords following close behind. The air inside was foul, reeking of blood and the dense, sickly scent of death. The barkeep was still sprawled on the floor in the same terrible pose Evangeline had discovered. Garrick's grip on her arm tightened almost imperceptibly, the only sign he was affected by the carnage. He pushed back his hood, revealing his face for the first time.
It was ruggedly handsome and utterly blank. Then he was barking orders. "Leif, Raven, Thomas, upstairs. Check the rooms. Count the dead." The men thudded up the steps, making the old staircase groan. Garrick turned to Evangeline. "Did you see who did this, Highness? If you want answers, you'll unhand me." "We don't need her cooperation. It had to be Lord Jax." One of the remaining men asserted. "No," Evangeline said instantly, fixing the man with a glare. This wasn't Jax.
"My wife is clearly in shock," said a voice that made Evangeline's skin prickle. Apollo was there. She heard his footsteps, then felt the unwelcome press of his hand against the small of her back. Evangeline whirled and slapped him hard across the face. The crack of the blow echoed through the silent inn, sharp and deeply satisfying. "You vile, arrogant, spineless worm of a prince," she thought, watching the angry red mark bloom on his cheek.
She didn't tell him she knew every terrible thing he'd done. She didn't say she knew his true nature and that she would never be his again. She wanted to, oh, how she wanted to, but she wasn't that reckless. Not with Apollo flanked by guards and mercenaries who could overpower her in a heartbeat. "Oh, Apollo!" she exclaimed, feigning surprise. "You startled me." The prince rubbed his jaw. "I never knew you packed such a punch, my sweet." His words were light, but she was certain. His eyes narrowed. Evangeline convinced herself he couldn't possibly know her memories had returned, and she realized with a cold clarity that he must never find out. She had to keep up the act, and not just because of the armed men surrounding them. If Apollo discovered her mind was her own again, he would simply have it stripped away. Now she understood the daily physician visits, a monitoring system, ready to erase any flicker of her past. He was monstrous. Knowing it was one thing, but standing here, the sheer scale of his deception crashed over her in waves. She wanted to hit him again, to scream and unleash her fury. But she had to be cunning. She had to start now. Making herself seem smaller, she hugged her arms tightly to her chest and ducked her head, mimicking the posture of someone shaken and afraid, which, beneath the torrent of her rage, she supposed she should have been. It was a struggle to keep her voice small and fragile, as she whispered, "I didn't know I was capable of hitting like that. Everything has just been so overwhelming. The bodies, the blood. And did you hear that Lord Bellflower killed Hale and tried to kill me too?" "I was told about that." Apollo pulled her into an embrace, but his arms felt constricting, almost smothering. "It's all right now, I'm here," he murmured. Evangeline silently urged herself. Just keep playing the part. She needed to return the hug and feign relief, but the effort was immense. Simply breathing normally was a challenge with him holding her so tightly. When he finally stepped back, he kept a possessive arm draped heavily over her shoulders, as if sensing her desire to flee. She tried to force herself to relax, but his next words made it impossible. "I'm taking Evangeline away from here," Apollo declared to Garrick. "Your task is to find Jax before he kills again."
Jax didn't do this, Evangeline insisted. The moment she spoke the name, Apollo stiffened. She felt his arm turn rigid against her, yet she refused to retract her words. She could pretend to have lost her memories and endure a suffocating hug, but she would not let Apollo falsely accuse Jax of murder. Not again, and certainly not while the real killer remained at large. This was a vampire's work.
Apollo shot her a brief, unnerving glance that seemed to ask, "What could you possibly know about vampires?" Then he laughed, a soft, dismissive chuckle that made her cheeks burn with indignation. "My poor wife is clearly still confused after her ordeal. My mind is perfectly clear," Evangeline stated calmly. "I saw a vampire in the cursed forest. That much was true." She hadn't understood it then, but with her memories restored, more pieces fell into place. The handsome stranger she'd encountered was chaos. He'd told her as much during their meeting, but without her memories she hadn't connected that he was a vampire who until recently had worn a helm that kept him from feeding. Now she understood why Jax had been so quick to subdue him. Jax had been protecting her. He was always protecting her, and now she needed to protect him. "I know how this sounds," Evangeline continued, "but I am certain of what I saw. The vampire I saw looked nothing like Lord Jax." She added the name again, half hoping to see Apollo flinch. But this time he didn't. Instead, his lips slowly curved into a smile that felt like watching someone put on a mask. "All right, my sweet, I believe you." "You do? Of course, I was merely taken aback. People so rarely speak of vampires. Forgive my initial doubt." Apollo rubbed her shoulder as he turned back to Garrick. "Lord Jax remains your primary target. But also instruct your men to search for Lucien, the false heir to the throne. Warn them that he is a vampire. and that he has gone on a killing spree. Evangeline fought to keep her expression neutral, to look like a girl without her memories, and not like someone who had just heard her deceitful husband accuse her first love of murder. "This air," she said softly, aiming for innocent curiosity. "What did he look like? I heard he was young and remarkably handsome." Apollo scowled at the word handsome, but Evangeline pressed on as if unaware. "All my maids couldn't stop talking about how devastatingly attractive he was, but the vampire who did this, the one I saw in the forest," she gave a deliberate shudder, "was ancient and monstrous. A twinge of guilt pricked her for the lie, but she knew if she described chaos, Apollo would simply twist it to fit Luke, as both were young, dark-haired and handsome."
"Evangeline, darling," Apollo said, his tone patronizing. "Vampires look different when they feed. I know you believe you saw an old monster, but vampires are quite rare. I'm certain." "It was a vampire," Evangeline insisted, the words tasting like ash. Inside, a storm of accusations raged. Bastard, murderer, monster, but voicing them would only endanger Luke and Jax further.
So she swallowed her hatred and clung to that single hollow declaration, praying silently that Luke was already far beyond Apollo's reach. All she had to do was endure this final carriage ride. Once at Wolf Hall, under the cover of darkness, she would use the secret passages. Apollo had once casually mentioned details her restored memories now vividly recalled to slip away and find Jax. Not try to find him, she would. The questions of why he left, or why he fastened that mysterious glass cuff around her wrist, were secondary. Its presence felt significant, likely enchanted, though so far it had remained inert. Hidden beneath her cloak, it was a silent promise as the carriage rattled onward. Except the scenery was wrong. Wolf Hall lay to the south, yet the sun's position over the lush northern landscape told her they were veering west. Fields of vibrant green and trees bursting with new leaves streamed past, the road stubbornly straight. She gripped the velvet seat, her knuckles white, forcing her gaze from the window to finally meet Apollo's. He sat opposite, hands steepled, watching her with an intensity that mirrored her own avoidance. A cold dread settled in her bones. Had he been studying her the whole time? "Is everything all right, darling? You look a little nervous," he remarked, his tone deceptively smooth. "I was merely wondering where we're going. I thought Wolf Hall was to the south." "It is. We'll be staying elsewhere for a while." The word while stretched into a terrifying eternity in her mind. Escape plans hinged on Wolf Hall's familiar passages. An unknown location changed everything. "Where is this elsewhere?" she asked, her voice steady despite the panic. "Right here." Apollo gestured grandly toward the window as they passed an exuberant sign adorned with a bright green ribbon, "Welcome to Merrywood Village, where everyone is welcome." The sight slammed her memories into the present. She recalled travelling here with Jax, a place that had been utterly desolate, drained of colour and hope. Now it was a riot of life. Through the carriage window, the main square buzzed with glass-blowers and metalsmiths, the clang of hammers and axes ringing out beneath cheerful bunting and lanterns. The air hummed with birdsong, children's laughter, and the industrious sounds of rebuilding. It was almost laughable, this jarring transformation from grim wasteland to bustling festival town.
"Now that the hunt is over," Apollo explained, a note of pride in his voice. "The Vales are hosting this festival to rally everyone in rebuilding Merrywood Manor and the village." Evangeline's heart sank further. This vibrant trap was to be her new cage. This was the event they discussed over dinner the other night. They were offering land, homes, and employment to anyone who would lend a hand.
"It's a long-standing custom, supported by the other great houses, who set up pavilions and fund nightly dinners and dances," as Apollo explained. Their carriage turned from the main square, soon arriving at a ring of royal tents, the colour of rich burgundy. The mood here was distinctly less festive than in the village. There was far less decorative ribbon and a great many more soldiers. Evangeline stiffened at the sight of them.
They were everywhere, a swarming mass that reminded her of insects overtaking a forgotten meal. just as she'd dreaded, slipping away unnoticed would be far more difficult now. But she would figure it out. Guards moved aside, permitting the carriage to proceed to the heart of the encampment, where soldiers practiced combat and meat roasted over open fire pits. "Your guards seem to be preparing for a war, not a celebration," Evangeline observed. "That is what soldiers do," Apollo replied, his tone detached. The carriage came to a stop before a tent that might as well have been a palace. It was trimmed in gold, with two peaked towers on either side flying flags bearing Apollo's royal insignia. The guards bowed in unison as Apollo alighted, then Evangeline. Instantly, the prince threaded his fingers through hers, but his grip felt unusually firm, almost possessive. She drew a careful breath, reminding herself to stay in character, to act as if everything was normal. If Apollo remained unaware that her memories had returned, her chance to escape would come. "Princess Evangeline," a melodious voice called out. Aurora Vale appeared, gliding gracefully through the line of guards. A crown of flowers rested upon her violet hair, woven from rosebuds, ranunculus, and delicate white starmires that shed petals in her wake. For a surreal moment, Evangeline imagined birds materializing just to provide a chirping soundtrack for her entrance. "I'm so relieved you're safe. I've been terribly worried these past 2 days," Aurora said with sugary concern. "But I knew your prince would bring you back. I even made you this for the occasion." She offered Evangeline a flower crown identical to her own. "Thank you," Evangeline said, her distrust unwavering. She sifted quickly through her restored memories, searching for any past connection to Aurora. Instead, she found another fragment from the hollow, that first morning carved into the wood right beside the meal clock, 2 names, Aurora plus Jax. Was her dislike of Aurora Vale simply because she shared a name with some long-gone girl who'd once fancied Jax? "All the festivities officially start tomorrow," Aurora continued, her chatter bright and endless. "It will be so much more fun with you here. There will be pavilions and sweets and all sorts of lovely things. You are planning to attend the festival, aren't you? My siblings all want to work the construction, but I'm absolutely hopeless with a hammer." "I think building could be rather enjoyable, actually," said Evangeline. Apollo laughed. The sound made her skin crawl. She warned herself not to provoke him to do nothing that might raise his suspicions. Yet she couldn't help turning to him.
"You don't believe I could be of any help? I merely believe there are more suitable pursuits for you, my dear."
"Such as?" Aurora interjected, her tone deceptively light. "I think construction sounds dreadful, but isn't that the point of all this? Are you afraid your wife is so delicate she might injure herself with a tool?" Apollo's jaw tightened. "I did not say my wife was delicate." "Then perhaps you shouldn't treat her as if she is, or mock her interests," Aurora replied. Something dangerous flickered in Apollo's eyes. Around them every guard froze. Even the imaginary birds fell silent. Evangeline opened her mouth, scrambling for something to say. Aurora had no inkling of just how cruel Apollo could become, yet, after witnessing her defend Evangeline so boldly, she felt a fierce urge to shield her. To her astonishment, however, Apollo's harsh expression melted away, and he dipped his head in a show of deference. "You're right, Miss Vale. It was wrong of me to mock my wife." "Yes, it was," Aurora reprimanded firmly. In that moment, something shifted. Where Evangeline had felt fear for Aurora just moments before, she now sensed the dynamic between them had flipped entirely. Apollo seemed almost afraid of Aurora herself. Evangeline might have dismissed it as her imagination, but later, as Aurora prepared to leave after promising to return and build with her the next day, Evangeline was certain she saw the girl slip a small rolled note into Apollo's hand. It happened during his farewell kiss upon Aurora's fingers, a fleeting glimpse of parchment before it disappeared, likely tucked swiftly up his sleeve. When Apollo first laid eyes on Aurora Valor, he truly believed she was an angelic vision. Her beauty was so striking it made him feel less like a prince and more like a wandering spirit. Earlier that same evening, he'd been locked in a cage atop a bed, deep in a vampire's underground den, left there by Evangeline after a kiss spiraled into a loss of control that nearly ended her life. trapped and alone, Apollo was convinced the vampires would finish him off, and a part of him almost welcomed it. He was cursed, genuinely cursed, not in the casual way people complain about misfortune, but bound by real dark magic. One curse might have been something a prince could wear, like a badge of legend, but Apollo carried 3, and he'd nearly died just as many times once by his own brother's hand. He was ready to let the vampires take his blood, so long as it was quick. Then a woman entered the chamber. He didn't know her name yet. He shut his eyes, expecting the bite. But instead, she was Honora Valor, no vampire, but a healer who somehow broke both the Archer's curse and the mirror's hold over him. Funny how the cure could feel almost as brutal as the sickness. The lifting of the curses left him strangely unmoored. His tether to Evangeline was severed, and he craved it back desperately. He didn't miss the curses, but he ached for her, an ache that only sharpened now that the compulsion to harm her was gone. Finally, he could make her his, or so he told himself. But nothing was simple. Apollo had spent most of his life receiving whatever he desired, accustomed to taking, not wishing. For the first time, he feared he might not get what he wanted. He'd tried to kill Evangeline, shot at her, choked her. The bruises from his hands probably still marked her throat. He clung to the hope she would forgive him. After all, he'd been cursed, powerless to stop himself. Surely she would understand. Yet what if she never forgot? What if every attempt to kiss her only made her relive the moments he tried to end her life? And then there was Lord Jax, his former friend. Apollo wasn't used to rivals who could compete with a future king, but when he'd attacked Evangeline, he'd seen the way she looked at Jax as he burst in to save her. As if Jax were her hero, her saviour. Something had changed between them, and Apollo had no idea how to undo it. After Honora freed him from the cage, he found he couldn't move, paralysed by anxiety and dread. Then Aurora appeared in the doorway like a vision ethereal, with a voice like honey, saying exactly what he needed to hear. "Someone as handsome as you should never look so sad," she told him. And in that moment he felt a flicker of something other than despair. She had known things far more than the simple fact he was a prince, a truth known to all. She was aware of the Archer's curse, the dark compulsion that drove him to hunt his own wife. "I could help you set everything right," she had whispered. Then she produced a vial. "Drink this, and for a brief time you will hold the power to erase it all from her mind. You can begin anew. Remove whatever memories you wish, and write a fresh story for you both." Apollo knew he should have asked a dozen questions, yet in that moment he did not want answers. He drank the elixir and was instantly flooded with regret. How could he entertain the idea of stripping Evangeline's memories? He resolved not to use the power. He would let it fade, even in his shattered state. He recognized it as a violation beyond forgiveness. But then he left the cell and found her. She looked at him with a heartbreaking finality, as if releasing him. She confessed. She wished Jax did not have such a grip on her heart, and then she apologized. She was choosing Jax. She was making the wrong choice, deceived, just as Apollo had been when he'd mistaken Jax for a friend. Apollo had to stop her. He had to save her. He never wanted to cause her pain, and he tried to make the act as gentle as possible. He held her as she wept, vowing silently that together they would build new memories, beautiful, extraordinary ones, and he swore he would never betray her trust this way again. He also never imagined he would see the mysterious angel again, or discover she was Aurora Valor. Like everyone across the north, Apollo believed the Valors were long dead. When Honora Valor first healed his wounds, he had no idea of her true identity. It was only later, after he had altered Evangeline's memories and fled into the Valerie, that he encountered the entire family and began to grasp the staggering truth. They had not been beheaded, as the legends claimed. The Valor family was alive, preserved in a magical slumber for centuries. They were the true treasure concealed behind the Valerie arch. Wulfric and Honora assured Apollo they sought neither his kingdom nor his crown. But all Apollo truly heard was the roaring blood in his ears as he locked eyes with their daughter, Aurora. She winked, as if this were all some delightful game, and Apollo stood there, feeling utterly foolish. All we desire now is a quiet place to live, Wulfric stated. No one needs to know we have returned. If Apollo had been thinking clearly, he might have instantly agreed and banished them to the most remote corner of the north, never to be seen again. But these were the Valors. Their mere survival was a shock, and their daughter knew his darkest secret. Her unsettlingly lovely eyes fixed on him as she suggested, "What if you simply made us a great house instead? We could go by another name, like Vale." Apollo waited for Wulfric to protest. Great houses were hardly inconspicuous, but it seemed Wulfric's desire for a quiet life was not entirely genuine. "I believe that could be arranged. What do you think, my dear?" he asked, glancing at his wife, who nodded in agreement. "So long as our true identities remain hidden," Honora added. "I have no interest in reliving the past." Beside her, Aurora smiled as if the matter were settled. Then the rest of the Valor's formidable children began nodding and smiling in unison. How could he possibly refuse? He heard his own voice say, "Excellent. I have lands I can grant you. A manor, a village, a stretch of forest. They require rebuilding, but once I establish you as a great house, people will rally to your aid. I just need a little time." "Don't take too long," Aurora sang out sweetly. And when she winked a second time, Apollo knew he had not bargained with an angel, but with a devil. Now, his heart hammered against his ribs as he felt the weight of the note Aurora had slipped him. He had tucked it swiftly up his sleeve, but its mere presence turned his stomach. Her latest demand had been an introduction to Evangeline. "Don't look so concerned, Your Highness," she had said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "I only want to be friends. It's been a long time since I've been free, and everyone I knew is gone." Apollo doubted her claim of simple friendship, yet he understood he couldn't refuse her, just as he knew he wouldn't be able to deny whatever request she brought to him now. Maybe he could delay answering her message, though. He desperately needed time alone with his wife. His eyes followed Evangeline closely as they entered the tent. Rich carpets, woven with gold and deep red threads, covered the ground, and the warm light of beeswax candles flickered beside the plush cushions and furs arranged for their bed. A low table nearby was laden with grapes, cheese, and cups of wine, but Evangeline stopped just inside, lingering by the entrance. She didn't touch the food, didn't sink into the cushions, and made no move to take off her damp cloak. "Where will you be sleeping?" she asked quietly.
"We'll be together," Apollo murmured, stepping close behind her. "It's safer this way. I can protect you." He slid his arms around her waist for a heartbeat. She went rigid in his hold. Then, just as quickly, she seemed to soften against him. He gently swept her hair aside and pressed his lips to the curve of her neck. Immediately she tensed again, and this time the stiffness didn't fade. He knew he should step back.
She was frightened, a tremor he'd sensed faintly at the inn where he'd first found her, but which now felt unmistakable. His mouth stayed near her skin, close enough to feel the frantic rhythm of her pulse. He heard her draw a sharp, shaky breath. Logic told him to let go, but a deeper, more possessive instinct flared within him, a need to keep her close until that urge to flee completely vanished. "I thought we were past this hesitation about being my wife," he said, his voice low. His arms tightened. A searing, white-hot pain exploded in his side. It was so sudden and vicious that his grip broke instantly. He stumbled forward, vision swimming with black spots. It felt like a blade of fire had been thrust between his ribs and cruelly twisted. Then, as abruptly as it came, the agony vanished. When his sight cleared, Evangeline was staring at him, a fresh terror in her eyes. "Apollo, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" she cried, hands pressed to her own chest. That's when he saw it. On her wrist was a cuff, crafted from what looked like glass. It was easy to see how he'd missed it before, except now it was glowing faintly, etched with symbols in a language he didn't recognize, though a cold dread suggested he knew exactly what they meant. He understood with a sinking certainty what the object truly was. Questions flooded his mind. Where did she get it? How did it come to be hers? Did she have any idea of its power? But he guessed she was unaware, and he didn't dare draw her attention to it. He desperately hoped his suspicion was wrong. Because if he was right, if this was the lost protective cuff of Vengeance Slaughterwood, then it meant his own actions had just triggered its magic. He had been on the verge of harming her. He had to regain control. "I'm fine," he managed, slowly putting distance between them. "I just remembered there's something urgent I need to handle." "What is it?"
Evangeline asked, her voice still laced with worry. "Just tedious royal duties. Don't trouble yourself. I won't be long." He might have leaned in for a parting kiss, but he didn't trust himself to get that close again, and he did have business to attend to. The moment he was outside the tent, Apollo retrieved the note from Aurora Valor from his sleeve. She hadn't signed her name. Instead, she'd drawn a wolf adorned with a crown of flowers. He held the parchment to a nearby torch flame until it was ash. Apollo reached the crossroads early, wanting to conclude his dealings with Aurora swiftly. He had ridden there on horseback, struck by how much Merrywood Forest had transformed. Velvet moss now clothed the stones, and fresh leaves adorned the branches. He could hear the forest's new life, the rustle of deer, the calls of birds, the chirping of crickets. Since the Valor's return, Merrywood had been reborn. It no longer felt like the haunted place of his childhood fears. And yet, Apollo had never seen his horse so unsettled, its ears flicking nervously at every rustle in the undergrowth. Apollo secured his restless horse to a tree marking the edge of Merrywood Forest, where the damp path toward the cursed forest began. The animal snorted and tossed its head, refusing the apple he offered and sending it tumbling into the mud. He couldn't decide whether the creature sensed the ominous energy of the nearby enchanted road or was reacting to the approaching rider. Aurora Valor appeared then, her mount shimmering like liquid silver under the moon, and she herself looked every bit the celestial being. Dismounting gracefully, she fixed Apollo with a sharp look. "Wipe that gloomy expression off your face. It doesn't suit you," she chided, her tone crisp. "And believe it or not, I'm actually here to assist you." "Similar to the last occasion you offered your assistance?" Apollo retorted dryly. "Evangeline is still your wife, correct?" For the moment, Apollo muttered, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. "Lately, I've been worrying that fragments of her past might be resurfacing." Aurora finished tying her own placid horse to a nearby birch. "What makes you think so?" "Her behavior has been off. Do you have any more of that memory potion?" The question tasted bitter as he asked it. Aurora let out a derisive laugh, her long silver gown whispering over the fallen leaves as she closed the distance between them. "You think a potion like that grows on trees? You're a Valor. Your family's resources are legendary." "Yes, we are, but our magic isn't a bottomless well. Do you picture me trotting around the countryside with a satchel full of bottled spells?" "You seemed to have one handy that day," he countered. Aurora's lips pressed into a thin, impatient line.
"Would you prefer to continue wasting time with pointless queries, Prince, or would you rather focus on becoming the kind of husband your wife wouldn't dream of abandoning?"
Left alone, in the tent, after Apollo's departure, Evangeline's attention turned to the glass bracelet encircling her wrist. Its magical nature was undeniable, but its true function had only revealed itself when she witnessed Apollo buckle in agony. Lifting it toward the candle's glow, she examined the delicate cherry blossoms etched into its surface. Earlier, when Apollo had touched her against her will, strange, glowing script had flared across the glass, script that refused to appear now. The enchantment felt like something Jax would devise, a protective ward specifically keyed to Apollo, but that logic created a painful contradiction. If Jax didn't want her with Apollo, why abandon her to him? Why not simply take her away? The answer, cruel and final, echoed in her memory. "You and I aren't meant to be. Sorry to break your fairy tale, little fox, but ballads don't end happily, and neither do the two of us. Every girl I've kissed has died except for one. And you are not that girl." He had wanted to erase their history together to save her life. Yet another remembered reason gave her pause. Jax had sought the Valerie Archstones, not to unlock the Valerie, but to wield their combined power to turn back time to be with Donatella, the one exception to his fatal curse. But he hadn't done it. If he had, their paths never would have crossed. So what had happened? There were 4 stones, each with a unique magic, but together they held the singular power to rewrite time once. Had Jax hesitated?
Was he waiting, or had the power already been spent? Before her memories returned, chaos had sought her out. I'm here because a friend of ours needs help, your help. He's about to make a horrible decision. He was speaking of Jax. The question now haunted her. What was the decision, and was it already too late to stop him?
A sudden, vivid recollection surfaced. A fleeting moment in a rain-drenched alley where Jax had looked at her, not with his usual mocking gleam, but with something akin to despair, as if he were memorizing her face. The memory felt like a clue, but its meaning remained just out of reach. Evangeline's heart had shattered, a cold dread gripping her when she first understood Jax's intention to rewrite history and erase their meeting entirely. Yet the whispers she'd overheard now hinted at a different plan, something darker, more immediate. She had to find him. For a wild moment she considered lighting the tent ablaze to slip away in the ensuing panic, but the risk to innocent lives held her back. Apollo, however, was a different story. A part of her wished him harm. "I hope you have some idea how difficult it was to sneak in here," came a voice she knew and loved just as the tent flap settled shut. Evangeline hadn't noticed it open. Standing before her was a figure dressed in guard's attire, hands planted on her hips, as she surveyed the opulent space with a clever, appraising smile, her lips shimmering with glittering gloss. "Lala!" Evangeline cried out, unable to temper her joy. "Why are you wearing a guard's uniform? They wouldn't let me visit," Lala explained with a theatrical sigh. "Some ridiculous excuse about you being too distressed for company, so I decided a costume was in order." She gave a playful spin, her skirt lifting to reveal a secret petticoat beneath, a cascade of sequins that caught the light like dancing flames. She had tailored the bronze jacket with delicate puffed sleeves and added a matching bow-tied belt. Sometimes, in the comfort of their friendship, it was easy to forget Lala was not merely a friend but an immortal fate, much like Jax herself, the unwed bride. She had once confided in Evangeline that all fates wrestled with the core of their nature. For Lala, that was a relentless hunger for love, a pursuit she knew was doomed from the start. Every romance left her weeping toxic tears at an altar alone, because the love she truly longed for was her first, a dragon shifter named Dane, imprisoned long ago within the Valerie. To quiet that aching urge, she sewed, constantly, brilliantly. "I know it's not a perfect match to the standard issue," she said, giving her skirt another flirtatious swish, "but I do think I've upgraded it considerably." "It's wonderful," Evangeline said warmly, "but seeing you is infinitely better." With her memories restored for less than a day, Evangeline hadn't yet felt the full weight of missing her friend, but now, with Lala here, she recognized that hollow space inside her beginning to fill. She pulled Lala into a fierce embrace, holding tight without worry. After all, Lala was a fate. "Where is your dragon?" Evangeline asked, realizing that although she remembered unlocking the Valerie Arch, the details of what lay within remained a mystery, save for Dane's presence. She didn't even know if they had been reunited. "Oh, he's nearby," Lala answered vaguely, stepping back. "You'll meet him soon, I'm sure," she added, but her tone lacked its usual conviction. This was unlike her.
Lala's emotions might not be entirely human, but Evangeline knew the depth of her love for Dane, a love so powerful it had driven Lala to curse Apollo, hoping to force Evangeline to open the arch. Evangeline had been wounded by that betrayal, yet she understood making terrible choices for love all too well. "Is everything all right?" Evangeline asked softly, taking her friend's hand. "Do you want to talk?" "It's fine, really. It's just—" Lala took a slow breath. "The world has shifted so much since Dane was sealed away, and it seems I have too, but it's fine, truly. What is that saying about love? You know the one about sugar, fire, and the price of wanting something too much." Evangeline shook her head.
I don't think I've heard that one. Maybe it's not a real saying. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy you're asking about all this, but I'm confused. I thought all your memories were gone. They were, Evangeline replied quietly. I just got them back. She hurriedly explained to Lala how Apollo had taken them, how he'd tried to paint Jax as the villain, and how he might have succeeded if Jax hadn't kept showing up to rescue her. She described every visit, how her heart had recognized him even when her mind couldn't, and how she'd finally found the letter she'd written, the one Jax had kept close to his heart all this time. That's unexpectedly tender, Lala remarked. I thought so too. Reading it, finally, let me break through and remember everything. That was last night, or maybe it was just before dawn. The timing is all a blur now. She managed a smile, though it felt unsteady. Seeing her friend was a profound relief. Part of her just wanted to collapse onto the tense cushions and talk about anything and nothing for hours. But there wasn't time for that. Not if she was going to find Jax and try to stop him from whatever chaos had warned her about. I never intended to come back here with Apollo, but when I woke up, Jax was gone, and then Apollo was just there with his heroes, his guards, and all his lies. Complete bastard, Lala muttered. I know princes are the worst, but I'd almost hoped that curse might have improved him a little. Sometimes I think in his own twisted way, he believes he's doing the right thing. But you still despise him, right? Absolutely. I detest him. I can't bear to look at him or listen to his voice, and I want to be far away from here before he comes back so I never have to see him again. Then let's make that happen. Part of me would love to wait so I could plunge a dagger into his heart and roast it over an open flame, but I suppose that can wait for another day. Lala mused, a dark glint in her eye. So what's our plan for getting out? It's been ages since I've been in a proper sword fight. That could be an entertaining option. Sadly, I'm useless with a sword, Evangeline admitted. What about those self-defense lessons you mentioned? Did Jax actually teach you anything, or was it mostly an excuse to get his arms around you? Lala wiggled her eyebrows. Evangeline felt her cheeks grow warm. He showed me a few moves. But yes, it involved a lot of him holding me. That's what I figured. Lala smiled, but Evangeline could tell it was one of those strained, trying to be supportive smiles. Since Lala was a fate, however, it carried an extra edge of danger. A smile that silently promised, if he hurts you, tell me and I'll make him regret it. It reminded Evangeline of their last conversation before she lost her memories, when Lala had come to warn her about Jax. As long as you're with Jax, you're not safe, she'd said. Do you still believe Jax is going to hurt me? Evangeline asked. Lala's forced smile vanished. Jax hurts everyone. He hasn't been the same since the day my brother died, and Costa died, and everything up north fell apart. For a fleeting moment, Lala didn't look like a fate at all, not vicious or all-powerful, not like someone who'd murder for a friend's tears. She just looked like a young woman who needed a friend as much as Evangeline did. Beyond being a fate, Lala was also one of the original Merrywoods. Her brother, Lyric Merrywood, had been one of Jax's closest friends, alongside Prince Castervala. They died on the same day, and even though it wasn't Jax's fault, Evangeline knew he blamed himself for not being able to save Caster. If anything could ever truly change Jax, I think it might be what he feels for you, Lala said after a pause. But you still have to be careful. Even his emotions are a threat. I'm aware. Are you truly? Lala's gaze was intense, her bright eyes sharp with worry. From childhood, Evangeline had learned 3 cardinal rules about the fates. The foremost was an absolute prohibition. Never, under any circumstances, fall for one. She knew the rule, of course, but it had faded from her immediate thoughts, and its full weight hadn't truly settled until now. A fresh, unsettling understanding was dawning earlier, when her memories had returned only for Jax to vanish again. She'd begun to fear he might be correct, that perhaps they were never meant to be. If they were truly destined, shouldn't it have been simpler? Shouldn't there have been less chaos, less pain, fewer forces determined to pull them apart? Shouldn't love have triumphed by now? Yet maybe the warning wasn't that love with a fate could never exist. but that it was a path of immense difficulty, bordering on the impossible. Lala herself yearned for love, yet she was the one repeatedly abandoning her grooms before the ceremony. Even now, reunited with her dragon shifter, she seemed uncertain, as if the reality of commitment was more daunting than the fantasy. Evangeline had once heard that fates experienced love differently from humans. She'd assumed it meant they couldn't feel it at all. But now she wondered if it meant they didn't believe in it the same way. Perhaps they were convinced love with a human was cursed, and then through their own actions they made that curse a reality.
"I won't abandon Jax," Evangeline declared. Lala's lips tightened briefly. "That sounds so very human. I can't decide if that's praise or a slight." "I suspect it's a little of both," Lala replied with a weary smile. "I know you strive to do what's right, but with our kind righteousness rarely prevails. I believe that's partly why Jax became a fate. As a mortal, he always tried to do the honourable thing, but it never seemed to matter. The people he cherished most kept dying anyway."
Lala paused, her expression darkening. "I want to be encouraging. I genuinely have a soft spot for hopeless cases and disastrous plans. But I'm terrified that if you try to save Jax, you'll perish as well. You have your memories back, but let me reiterate, Jax is a supernatural being whose kiss is fatal. He will kill you." Or, Evangeline countered, a new stubbornness in her voice, "I could kiss him, and he might finally realize he won't." "No, absolutely not," Lala exclaimed, exasperated. "That is the single worst idea in the entire world." "But what if it isn't? I know the legends. I know they say his kiss kills everyone except his one true love, and that he's supposedly already found her. But I also know stories here have a way of bending the truth. That could be a complete fabrication. I am his true love. I believe it as firmly as I believe the ocean holds water and dawn follows darkness. I believe it with everything I am. There has to be power in a conviction that's strong." "I don't think magic operates on belief alone," Lala said, her tone sorrowful. "Wanting something to be true doesn't make it so. But what if my belief exists because it's true? Every tale says otherwise. But my heart insists his story isn't complete." Lala frowned, fiddling with a button on her coat. "His story may still have pages left, but that doesn't mean they end with joy. I've known Jax for centuries. He's unparalleled at obtaining his desires. But I don't think a happy ending is what he desires. If he wanted one, he could have it. There's a reason he doesn't. Then it's fortunate he has me now." Lala looked ready to protest, but Evangeline continued. "I know I seem naive. I know my faith in love probably looks like folly. I also know it might not be sufficient. I'm not proceeding because I'm certain I'll win. Honestly, I'm somewhat afraid I'll lose. I don't see love as a guarantee of victory or a fairy tale ending anymore. Yet I believe it gives us a reason to fight for them. I'm aware my effort to rescue Jax might conclude in a blaze, but I'd rather be consumed by the flames beside him than stand by and watch him burn alone." At that, Lala finally allowed a smile. "That might be the most disastrous love confession I've ever heard, but your fervour certainly calls for a drink." She lifted 2 wine goblets from the table and passed one to Evangeline. "To reckless hearts and fire, may you and Jax only ever blaze with passion and longing." Chapter 34. Evangeline. Following their toast, Evangeline and Lala indulged in more wine than was wise. Evangeline wasn't accustomed to drinking, but despite the brave declaration she'd made to Lala, a deep fear gripped her, the terror that she might tell Jax she loved him, and he might still walk away. She had endured being turned to stone, poisoned, pierced by arrows, stripped raw by a magical curse, and had nearly died on multiple occasions. Yet none of those horrors frightened her as much as the thought of Jax simply deciding not to love her in return. Evangeline knew Lala was correct. Jax was exceptionally skilled at obtaining whatever he desired. Once his mind was set, it was immovable. The only force that could make Jax stay was Jax himself. Having doubts now? Lala inquired.
"Not at all," Evangeline replied.
In fact, I've devised an escape earlier. As Lala had fiddled with the buttons on her coat, an idea had sparked in Evangeline's mind, one that involved neither swords nor fire nor any sort of combat. That could actually work, Lala mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully after hearing the proposal. You could slip out just before the guard shift changes when the current watch is weary. I could make my exit right after the new guards arrive.
They'll have no clue I wasn't officially admitted, and they'll be too distracted by my stunning appearance to question it. Evangeline's head was beginning to swim. She'd definitely overdone it with the wine. Everything became a hazy sequence as she changed into Lala's attire, and Lala rummaged through Evangeline's trunks until she discovered a shimmering, off-the-shoulder gown that was undeniably dazzling. Afterwards, Lala carefully tucked Evangeline's hair beneath a cap and darkened the roots with a bit of table wine, just enough to alter her appearance at a casual glance. "If the guards look too closely, they'll recognize you," Lala cautioned. "So move swiftly, but not in a way that draws suspicion." "I don't think I could manage suspicious quick right now, even if I tried," Evangeline admitted. But she also couldn't afford to linger much longer. The guard change was imminent. If she intended to leave, this was her only chance. "I'll be right behind you," Lala assured her, "and don't forget this." She handed Evangeline a hand-drawn map of Merrywood Forest, essentially a collection of triangles representing trees, with a line cutting through them, leading to a circle marked the glowing spring. Their plan was to reunite there before jointly searching for Jax. "Thank you for doing this," Evangeline said. "What's the point of having friends if they won't back your terrible choices?" Lala retorted, giving her a final embrace, just as a bell tolled in the distance. "You should go now." Evangeline slipped outside precisely as the guards were changing. One seemed to glance in her direction, but the dimming evening light must have helped conceal her. Torches scattered throughout the camp filled the night air with drifting plumes of smoke, lending everything a faintly dreamlike quality. It made Evangeline feel as though she was skirting the charred edges of a storybook page, a story she was desperate to leave behind. The dinner hour was fading as she wove her way through the royal encampment. The atmosphere was tipsy, celebratory, and flirtatious. Some of the revelry from the Merrywood Rebuilding Festival had finally seeped into the royal grounds. At a glance, it appeared men and women from other camps had come to socialize with the royal guards, which worked in Evangeline's favor. Still, she held her breath until she finally reached the outermost edge of the tents. The wine's warmth lingered in her veins, but a fresh wave of anxiety washed over her as she ducked behind a stack of timber near the path, avoiding the sentries guarding the camp's perimeter. She moved with deliberate silence, a stark contrast to the distant chorus of campfire songs and raucous laughter that filled the night. The festive noise faded entirely as she stepped into the dense embrace of Merrywood Forest, replaced by the lonely crunch of her own footsteps, the low croaking of unseen frogs, and the chilling howl of a wolf that sparked an answering chorus from miles away. Evangeline lifted her lantern, its glow illuminating the crude map Lala had sketched to the fabled glowing spring. She had assumed the drawn line represented a proper trail, but now, surrounded by ancient trees and thick undergrowth, she saw no such path. Either she had already missed it, or Lala's instructions were merely a suggested route through the wilderness. As she studied the parchment, trying to commit its twists to memory, the forest around her fell into an unnatural heavy silence. The earlier rustle of small creatures, the distant snap of a dragonling's wings, all of it vanished. The only sound was the deafening crack of a single twig snapping underfoot. Not her own. She startled, her heart leaping into her throat. And then he was simply there. Jax, alive, whole, and infuriatingly flawless without a single mar on his impossibly handsome face. A breath she hadn't realized she was holding finally escaped her lungs, the relief so profound it made her knees feel weak. She hadn't fully acknowledged the depth of her fear until this moment it was dispelled. "Did I startle you, pet?" His voice was a familiar, mocking melody. "No, well, yes, but not truly," she stammered, feeling inexplicably flustered. She had been preparing to search for him, and here he was, embodying that uniquely Jack's essence. He was casually tossing a pale, almost luminous apple from hand to hand as he moved through the trees. His motion was like a shadow at dusk. There one moment shifted the next. He had been yards away, but suddenly he stood directly before her, his clear blue eyes capturing the lantern light. As he looked down, "I remember," she whispered, the words barely audible. "Do you now?" His smile was all Jack's, sharper on one side, a blend of cruelty and playful mischief that transported her back to their first meeting, when he'd seemed like a bored aristocrat with the dangerous glint of a fallen god. "Tell me, pet, precisely how much do you recall?" His cool fingertips found the sensitive hollow at the base of her neck. Her pulse jumped traitorously, a small, frantic beat that chased away the wine's comforting heat as his fingers traced a slow path up to her jawline. This, too, was quintessentially him, and yet her heart was drumming a frantic, discordant rhythm, and her mind snagged on his choice of address, pet, uttered twice. Not little fox, not Evangeline. But the cruel trick of longing for the forbidden is that the instant it feels within reach, all logic abandons you. Reason and desire are only allies when reason cheers you on, otherwise it becomes the enemy to be silenced. A small, sensible voice in the back of her mind whispered that Jax was behaving oddly, that she disliked this new nickname, but the much larger, desperate part of her, the part that ached for his love, smothered that warning.
"I remember everything,"
she affirmed, her voice gaining strength. "From the moment in your church to the night at the Valerie Arch. I'm sorry it took me so long to find my way back. It's of no consequence," Jax replied airily, that crooked smile still in place as he let the apple fall from his hand. It landed on the forest floor with a solid, final thud. Evangeline, step away from him. A low, smoky voice cut through the trees, vaguely familiar until its owner, Chaos, edged cautiously into the lantern's circle. "He is not himself. He isn't safe. I'm never safe," Jax countered. Then, with a smirk aimed at his old companion, he added, "The hero's role sits poorly on you, Castor. At least I don't abandon the field after a single defeat. Who said anything about abandoning?" Jax drawled, his gaze sliding back to Evangeline. "I'm merely giving the girl what she's always wanted." His fingers drifted from her jaw to gently tilt her chin upward. For a heartbeat, time itself seemed to suspend, and the only thought in her mind was the imminent, terrifying possibility of a kiss. In that suspended moment, every trace of the wine's haze vanished, leaving her starkly, painfully sober. "Isn't this what you've been waiting for?" Jax murmured, his voice a low whisper against the charged air. The answer was a silent scream within her, a desperate yes. Yet that persistent, logical part of her mind protested, insisting this was a line they were never meant to cross. Jax was the one who provoked and prodded, whose touches were fleeting sparks, not this. He was the architect of tragic endings, a believer in love destined to fail. Evangeline's entire being was a rebellion against that very notion. She still clung to the hope of proving him wrong. A wave of pure terror washed over her as he closed the final inches between them, but her body refused to obey the panic, remaining perfectly still as his lips almost met hers. He recoiled violently, a guttural curse tearing from his throat, words so raw and foul they were foreign to her ears. His face drained of all colour, a mask of agony as he clutched his side, collapsing to his knees with a sound of pure suffering. "What is this?" he gasped out. She dropped down beside him, her heart hammering. It was then she saw it. The script etched on her wrist cuff was pulsing with a fierce, ethereal light. "My apologies for the interruption." Chaos's voice cut through the moment, his arms wrapping around her with a heat that nearly seared her skin as he lifted her from the ground. "We have to go, now, before he decides finishing you off is worth the pain." Aurora moved ahead of him, scattering delicate flower petals like a forest deity blessing her own path. The road to the cursed forest was perpetually slick with rain, a dismal, muddy track, except where Princess Aurora Valor walked. Where her slippers trod and her petals fell, the downpour ceased, leaving only a cool, gentle breeze in her wake. Apollo kept pace, his boots treading a path littered with discarded shoes and the wreckage of overturned carriages, some wheels still spinning lazily in the quiet air. "You still haven't named your price," Apollo stated, his voice tight, "or our exact destination. I am leading you to the Tree of Souls. Your father would never—" "My father," Aurora cut in smoothly, "is remarkably obstinate. He possesses vast knowledge, but his understanding has limits." A sharp coiling sensation tightened in Apollo's gut, a warning that felt like either spoiled stew or a spectacularly bad decision taking root. Trusting Aurora was folly. The sweet, innocent act she performed, plucking petals from her silver cloak to adorn their way, was a masterful illusion. But how could he possibly turn his back? The promise of immortality dangled before him, a prize beyond any other.
There is, however, one minor condition,
Aurora added, her voice so soft it was nearly lost to the breeze. Apollo stiffened instantly. "Name it." She turned to face him fully, and for the first time all pretense of sweetness vanished. In the pale moonlight, her expression was sharp, predatory, her white teeth a stark gleam as she spoke. "You will abandon this futile campaign to have Jax killed by morning. You will clear his name of all charges. He will no longer be a fugitive in your kingdom." "That is impossible." "Then the Tree of Souls is beyond your reach." Aurora halted where the path dissolved into a wall of swirling, misty grey, the threshold of the cursed forest. "The choice is singular, immortality, or your petty hunt for a man I sincerely doubt you could ever defeat as you are. You've mobilized an entire nation against him with nothing to show for it. Perhaps, as an immortal, you'd stand a chance.
But I do not wish you to take it. Therefore you will swear here in blood, on your very life, that you will never bring harm to Jax." Apollo's shoulders squared, tension radiating through him. "Why protect him? That is not your concern. It becomes my concern when you demand I spare him," Apollo shot back, his glare intensifying. "Has he enchanted you as well?" Aurora drew herself up, indignation flashing in her eyes. "No one enchants me. I am a Valor."
She regarded him with the full, unassailable pride of her royal blood. It was moments like this that affirmed Apollo's general distaste for princesses, beautiful exteriors often hiding rotten cores. "If your fear is that Jax will steal Evangeline back, you may set it aside," Aurora said, her tone shifting to one of cool assurance. "I have already handled the situation. Handled it how? The specifics are mine to keep, just as our arrangement here will remain secret."
Now what is your decision, Prince?
Apollo knew retreat was not an option. His father's lifelong admonition to be more echoed in his mind. There was nothing more than forever. He knew he could keep arguing with Aurora over Jax, but victory felt unlikely. It was obvious, despite her protests, that Jax had cast his spell over this girl, just as he had over Evangeline. "I'll make the blood oath after you've brought me to the tree, not a moment sooner." Aurora's eyes sharpened.
"You have my word," Apollo insisted. "If I'm lying, you can announce to the entire kingdom that I stole my own wife's memories."
"Fine," Aurora conceded. She resumed scattering petals as she guided him further into the hazy in-between. "Why do you keep doing that? It isn't raining here." "The forest enjoys it," she replied simply. With another toss of petals, the ground at their feet began to glow, pushing back the mist. "Is our destination the cursed forest?" "Only if we have no other choice. The Tree of Souls lies on the far side, but there should be an ancient arch nearby that offers a quicker route." A faint line of concentration appeared on Aurora's forehead as she peered into the shifting grey expanse. Suddenly, she gave a little chirp of triumph. There it is. To Apollo, it looked like nothing more than a slightly denser patch of fog. Then Aurora flung another handful of petals high into the air. Where they struck the mist, they stuck, briefly tracing the shape of an archway before melting and spreading to form the structure itself, a gateway of radiant white marble. He'd grown up on tales of hidden arches in the north, but this was his first real encounter with one. The question of how Aurora knew its location died on his lips as he recalled the Valors had built them all as the reigning monarch. Apollo possessed a couple himself.
One had been for show at Nocte Neverending.
The other guarded an ancient phoenix tree. That one bore a resemblance to this arch, both etched with strange arcane symbols. Aurora studied the markings, then pressed a sharp fingernail into her palm until blood welled. She smeared it against the marble. "Good arch, please open, and let us pass to the Tree of Souls," she murmured. Instantly, a door of the same luminous material appeared and swung inward, revealing a passage too dark to discern.
From within her cloak, Aurora produced a match, struck it against the wall, and let it fall. Where it landed, a line of fire raced along one wall. She repeated the gesture on the opposite side, and soon the tunnel was brilliantly illuminated by two parallel rivers of flame. She stepped inside with an almost casual grace, humming a tune as she walked between the fiery lines. The air grew stiflingly hot as they progressed, until the tunnel widened into a vast cavern of glittering white granite, encircled by the same relentless fire. There was no visible sky, yet a perfect column of moonlight fell from somewhere above, spotlighting the most immense tree Apollo had ever beheld. Tree seemed an inadequate word. Trees weren't supposed to have heartbeats, but the blood-red trunk of this one visibly pulsed. Thump, thump. He could hear it as he approached. And were those faces, human faces, carved into the bark? For a moment, he thought, he saw eyes wide with terror and mouths contorted in silent screams as if souls were imprisoned within the wood, though the dancing firelight made it hard to be sure. The Tree of Souls was adorned with sharp, metallic red leaves, its wild branches, the same crimson as the trunk, reaching desperately for the sky or twisting down toward the earth like gnarled, seeking fingers. When Apollo first learned of this tree from Lord Slaughterwood's scroll, he pictured something akin to his own phoenix tree, a thing of wonder and enchantment. He had envisioned a majestic setting, the kind that begged for a portrait, though those days were long behind him. "It's hideous," he whispered. Aurora fixed him with a warning glare. "Mind your words." "It's only a tree," Apollo insisted. Then the heartbeat returned. Thump, thump, thump.
It pulsed quicker now, a rhythm that felt eager and ravenous, echoing Wulfric's earlier caution, planting it had been a fool's errand, for the Tree of Souls was wicked. Apollo felt no goodness radiating from it. "Don't tell me you're frightened now," Aurora taunted, though Apollo noted she kept a careful distance, never letting her fingers brush the bark. "Do you intend to drink from it as well?" he asked.
According to the scroll, the ritual was straightforward. Pierce a branch, let the tree's blood flow, and drink it directly. In return, immortality would be his. No sickness, no aging, perpetual youth and strength. He could still be killed, but natural death would be impossible, and the very magic preserving him would make him harder to slay. It might have seemed too simple, but the scroll detailed the grueling cultivation. After receiving the rare seed, Wulfric had to feed the tree with his own blood, morning and night for an entire year. Skip a single feeding, and the tree would perish. "I'm waiting a few more years," Aurora said. "Being a woman is challenging enough. I've no desire to be a young woman for eternity. At least you show a glimmer of sense, though not enough for me to claim you as a daughter just yet." Boomed a voice from the tunnel behind them. Wulfric Valor strode into the cavern, two of his sons at his sides. Like all the Valors, they carried an aura that seemed more than human. Aurora stiffened almost imperceptibly at their arrival. "You look as grim as ever, father." Wulfric shot her a scorching look before turning to his sons. "Take her back to camp. Her mother and I will settle this there." Before they had even departed, Wulfric closed in on Apollo, who instinctively reached for his weapon. "Save your effort," Wulfric growled. "I'm not here to kill you, boy. You've shown kindness to my family, so I'll offer one final warning about this tree. The only reason it still stands is because I cannot cut it down. If this tree dies, I die. And before any clever ideas take root, know that I alone can wield the axe that would fell it."
"I would never."
"Don't lie," Wulfric interrupted. "Your presence here proves you'd consider much. But do you understand what you're doing? Or did you merely trail my reckless daughter?" Apollo considered explaining that Aurora was less a follower and more a schemer who had been coercing him, but he doubted it would improve matters. "Do you want to know why I refused you when you asked about this tree?" Wulfric pressed on. Do you want to know the true cost of drinking from the Tree of Souls? Magic always demands a price. For eternal life, another life must be given. In this case, you would sacrifice the person you love most. That is why I was given the seed to plant this accursed thing. Wulfric tilted his head, casting a bitter, appraising glance at the gnarled trunk. When I was younger, I was a fool. Much like you during a visit to a neighbouring kingdom, I saved the life of their princess. Her name was Serenity. She was beautiful, and I was perhaps too charming for my own good. Before I left, Serenity gave me the seed for this tree. She told me it was a token of gratitude for saving her, and like a fool, I believed her. I believed I was worthy of eternal life, and it never crossed my mind to consult my closest counsellors about the true nature of that tree before I offered it my blood each day. It wasn't until the tree had fully matured, just as I prepared to finally drink from it, that I discovered the truth. Princess Serenity had given me that seed with the hope I would plant it, knowing my wife would perish the moment I tasted its sap. After I had saved Serenity's life, she convinced herself she was in love with me. She understood I would never be with her while Honora lived, but I would have chosen death 1,000 times over before causing my wife any harm.
So would I, Apollo replied. Every action he had taken was to shield her. I hope you truly mean that, Wulfric stated, his tone heavy. Do not approach this tree again, or it will be the final mistake you ever make. Chapter 36. Evangeline. No, this can't be. How? Evangeline gasped, her breath coming in ragged pulls as words failed her. She wanted to scream that Jax would never have attempted to kill her, that he was incapable of hurting her.
But a cold dread whispered that those words might be a lie, and giving them voice would only make them more false. If Jax truly posed no threat, she shouldn't have needed to convince herself of it at all. She pressed her palms hard against her eyes, fighting back a wave of tears. From across the spring, chaos made a rough, uncomfortable sound, like a cough mixed with a groan. She wondered if the vampire was searching for some way to offer comfort, or simply an excuse to depart now that he had whisked her away from Jax. When she lowered her hands, Chaos looked profoundly uneasy. Dressed in a dark cape and leathers the colour of ash, he stood rigidly against a tree on the far side of the luminous pool. Evangeline didn't recall instructing him to bring her to this glowing spring, but she must have. The spot was isolated and beautiful, with waters that radiated a soft light, making the encircling trees shimmer in shades of emerald and cerulean. The stones lining the pool glittered under the enchanting glow. Everything seemed brushed by a delicate, otherworldly magic, everything except chaos. The magic affecting him appeared of a darker variety. The water's glow was strong enough that she could see the sharp tips of his fangs beginning to extend, gleaming even brighter than the water as moonlight caught their edges. "Are you planning to bite me?" she asked. "I just saved your life," he replied, though the words carried a low growl. "I have no intention of harming you." "That seems to be what people always say right before they do," she murmured. "Then you should consider yourself fortunate that I am not technically a person." The corners of his mouth twitched upward. It might have been an attempt at a smile, but it looked more predatory than comforting. "What happened to Jax?" she asked. "I believe you already know." Chaos nodded toward the glass cuff encircling her wrist. It was dormant now, but it had shone brightly when Jax tried to kiss her mere minutes ago, just as it had ignited when Apollo was causing her pain. A persistent buzzing filled Evangeline's ears, or perhaps it had been there all along, a static hum meant to drown out the unbearable thought that Jax might have truly tried to end her life. "That cuff is ancient magic," Chaos explained. "It was intended as a wedding gift from Vengeance Slaughterwood to my twin sister. I didn't know you had a sister. I do. I believe the two of you are actually friends, though I doubt that friendship will survive this tale. You know my sister as Aurora Vale, but her true original name was Aurora Valor." The mossy ground beneath Evangeline's feet seemed to sway. "Did you just say Valor?" Chaos gave a single nod while Evangeline's mind scrambled to process it all. In the last day alone, she had regained so many memories and endured so much that it was becoming difficult to separate one shock from the next. but she knew the name Valor, and the weight it carried was immense. She had pored over the histories of the Valerie Arch stones during her search, yet it never once crossed her mind that Chaos could be one of the legendary figures. A wave of foolishness washed over her. Jax had referred to him as Castor mere minutes ago. Castor Valor, Jax's own dear friend. He was supposed to be long dead, like all the other Valors, yet here he stood, very much alive. And if Aurora was truly Castor's sister, then her parents could only be Wulfric and Honora Valor, the first sovereigns of the North, somehow returned after centuries. Evangeline couldn't fathom how she was meant to have deduced that a family had cheated death itself. Still, a nagging feeling insisted she should have connected the dots. She had never trusted Aurora, of course, but she chalked it up to a shared name with the historical princess, never dreaming they were the same person. "I can tell your mind is racing with questions," Chaos observed. "It's nothing but questions," Evangeline admitted, her voice tight. "Did your family truly return from the grave, or was it all an elaborate pretense? Where have you been hiding all these years? And why reveal yourselves now? I know it's difficult, but try to save your questions until I've finished," Chaos urged, his gaze darting toward the door. Jax could return any moment. He didn't wait for her protest before adding, "Jax likely told you my sister was once betrothed to Vengeance Slaughterwood." Evangeline gave a curt nod, and Chaos went on. Vengeance saw Aurora as little more than a delicate ornament in need of safeguarding. He commissioned a protection cuff for her, a piece meant to stop anyone who meant her harm. There was a single rather significant condition. Once fastened, it could never be removed. Knowing this, my sister refused to wear it. She believed she didn't require any magical trinket for defense, or so she thought at the time. She kept the cuff nonetheless. I'm not certain what she intended to do with it, but during the long years my family spent locked within the Valerie, that cuff transformed into a whispered legend. Wait, Evangeline cut in, her thoughts stumbling. Your sister was inside the Valerie?
My entire family was trapped there in a magically suspended sleep, Chaos said, a flicker of old frustration in his eyes. Why else do you think I was so desperate to break it open? I assumed it was because of your helm, Evangeline replied. Before she opened the arch, Chaos had been bound by a cursed helm that starved him, preventing him from feeding, but looking back, it made terrible, perfect sense.
He must have been the rumoured monster some believed guarded the Valerie, when in truth he was merely trying to reach his imprisoned family. After the night you opened the arch, Jax was nearly out of his mind. Chaos continued, his voice dropping. He kept ranting about you dying, about how he had to save you. I didn't believe him. He paused, running a hand through his hair with a muttered, "I might have accidentally bitten him. I thought his ravings were just from blood loss." But a few days later, I discovered he'd made a bargain with my sister for that very cuff. He wanted it for you, to ensure no one could ever hurt you again. He's become fixated on that idea, Evangeline murmured. She remembered his earlier protectiveness, but this felt different, more desperate, or it had felt that way. Clearly, something had shifted drastically between their last meeting at the inn and tonight. Chaos had explained the cuff reacted to intent, and it had halted Jax just as he meant to kiss her. What was the price for the cuff? Evangeline pressed. I tried to stop him, Chaos said, his voice strained. I warned him, but he wouldn't listen. What did he trade for it? She demanded, her tone sharper. Chaos looked at her, but his eyes avoided hers. She recalled the warning about meeting a vampire's gaze. It was an invitation, but this felt different. He didn't seem hungry now. He looked profoundly sorrowful. Jax traded the cuff for his heart. His heart, Evangeline echoed, bewildered. What does that mean? Is it some magical artifact? A mere trinket? Surely not his actual beating heart. Evangeline breathed. Everyone possesses two hearts, Chaos explained, his voice low. The first is the one that pumps blood and keeps you breathing. The second is the one that feels. It's the heart that breaks instead of beats. The one that loves and gives all this living a purpose. That is the heart my sister desires." "Why would Aurora want that?" Evangeline asked, though a cold dread was settling in her stomach. She already suspected the answer, a suspicion tied to two names she had once found etched into the ancient stones of the hollow, Aurora and Jax. Those carvings were centuries old, yet for Aurora, trapped in a timeless slumber within the Valerie, it might have felt like only yesterday. "She's in love with Jax, isn't she?" Evangeline stated, the words tasting bitter. "That has always been my theory," Chaos admitted. Aurora never confessed it, likely because Jax never once glanced her way. Lyric Merrywood was the one who adored her, but I believe my sister only kept his company to remain near Jax, who remained utterly indifferent. If Aurora had truly wished to break her engagement to vengeance for Lyric, our father would have been disappointed, but he would have allowed it. He is not a monster. But Aurora revelled in being desired. She enjoyed holding the attention of both Lyric and Vengeance, foolishly hoping it might spark jealousy in Jax. Naturally, it all ended in disaster. I doubt it ever crossed Aurora's mind that spurning Vengeance would lead him to destroy Lyric and the entire Merrywood estate. That is my sister's flaw. She never considers the consequences, and I know she isn't thinking now. What does she intend to do with Jax's heart? Evangeline pressed, a horrible thought forming. Is it for a love spell? She knew from painful experience that a person didn't need a physical heart for such magic, and that such spells could be shattered. "I fear her plans are far more permanent," Chaos said, his tone grim. "Like what? Giving him a completely new heart?"
"I don't know the specifics, but I imagine when she is finished, Jax will belong to her utterly and irrevocably." A wave of nausea washed over Evangeline, mixed with a frantic need to move. The image of Jax with Aurora was unbearable, and she refused to believe he would ever want such a fate. How could he have done this? How could he surrender his own heart? How could he give up on them like this?
Although she bitterly thought, he probably saw it as some noble sacrifice, a grand gesture to protect her. The tragic irony was that he hadn't truly protected her at all. In giving up his heart, she feared he had simply made it easier to let her go. There had to be a way to undo this, to stop Aurora from warping Jax's heart, or replacing it entirely. Who would he even be after such a violation? "How do we get his heart back?" Evangeline demanded. "Not we, just you. I cannot help."
"Why not?"
"I would, but I believe my sister has hidden the heart in the one place I am forbidden to go. I suspect it is somewhere within the hollow."
"Evangeline!"
Lala's melodic voice suddenly cut through the surrounding trees. "I hope you haven't been waiting too." Her voice died in her throat as she emerged from the woods and spotted Chaos standing across the shimmering spring. Her expression instantly soured. "What are you doing here?"
"I just saved your friend's life," Chaos retorted, his posture shifting. Was it Evangeline's imagination, or did he subtly square his shoulders? In that moment, he ceased to be just Chaos. As he drew himself up, his cape draped dramatically over one shoulder, she saw him clearly, Castervalor, the arrogantly charming prince of the magnificent north. "Well, I'm here now, so," Lala made a dismissive gesture toward the forest. "Did you just attempt to dismiss me?"
Castor asked, a hint of amused offence in his voice. "I certainly tried," Lala shot back, crossing her arms. She was the shortest of the three, but the way she fixed Castor with a glare made her seem to be looking down on him from a great height. "Shouldn't you be off somewhere sipping on virgin blood or whatever it is you do?" "Virgin blood?" Castor flashed one of those lethally charming vampire grins, running a hand through his hair with careless ease.
"What ridiculous tales have you been filling your head with about me?" "I don't waste my time reading about you," Lala retorted, though Evangeline was certain she saw a flush creep up her friend's neck. "Then it's just a happy accident you're repeating one of those tales word for word." "I know what you are," Lala pressed on, undeterred. Castor's gaze grew intensely warm, as if silently replying, "I'd very much like to know the taste of yours."
The air between them suddenly felt several degrees warmer than the cool night warranted. While Lala's dislike for the vampire was palpable, Evangeline sensed the attraction was far from mutual. Perhaps we should return to the actual problem. Evangeline cut in before the tension could snap. Jax is in danger. Lala's attention snapped away from Castor. Evangeline hurriedly relayed what the vampire had shared about Aurora and the precarious state of Jax's heart.
I can't believe I ever considered Jax the clever one, Lala muttered, shooting another scorching look at Castor. Why didn't you stop him? I made an attempt. A pathetic one, clearly, Lala scoffed. This isn't Castor's fault, Evangeline insisted, but the two were locked in their own silent battle. Have you ever managed to stop Jax? Castor challenged. Lala lifted her chin with haughty pride. I once stabbed him with a butter knife. I remember that disaster, Evangeline said.
It created an enormous mess. Which reminds me, what's our plan for the mess with Jax's heart? We find Aurora, kidnap her, and make her talk, Lala declared flatly. I won't allow you to torture my sister, Castor interjected, his voice low. Your sister is a monster. Castor's nostrils flared. We are all monsters here. With a rough sound, he pushed off from the tree he'd been leaning against. For a heartbeat, Evangeline thought he might actually stride across the spring and finally take that bite out of Lala. The tension returned, coiling in his jaw and squaring his shoulders. But then, deliberately, he took a step back. I'm not asking you to forgive her for what happened to your family, Castor said, his voice quieter now. But causing her more pain isn't necessary. She was imprisoned in the Valerie for centuries. She's already paid a price. If you want to punish her, then find the heart and give it back to Jax. That alone will be a torment she can't escape. Castor turned to go. Where are you going? Lala called after him. The sun is nearly up. I have to leave, but Evangeline knows where she needs to go. And with that, chaos melted into the shadows of the retreating night. Apollo. The tent was deserted. Evangeline was nowhere to be seen. At first glance, it appeared a struggle had taken place, a calculated chaos. Clothing trunks were overturned, pillows slashed open, and the table lay on its side amid a ruin of spilled wine and trampled food. Berries were crushed into the earth beside meat smeared with dirt. Guards! Apollo roared, summoning the 2 soldiers posted outside. The instant they looked inside, their stunned faces confirmed his fear. They had heard nothing? No fight? No abduction. Evangeline had left of her own will, crafting this scene to mislead him, which meant only one thing. Her memories had returned. Find my wife, Apollo commanded, his voice ice. Bring her back to me. Use any means required. Evangeline, I haven't entirely abandoned the idea of torturing Aurora myself, Lala remarked as she walked alongside Evangeline on the path leading to the hollow. The sun was beginning its ascent, painting the dew-drenched grass, lining their way with a soft golden light. I have to admit, the thought has crossed my mind as well, Evangeline confessed. The morning air, crisp and clean, carried the distant scent of pine, a stark contrast to the dark thoughts they harboured. Talking helped, if only a little. It kept her from dwelling on the cold, terrifying truth. Jax was heartless, and the heart he might reclaim could be someone else's entirely. Lala proved a welcome distraction, cheerfully proposing they set Aurora's hair ablaze or perhaps remove her fingernails one by one. Ideas so vicious Evangeline couldn't bear to repeat them. I just want to kiss him, Evangeline whispered, the confession hanging in the air. And I really don't want to die. Until last night, she'd never fully accepted that Jax could be her end. That evening in the crypt, her fear had been about fangs and a vampire's bite, not a fatal kiss. Everything felt different now. Lala glanced over, her expression softening into something unusually tender. You know, I genuinely hope you get to kiss Jax right in front of Aurora someday. Now, that would be exquisite torture. But you're the one who keeps saying his kiss would kill me, Evangeline pointed out. Lala merely shrugged, a mischievous glint in her eye. What can I say? The thought of revenge fills me with optimism. They walked a little farther until a carved wooden sign came into view. Welcome to the Hollow. A miniature dragon snoozed on top, emitting soft, crackling sparks with each tiny snore. The sight sent a sharp ache through Evangeline's chest, pulling her back to the night she and Jax had shared here. She wondered if the cursed forest had guided him back to this very place. Could it be that his best day was the one spent with her in the hollow? It felt like a dangerous thing to hope for, yet the possibility alone rekindled a fragile light inside her. Maybe Jax didn't believe in happy endings, but she refused to accept that he didn't want her. Still, who could guess what he would desire once Aurora altered his very heart? "We must be getting close," Lala announced, scanning the trees. "If I recall, Aurora had a secret hideout tucked against the roots of a specific tree. Her family used to vacation here every summer. I tried playing with her when we were young, but she only ever wanted to chase after the boys." Lala led them off the main path into a dense part of the woods. Velvet-capped mushrooms rose like strange furniture, some reaching their knees and thighs, more slumbering dragons perched on branches, their gentle snoses filling the air with drifting golden embers. Then, abruptly, the mushrooms ended. For several yards the ground lay completely bare. No plants, no grass, not even a fallen leaf, just a wide circle of undisturbed earth encircling a massive tree. Carved into its trunk was the image of a wolf wearing a crown of flowers. "I really should have brought an axe," Lala mused, stopping before the tree. "I suppose I can just use my blood to open it." True, but swinging an axe at her precious sigil would have been far more satisfying. We can always come back with one after we find Jax's heart. Evangeline drew the dagger Jax had given her, and a sudden wave of regret washed over her. She knew losing her memories wasn't her fault, yet she desperately wished she'd recovered them sooner. She wished that when Jax had tossed her this blade, she had recognized him. Looking back, his pain at her forgetfulness was so clear. If she had remembered in time, perhaps all of this could have been avoided. She nicked her finger with the dagger's edge and pressed several drops of blood against the carved bark, silently urging it to open. After a long pause, a seamless door materialized in the wood. Beyond it, a staircase descended, each step a pure white and etched with intricate flowers. They seemed enchanted, glowing to life the moment Evangeline's foot touched the first one. "Where did Aurora get all this magic?" Evangeline asked, her voice echoing slightly. "No idea," Lala replied, following close behind. "People say all the Valor children had magical gifts, but no one ever figured out what Aurora's actually was." Evangeline counted 20 steps before they reached the bottom. The floor of the chamber glowed just like the stairs, illuminating walls completely lined with shelves. One side held what looked like books. Elegant volumes in soft pastel, shades of violet, pink, gold and cream, each fastened with a delicate ribbon. Evangeline barely glanced at them before turning to the opposite wall, which was crammed with rows of jars and glass bottles. The collection of vessels varied wildly in shape, some round and swollen, others slender and tall, each sealed with either dripped wax or gleaming glass stoppers. Their contents were just as diverse. Evangeline's gaze travelled over dried blossoms, preserved spiders, severed fingers, vibrant potions glowing like gems, and one bottle that seemed to hold captured starlight, yet nowhere did she see anything resembling a heart, pulsing or still. Her search continued until a bottle filled with a deep, wine-coloured liquid caught her eye. It shimmered faintly as she looked at it. Lifting it, she found a tiny handwritten tag tied to the stopper with a ribbon, dragon's blood. A shudder ran through her. The concept of bottled blood was unsettling enough, but the thought of taking it from something as wondrous as a dragon felt especially cruel. She placed it back carefully and selected instead a lovely jar full of silvery glitter. The moment her fingers made contact, the sparkles recoiled, then sank to the bottom in a dull, ashen pile. This one bore no label, but Evangeline felt certain it didn't hold Jax's second heart. She would know Jax's heart. She understood it. His heart was scarred, much like her own, but it was resilient. It wouldn't shrink from her touch. It would drum louder, stronger, in rhythm with her own pulse. Closing her eyes, she stretched her hand toward the shelves, letting her fingertips brush against the smooth glass surfaces.
"Beat for me, please beat,"
she whispered inwardly, moving from jar to jar to jar. Silence, emptiness, only cool, unresponsive glass, and more of the same until her fingers met not glass but leather. She opened her eyes to find a white leather-bound book, its spine adorned with gold foil.
What if, she wondered aloud, Aurora carved out the middle of a book and hid the heart inside? At this point, I'd believe anything, Lala declared, already pulling volumes from the shelves. She undid their silk ribbons, shook them vigorously, and flipped them upside down. Evangeline heard the metallic clink of several keys hitting the floor. A moment later, a long brown wig tumbled from the pages of one book before Lala tossed it aside with a flourish.
It's not quite taking an axe to the door, but it's surprisingly satisfying, Lala remarked, hurling another book over her shoulder. Evangeline handled the white leather volume more gently. The cover was blank except for an embossed emblem, a crowned wolf's head. She couldn't say if Jax's heart was concealed within, but she sensed a strange energy emanating from it. The book resisted her attempts to open it. Magic? Without hesitation, Evangeline pricked her finger and smeared a line of blood along the page edges, whispering, "Open for me." The book complied at once. The first page bore the elegant inscription, Aurora's Book of Spells. "What did you find?" Lala asked, just before sending another book sailing to the floor. "It's Aurora's personal spell book," Evangeline replied. She turned the page, hoping for an index, but found instead what seemed to be a diary. The initial entry was dated beginning with, "Today, I tried my first spell. You're not going to find his heart in there," Lala said. "I know, but maybe I'll find the specific spell she intends to use to alter his heart, or craft a new one for him. Or maybe we find a spell to use on her," Lala suggested, a bright, mischievous edge in her voice. Evangeline continued, turning the fragile, aged pages, reading entry after entry. One had to admire Aurora's tenacity, she supposed. Most early attempts were failures, yet the witch had persisted relentlessly until her magic finally began to take hold. Typical. Of course he didn't cooperate, Lala grumbled, peering over Evangeline's shoulder. For a fleeting second, Evangeline felt a warm, hopeful flutter, but it dissolved a few entries later. "It's never too late for a little creative retaliation," Lala offered. "I knew I was right not to trust her." Evangeline murmured under her breath, a fresh resolve hardening in her chest as she scanned the witch's confident looping script. It was difficult to accept just how cruel she could truly be. While Aurora had never confessed her actions, Evangeline felt she understood. Jax had once shared the tale of how he became the archer from the Ballad of the Archer and the Fox. He'd been contracted to hunt a fox, only to discover the creature was a young woman, someone he began to care for deeply. He went to the men who hired him, convinced they'd made an error in targeting a person, but instead of releasing him, they bound him with a spell. It compelled him not just to hunt, but to kill the fox girl. Jax resisted the enchantment and refused to shoot her, but then he kissed her, and she died. "Do you believe Aurora is responsible for both curses on Jax? The Archer's curse, and the one that made his kiss fatal?" Evangeline asked. "I wouldn't doubt it for a second," Lala replied. "Aurora stole Jax's heart. That sounds exactly like someone thinking, if I can't have him, then no one can." Chapter 39. Evangeline overnight. The village of Merrywood had blossomed with even more festive decorations. Cheerful, triangular flags in every imaginable colour and pattern now draped the lively streets, stripes of peach, soft mint, speckled blue like a robin's egg, blushing pink, and polka-dotted purple, all fluttering lightly in the breeze. The sun shone brightly in a clear sky. Yet the air held a damp, heavy quality that made Evangeline feel a storm might break despite the lack of clouds. She imagined the heavens splitting open as if sliced by a blade. Subtly, she adjusted the brown wig she'd taken from Aurora's hidden room, the one that had tumbled from an old book. She hoped it would let her move through the crowd unnoticed by any guards as she and Lala searched for Aurora. Their plan was simple. Spot the former princess among the festival-goers, then follow her, hoping she would lead them to wherever she'd hidden Jax's heart. Just yesterday, Aurora had spoken eagerly about the market stalls, the sweets, and all the lovely trinkets. Looking back, Evangeline recalled how genuinely happy Aurora had seemed, wearing a crown of flowers and a radiant smile. Now, Evangeline wondered if that joy had sprung from finally possessing Jax's heart. Her eyes swept over the bustling crowd, past vendors selling tools and berries, ale and endless glittering trinkets. Children laughed and shrieked, chasing paper pinwheels that spun like tiny rainbows. Happiness hung in the air like golden dust, settling on everyone and everything except Evangeline. All she felt was a constricting pressure in her chest, a growing certainty that time was slipping away. A full day had already passed since Aurora took the heart. What if she was already too late? What if she couldn't see Aurora because the former princess was already with Jax, and his heart had been permanently altered? The terrifying thought was cut short.
"Do you see our villainous princess anywhere?" Lala asked. Evangeline shook her head. She observed people bargaining, chatting, and helping to repair damaged storefronts, but there was no sign of a girl with vivid violet hair. "Dragon-roasted apples! Get your dragon-roasted apples here," called a vendor pushing a vividly painted red cart.
The words dragon-roasted apples were written in elegant, curling script, surrounded by dainty paintings of apples and the silhouettes of surprisingly cute dragons. He rolled the cart to a stop, right in front of Lala. "We're not interested, thanks," Lala said dismissively. "But someone has already purchased something for the young lady," the vendor said. He was a young man with a seemingly friendly expression, but his smile seemed slightly out of place, like a cheerful doodle added to a solemn portrait. His hands shook faintly as he offered Evangeline a small scroll tied with a stark white ribbon. "I was instructed to give this to you first." With nervous fingers, Evangeline unrolled the parchment. There was no signature, not even an initial, but she knew immediately who it was from. Jax Evangeline's gaze returned to the apple roaster. If Jax was sending a message to stay away, it meant he was thinking of her. That alone felt like a fragile thread of hope.
"When did you receive this?"
she pressed. But the young vendor gave no reply. He didn't even glance her way. Instead, he moved as if in a dream, upending a whole sack of sugar over his gleaming apple cart before turning to the 3 small dragons beside him. One brown, one green, one the soft colour of a peach. "It's time," he whispered, almost to himself. The creatures let out soft, distressed whimpers. "Just do as you're told," he murmured, still acting as though Evangeline weren't there. It struck her then. This was Jax's doing. She'd seen him compel people before, but always to shield her. A cold dread settled in her stomach as she watched the vendor brush a tear from his cheek, just as the dragons exhaled tiny sparks. The sugar ignited instantly, engulfing the cart in a rush of white and orange flame. The young man stood frozen beside the blaze, as if rooted to the cobblestones. "We have to fetch water!" Evangeline cried to Lala, already turning toward the public well in the square. "No!" Lala seized her arm, her grip firm. "We need to leave now." She pulled Evangeline back just as royal guards noticed the fire and festival-goers began rushing forward with buckets. Through the chaos, Evangeline saw the vendor weeping openly, the little dragons crying with him. The flames were quickly doused, but the cart was already lost, nothing more than charred, smoking wood. "I can't believe Jax would do something so pointlessly vicious," Evangeline muttered as Lala hurried her away from the gathering crowd. Lala's expression was grim. Jax is pointlessly vicious. He used to pull stunts like this all the time. You've never known that side of him because he's always been different with you. Her voice gentled, and though she didn't say the words, Evangeline felt the implication hang in the air. That gentler version of Jax might be gone for good. "Do you think Aurora has already changed his heart, or given him a new one?" Evangeline asked, the question tasting like ash. Lala only bit her lip, which felt like confirmation. The sun was fiercely bright as they reached the village outskirts, a time of day so glaring it erased all shadows. Someone like Aurora, with her striking looks, should have stood out in a crowd of plainly dressed villagers. But Evangeline saw no sign of her. A sharp fear cut through her. What if she was already too late? But she couldn't abandon him. She knew deep down that if their roles were reversed, her Jax would never stop searching for her. "I think I spotted her trail," Lala said suddenly, pointing away from the village toward Merrywood Forest. A path of pale pink flower petals was scattered over the ground. Lala rolled her eyes. When Aurora was younger, she was desperate for people to believe she left flowers in her wake. She'd carry baskets of petals and toss them as she walked. My guess is, if we follow this, we'll find Jax's heart. The petals wove a meandering line over stones and grass, past a few dozing dragons, leading them deeper into the dappled shadows of Merrywood. Following the floral trail stirred a half-remembered story in Evangeline's mind, one that, she felt certain, did not end happily. She clung to the belief that every story could twist toward a better ending, a hope she carried with each step and every breath. Until at last, the petals simply stopped. They ended at the foot of a broad, ancient tree, and there, waiting beside them, was a fox with a coat of reddish-brown and white, and a magnificent bushy tail. The fox lay motionless at the base of the tree, a golden arrow piercing its heart. Evangeline fell to her knees, her hands searching for a pulse that wasn't there. Tied to the arrow was a note. "I really hate him for this," Evangeline whispered. Lala tried to offer a grim comfort. "At least it's not a person." "It will be," Evangeline replied, her voice hollow. "That's the true message here. First the cart, now this innocent creature." The pattern was chillingly clear.
"So, does this mean you're giving up?" Lala asked. "No. I'm going to save him. There is no saving him now." A weary voice echoed from above. With a groan of ancient wood, a hidden door in the tree swung open, and Aurora Valor stumbled out. Her violet hair was a tangled mess, her face was ghostly pale, and a dark bruise bloomed at her temple. "If you're looking for Jax's heart, you're wasting your time. You're already too late."
Aurora Valor collapsed to the forest floor, her iridescent skirts pooling around her in a strangely perfect circle. Violet strands of hair framed a face that was eerily smooth, almost serene, like a storybook princess awaiting rescue. But the illusion shattered as Evangeline looked closer. Aurora's pretty eyes turned to flint, and her voice was laced with venom as she glared up. "What did you possibly do to make him care for you?"
"Maybe it's because she isn't a complete nightmare."
Lala shot back. Aurora flinched, her composed mask cracking into a bitter scowl.
"Where is Jax?"
Evangeline demanded, stepping closer. "What have you done with his heart?" Aurora let out a cold laugh.
"You think I'm behind this?"
She picked up the fox's limp tail, swishing it back and forth with a casual cruelty that made Evangeline's stomach turn. "As poetic as this little display is, I had no part in it. I don't believe you."
"I found your spell book. You're the reason he killed the first girl he loved, the one who became a fox."
"That was then," Aurora said, dropping the tail. "This is now. Jax did this himself. All for you." Her voice soured with a jealous ache, as if she envied the very torment she had once wished to inspire. "You're the one who stole his heart," Evangeline insisted. "I didn't steal it. He gave it to me, but I don't have it anymore. How can you not have it?"
Lala asked, skepticism dripping from every word. Aurora leaned her head back against the rough bark in another theatrical gesture. "Jax came to me earlier. He demanded his heart back. When I refused, he knocked me out." She pointed to the bruise on her temple. "When I woke up, both he and the heart were gone." "That doesn't make any sense," Evangeline argued, gesturing toward the dead fox. "If Jax already reclaimed his heart, why would he do all this?" Aurora's laughter returned, sharper and more unhinged. "You think he took it because he wanted it back?" She laughed harder, the sound grating against the quiet of the woods. "We should leave," Lala murmured, a note of real fear in her voice. "You really should," Aurora agreed, her laughter subsiding into a sinister smile. "Once Jax is finished destroying his own heart, he'll return. and he won't stop at wild animals. She picked up the fox's tail again, that repetitive, taunting motion making the blood roar in Evangeline's ears. Lala might have been speaking, but all Evangeline could hear were the words pounding in her skull. Once Jax finishes destroying his heart. She desperately wanted to believe Aurora was just being vicious, that this was another cruel game. She wanted to argue that Jax would never do such a thing, but then she had never believed he would bargain his heart away in the first place. The forest around them felt suddenly colder, the shadows deeper, as the full weight of Aurora's warning settled in. Evangeline had always admired Jax for his relentless drive, the way he pursued what he desired with unwavering focus. Yet she refused to accept that his deepest wish now was to feel nothing at all, that he could scorn his own heart so completely, abandoning love and every tender thing entirely. A storm of frustration rose within her, a desperate urge to shout and rage, while another part of her simply wanted to fall to her knees and weep. Here was the Prince of Hearts, who had spent nearly his whole existence searching for love, and now, when she stood before him, he was ready to surrender. Where did he go? She demanded of Aurora. How can I stop him? You can't, Aurora replied with a weary sigh, tilting her head as if she were the one most put out by the entire affair. I already told you. You're too late. Then just tell me where he went. Aurora rolled her eyes dramatically. He didn't exactly share his itinerary before knocking me unconscious. I know where he's headed, Lala said softly. There's only one method to destroy a person's second heart. How? Evangeline pressed. Lala swallowed hard, her expression shadowed with guilt. I'm so sorry, Evangeline. Why are you apologizing? Because if not for me, Jax would have nowhere to go. The heart a person uses to feel is incredibly powerful. It can only be unmade by fire, but not just any ordinary flame. How do you know this? Evangeline asked. Lala's pained look deepened. After Dane was sealed away in the Valerie, I wanted to destroy my own heart. You wanted to destroy your heart over Dane? Aurora let out a mocking laugh. Lala shot her a glare so sharp that, for a moment, Evangeline thought she might actually reconsider her stance on torture. You can deal with her later, Evangeline cut in. First, tell me how you believe Jax plans to destroy his heart. The only fire that can do it, Lala said, comes from a royal phoenix tree. You planted a phoenix tree? Are you insane? Aurora sprang to her feet, genuine fear flashing across her features, her cheeks flushed with anger. It was clear she hadn't truly believed Jax would go through with it until now. She'd merely been toying with Evangeline for her own amusement. Where did you plant it? Aurora demanded. As if I'd tell you, Lala retorted. Aurora whirled toward Evangeline. Do you know where it is? A cold certainty settled in Evangeline's chest. She believed she did know, but she would never share that with Aurora. She had seen the tree on her very first night in the magnificent north. The evening before Noct Never-Ending, Apollo had been reclining in its branches, posing for a portrait, though the tree itself had captured her attention even before the prince did. Her mother and her former tutor, Madame Voss, had both told her the myth. The leaves of a phoenix tree take over 1,000 years to slowly turn to solid gold. But if a single leaf is plucked before the transformation is complete, the entire tree will erupt into magical flames. That had to be Jax's plan. Pick a golden leaf, ignite the tree, and cast his heart into the fire, and she had no doubt he would follow through, unless she reached him first.
I don't actually want Jax to destroy his heart, Aurora claimed, her tone shifting oddly. If you tell me where the tree is, I can show Evangeline how to reach it using an arch. I don't want your help, Evangeline stated flatly, and I wouldn't trust it if I did. Fortunately, she hoped she wouldn't need it. She was almost sure she knew the location of Lala's phoenix tree, she just had to get there before Jax did. Lala, where is the nearest arch? She asked.
If Lala could point her to an arch, Evangeline felt confident she could persuade it to take her to the clearing with the tree. Her blood had a way of opening any door, and arches in particular always responded to her touch. I'll come with you, Lala offered. Thank you, Evangeline said. But I think I need to go alone this time. If I'm going to save Jax, it won't be through force or fighting. Then how do you plan to save him? Aurora sneered, her earlier mockery returning full force. With love, Aurora's laughter turned harsh, grating against the quiet. Evangeline felt her face flush, but she held her ground. Love isn't a joke. Oh, but it is today, Aurora countered, her earlier performance gone, replaced by a chilling certainty. Because here's the truth, Evangeline, even if you manage to save Jax's heart, it won't save you. Kiss him and you die. It doesn't matter how pure or true your love is. Evangeline told herself Aurora was a liar. This entire encounter had been a staged act. Yet the triumph in Aurora's eyes felt terrifyingly real. When I saw Jax wouldn't kill the fox girl, I cast another spell, Aurora explained, but the story curse warped the truth. It's not his true love who becomes immune to his kiss and restores his heartbeat. Only a girl who could never love Jax can survive it. Your love might save his heart, but if you kiss him, you'll just become another fox he's destroyed. Chapter 41. Evangeline. Locating the arch was surprisingly simple, the journey feeling like mere minutes, though the trek from Aurora's lair to this hidden edge of the cursed forest with Lala had surely taken closer to an hour. Time itself felt compressed, racing ahead of her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drum even when she stood still, leaving her breathless with a strange, anxious exhaustion. A single wave of relief washed over her as she stepped into the clearing. Jax hadn't arrived yet. It was just her, the phoenix tree and the sun bleeding orange into the horizon. She remembered her first night here, a spectacle of music from harps and lutes, courtiers shimmering in silks and jewels, tables groaning under feasts, the very air thick with the promise of granted wishes. Now, there was only the nervous whisper of leaves as she approached the shimmering trunk. She could hear them trembling against one another as if they sensed a final deadline approaching. Last time, the unchanged leaves had blazed in reds and bronzes. Tonight, they were a deep, dewy green. She watched a single leaf shudder, its veins flushing from green to a desperate, spreading gold, as if colour could outrun fate. But unless the others changed too, this one's transformation was a futile protest. Evangeline drew a slow breath for herself and for the frightened tree. She was afraid too, a fact that felt like a betrayal. Wasn't her faith in love supposed to be steadfast, unshakable? Yet here she was, flinching at every sigh of the wind, jumping at the softest rustle in the branches. The night she opened the Valerie Arch had carried a weight of destiny. She'd felt every step of her life had carved the path to that exact moment. This was different. This was the fragile aftermath. That moment had felt carved in stone. This one felt like a delicate tapestry, and she was terrified one wrong pull on a single thread would unravel everything. The clearing hummed with a volatile anticipation, a static charge that prickled against her skin like sparks from a struck match. She used to crave this feeling, the thrilling possibility that anything could happen. Now it just made her as jittery as that little gold leaf. She was not the same girl who had first entered this clearing, wide-eyed and believing a prince's ring could unlock a storybook ending. Back then, her dreams had felt wildly impossible, and she'd felt brave just for daring to hold them. What a naive, heartbreaking courage that had been. She understood now. Those were never truly her dreams at all. Those dreams had been borrowed from other tales, dreams she had held on to because she hadn't yet learned to dream for herself. On that initial night in the north, a future with Jax would have been unimaginable. There was an undeniable pull, an attraction. But he represented everything she was taught to avoid. Jax was not safe. He offered no promises of a fairy tale ending. In fact, he seemed to guarantee the very opposite. He didn't believe in heroes finding happiness. To love Jax felt like choosing a path destined for ruin from the very first step. But Evangeline had come to understand that love was far more than a fleeting emotion. It didn't have to be the cautious, predictable choice, because love possessed a strength greater than fear. It was the purest expression of hope, a force more resilient than any curse. And yet, a persistent doubt gnawed at her. What if her love simply wasn't sufficient? Aurora's final warning echoed in her mind, a haunting refrain. It declared that the story curse perverted reality. It wasn't Jax's true love who would be safe from his kiss. Only a girl who could never love him would survive it. The thought of Jax with other girls was a bitter pill. She hated imagining him showing them care or leaning in for a kiss that would seal their fate. When they'd first met, she had convinced herself he was equally indifferent, that the careless, arrogant man she'd encountered in his church was incapable of genuine feeling. But now her memory of that day had shifted. She no longer focused on their terrible first exchange. Instead, she saw him seated in the shadowed pews, tearing roughly at his own clothes, his head bowed as if in profound grief or some desperate act of atonement. He had been heartbroken, not in the ordinary way, as if one person had shattered him. Jax's heart had been fractured again and again until it lost the capacity for hope, for care, for love itself. The popular stories painted a picture of girls who were merely tried on and discarded. Like ill-fitting garments, their affections never genuine. But now Evangeline wondered, perhaps Jax hadn't always been so cavalier. Maybe, in the beginning, he had cared for some of them before that fatal kiss. She wondered if there had been others who truly loved him, who believed just as she did, that their love alone could be the key to his salvation, to breaking the ancient curse. Their love, too, had never been enough. No wonder Jax dismissed her feelings, and perhaps he was right to doubt, but that didn't mean he was beyond all redemption. Maybe it was never meant to be her love alone that saved him. Perhaps it required his love in return. Evangeline lifted her gaze to the newly gilded leaf, watching it tremble against a still green neighbour, as if pleading with it to transform, because unless the entire tree turned to gold, it would all be consumed by fire. Their fate was just as precarious. If she was the only one who believed in love's power, they too would burn. The air suddenly hummed, charged with an energy that felt like tiny, invisible sparks. A familiar tingling traced the outline of the broken heart scar on her wrist. Jax had arrived. She turned. The scene was eerily reminiscent of their first meeting in this very clearing. That night he had been all sharp edges and winter chill, the mist still clinging to his boots as he moved. She remembered ordering herself not to look back, not to acknowledge him. And when she had finally glanced his way, she'd intended it to be just for a second. It had been impossible. Jax was the moon, and she was the tide helplessly drawn by his impossible gravity. That fundamental truth remained unchanged, heart or no heart. She still fiercely wanted Jax to be hers. But this Jax was not hers. There was an object in his pale hands, a jar he was tossing idly, as if it were one of his apples. Only it wasn't an apple. It was his heart. The sight of him handling it with such casual disregard, as if it were a piece of fruit to be discarded and not something breathtakingly precious, made her own heart fracture a little more. The heart glowed within the glass, like captured rays of sunlight just before they melt into the horizon. The jar pulsed with a riot of colour. A swirling tempest of gold shot through with flashes of prismatic light that beat against the glass like a frantic, captive bird. Jax stood before it, his expression a mask of chilling indifference. "This isn't where you belong. Neither is this." The shout tore from Evangeline's throat before she could stop it. Her grand plan had been a confession, a gentle unveiling of her heart. But the sight of him handling his own with such careless disregard ignited a fury she couldn't contain. "What do you think you're doing? I believe you know exactly what this is, darling. You simply hate the answer." With a careless flick of his wrist, he tossed the jar upward. Instinct overrode thought. Evangeline lunged, fingers straining for the glowing vessel. But Jax was faster. His hand closed around the base of her throat, halting her advance with an unyielding strength. It was a restraint, not an attack. His grip was firm enough to hold her back, yet his fingers applied no bruising pressure. Perhaps the protection cuff on her wrist forced his caution, or perhaps the proximity of his own heart was stirring something within him he couldn't fully suppress. The light inside the jar hammered violently against its prison, and Jax's icy composure finally cracked. His blue eyes burned with a feral intensity, a man waging a war against a rising tide of feeling he'd sworn to drown. "You need to leave," he gritted out. "Why? Because you're going to burn it. You think that act will wound me?" Her voice broke. "You're doing that already, Jax." Her hand lifted, not toward the jar, but to touch his face. His jaw was granite under her fingertips, clenched so tight it trembled. He jerked his head away, dislodging her touch.
"If I intended to harm you, the cuff would intervene," he rasped. "I'm not talking about physical pain. My heart, it's breaking." And it was. She had never felt such a devastating paradox, so intimately close to someone yet stranded an ocean away. His cool hand remained at her throat, his gaze locked with hers, but it was a look of finality. This was the last touch, the end of the road. He wasn't in the process of surrendering. He had already laid down his arms long ago.
"How do I make you see," he growled, the sound raw, "that you and I don't get a happy ending? We just get an ending. How can you be so certain if you've never even tried?"
Try. Jax's laugh was a hollow, wretched thing. "This isn't a hobby you dabble in, Evangeline." The bitter sound faded, and the fire in his eyes guttered out. For a heartbeat, he looked neither like a legendary fate nor a mortal man, but like a ghost, a hollowed-out shell battered by one too many relentless storms. And Evangeline understood with a fresh ache that a heart broken too many times forgets how to hope. It only knows how to expect the worst. "Some things in life only give you one shot," he said, his voice now frighteningly quiet. "You're either right or you're wrong. And if you're wrong, there's no do-over. There's just nothing." A heavy silence descended, so profound it felt as if the very air and the leaves on the trees were holding their breath. Then, so softly, she almost missed it, he added, "You were there. You saw what the cuff did to me when I tried to kiss you." A shadow, something akin to shame, flickered in his eyes. He seemed more fragile than ever, as if the slightest misstep, a single ill-chosen word, would be enough to fracture him completely. "This," he murmured, his thumb stroking a faint, traitorously gentle path across her skin, "is as close as we are allowed to get." She knew what came next. He would release her, select a leaf, and commit his heart to the flames. Paralyzed, Evangeline feared to move or speak, her own hope draining away into a void that felt terrifyingly familiar, the same abyss that had claimed all of his. But she knew where that emptiness led, and she refused to follow it there. She gathered the last shred of her courage, her voice barely a whisper, yet ringing with conviction. "I love you, Jax." He flinched as if struck, his eyes squeezing shut against the word. And in that small, pained reaction, Evangeline dared to hope a little harder. She longed for him to meet her gaze, but the only thing that truly mattered was the way his grip refused to release her. "I used to question whether fate was real," she murmured softly. "I was afraid it meant I had no real agency. Then, in secret, I began to hope fate was real, that you and I were destined, that by some impossible twist I was meant to be your true love. But now I don't care if fate exists."
I don't need it to make this choice for me. I've already decided, Jax. It's you. It will always be you for all of time, and I'll fight fate or anyone else who tries to separate us, even you. You are my choice. You are my love. You are mine, and you are not going to destroy me, Jax. I fear I already have. He opened his eyes and crimson tears traced down his cheeks. "Let me go, Evangeline. Promise me you won't destroy your own heart, and I will. Don't ask that of me."
"Then don't ask me to release you." More tears welled in his eyes, yet his hand remained clenched around the jar. "I'm shattered. I break things. Sometimes I want to break you. Then break me, Jax." His fingers tightened against her neck. "For once, I want to do what's right. I can't do this. I can't watch you die a second time." That word again pierced her like a blade. "What do you mean again?" "You died, Evangeline."
Jax drew her in until she could feel the uneven rhythm of his breathing, his voice a raw whisper. I held you as it happened. Jax, I don't understand. I've never died. Yes, you did. The night you opened the Valerie Arch. The first time I wasn't with you. He fell silent, and she could almost hear the thought he didn't voice. I couldn't face saying goodbye. It was just you and chaos, he breathed. The moment his helmet came off, he killed you.
I tried to stop him. I tried to save you, but... Jax opened his mouth, then closed it, struggling to form the words. I failed. By the time I reached you, he had already bitten you, taken too much blood. You died in my arms. The only thing left was to use the stones to turn back time. I was warned there would be a cost. I thought it would be my price to pay. I never imagined it would steal from you. I'm sorry, he thought. You don't need to apologize, Jax. It's my fault, he ground out.
No, it isn't. I didn't lose my memories because you turned back time.
Apollo took them from me. For a heartbeat, Jax looked utterly lethal. Then, just as swiftly, he dismissed her words. It doesn't change what happened. You died. And if you die again, I can't bring you back. So you choose a life without me? I'd choose for you to live. I'm living, Jax, and I'm not planning on dying any time soon. Evangeline closed her eyes and kissed him. It was a kiss, like a whispered plea, tender and uncertain, all trembling lips and anxious hands. It felt like groping in the darkness, hoping to find a spark. Jax's lips tasted faintly sweet and metallic, like apples and blood, as he breathed against her mouth. You shouldn't have done that, little fox. It's too late for regrets. She wound her arms around his neck, pulling him closer as she opened to him. Slowly, his tongue slipped past her lips. The kiss was gentler than she'd expected, less a frantic dream, more a dangerous secret that might vanish if handled carelessly. His hands moved to her coat, working each button with deliberate, gentle flicks. As he slid the garment from her shoulders and let it fall, Evangeline's legs turned unsteady and her breath caught. She'd been mistaken before. Her life hadn't been a series of steps leading only to the Valerie Arch. Every joy, every heartache, every near love and mistaken love had led her here. To this moment, to this certainty that what they shared was true. Glass shattered. He dropped the jar, and the instant it broke, the kiss transformed. It felt like stars crashing together and worlds burning into nothing. The world tilted and spun, his kiss deepened, and she clung to him, her fingers pressing into the nape of his neck before tangling in his hair. Evangeline wanted to stay there forever, but a sudden lightness filled her head. Behind her closed eyelids, a galaxy of stars whirled into being. Little fox, Jax's voice, sharp with alarm, shattered the moment. She tried to say she was fine, but the words wouldn't form. The constellations behind her eyes spun faster, and her knees buckled. No, Jax shouted, his arms snapping around her as she fell. She struggled to find her footing, but the dizzying whirl refused to cease. No, he screamed, the raw terror in his voice echoing. Not again! He sank to the ground, cradling her in his lap. She could feel the frantic beat of his heart against her back. Jax, she thought his name. Speech was still beyond her, but she managed to open her eyes. The stars faded, and the world gradually sharpened into view. First, the deepening twilight sky, then the radiant golden tree. Finally, she saw Jax. He appeared both ethereal and utterly tormented, his handsome face pale. Twin trails of crimson streaked from his eyes down his cheeks. Don't cry, my love, she whispered, gently brushing the tears away with her thumb. I'm all right. She offered him a shaky smile. His eyes widened, becoming as brilliantly blue as a sun-washed sky. How is this possible? He murmured, his voice trailing off in a way she found unexpectedly charming. His usually petulant lips parted slightly, as if he'd forgotten how to speak. I already told you, she said softly. You are the love of my life. You are mine, Jax of the Hollow, and you are not going to be the end of me. But you were dying, he insisted, his grip tightening. No, she admitted, a faint blush warming her cheeks.
I just forgot to breathe. For a timeless moment, there was nothing in the world but the perfection of a kiss. And then there were more.
All the heartache, the fear, the sheer terror, it all felt worth it now, just to see the look on Jax's face when their first kiss finally ended. She had believed she knew every one of his expressions, the taunting smirks, the teasing glances, the flashes of anger and fear. But she had never seen this, a pure, unguarded wonder that made his blue eyes glitter like captured starlight. The leaves of the phoenix tree whispered above them, a sound like a long, contented sigh. Somehow they had shifted closer to the great tree. Now Jax leaned against its trunk, and she rested against the solid warmth of his chest. Dusk had settled, but the tree's leaves glowed with a soft, golden light she didn't remember seeing before, illuminating the wave of golden hair that fell across his forehead. His mouth took on a darker twist as he held her more securely. "You look like you're thinking about something I won't like," she observed. Jax idly traced the line of her jaw with his fingertips. "I love you," he stated, utterly simple and direct. Then his expression grew intensely serious. "I'm never going to let you out of my sight." "You say that like it's a threat," she teased. He held her gaze, unwavering. "This isn't just for now, little fox. It's for always." "I like the sound of always." She smiled, feeling the curve of it against his fingers, and then reached up to touch his cheek, because he was smiling now too. And he loved her. The truth of it sang through her veins. He loved her so profoundly he had rewritten their history, sacrificed what he thought was his only chance at love, and shattered a curse he believed was unbreakable. The joy was so immense she wanted to dance around the entire clearing and shout it to the heavens, but she had no desire to leave the circle of his arms. Perhaps not ever. She gently traced the indent of his dimple with her finger. "You know," she confessed, "I've always been terribly fond of your dimples." "I know," he said, that familiar smirk returning. "You were painfully obvious with your love at first sight." "It was not love at first sight," she huffed, pulling her hand back playfully. "I merely acknowledged an appreciation for your dimples initially. I didn't even like you. I thought you were awful," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper.
"And yet,"
he countered, his fingers finding hers once more and guiding her hand to the back of his neck. "You couldn't look away." "All right," she conceded, her free hand mirroring the first, her fingers threading into his hair. She had always been secretly fond of his hair. "I might have despised you, but you were undeniably infuriatingly gorgeous." With a gentle pull, she drew him down until his lips met hers. For that suspended moment, everything was restored. Jax held her heart. She held Jax. This was love. This was the culmination of all her yearning, the fairy tale ending. But happily ever after is a charming notion, a dream that persists after the storyteller's voice fades. Real life, however, refuses to conclude so neatly. Evangeline and Jax's tale, it appeared, had more pages to turn. The vibrant green and gold leaves of the phoenix tree began to shudder violently, their rustling crescendoing into a frantic, deafening roar, as if the entire ancient tree was seized by a profound terror. Then came the slow, mocking applause, 3 sharp claps sliced through the air, followed by a voice dripping with venom. "What a stirring spectacle!" Evangeline tore herself from Jax to find Apollo standing mere yards away, his feet planted wide, his chin arrogantly lifted. A broad, terrible smile spread across his face as he finished clapping. "You two certainly know how to command an audience. So romantic, so tragically foolish. It's only missing a proper conclusion." His grin widened, a smile that would forever poison the very idea of a prince's charm for Evangeline. "Fortunately, I'm here to provide one." He reached toward the phoenix tree and snatched a single golden leaf. A sharp crackle split the air, followed by a blinding spark. "Evangeline, run!" Jax shoved her from his lap just as the ancient tree erupted into a column of searing white flame. The fire consumed it in an instant. Trunk, branches, leaves, all swallowed by the furious light. Evangeline ran, her lungs burning, her legs pumping. She commanded herself not to look back. But where was Jax? Why wasn't he behind her? The smoke thickened into a choking fog. The heat lashed at her skin. She faltered just for a heartbeat and turned. "Jax!" she screamed into the billowing grey. "Jax!" She pivoted to run back toward the inferno. Oh, I don't think so. Apollo's arms locked around her from behind, swift and impossibly strong. "No," she cried, thrashing against his hold, but he was a fortress. Jax! "Stop struggling!" Apollo growled, heaving her over his shoulder like a sack of grain. One massive arm pinned her legs as she dangled upside down. "I'm saving you, you foolish girl. You caused this." She hammered her fists against his back, kicked wildly at his chest. "Jax!" she screamed again, a raw, desperate sound. She stilled her fight for a second, straining to lift her head, searching for any sign of him emerging from the wall of fire, coming for her. But there was only smoke and a raging, hungry glow. Apollo barely registered the blows from Evangeline's fists as she screamed and pummeled his back, strikes that might have bruised a lesser man. The physical pain was nothing. She had chosen Jax again. She had made the wrong choice again. He had tried to be her shield, her salvation, but his humanity had proven insufficient. He saw it clearly now. The hold Jax had over her was a dark enchantment no mere mortal could break. The bitter irony was that to save her, he could no longer afford to be merely human. He moved swiftly back toward the stone arch that had transported him to the clearing, his steps heavy. He had seen no pursuit through the flames, but he was not naive enough to believe that meant Jax was gone for good. Alive or dead, it hardly mattered now. Apollo doubted Jax could operate the arch alone. He wouldn't be stealing her away this time. A fresh, jagged pain lanced through Apollo at the thought sharper than any curse. He yearned to tear that wretched protection cuff from her wrist. He had braced for the agony this time. He was accustomed to pain. It had been his constant companion under the archer's torment. But this was a deeper, more desolate ache altogether. He staggered through the archway, almost losing his grip on Evangeline. "Release me," she shrieked, her voice raw with panic. "I beg you, I need to return." Sobs racked her frame. "If you have any feeling for me, let me go." Apollo finally set her down, but when she tried to scramble away, he was too quick. His hand closed around her ankle, pulling sharply until she fell forward onto the hard ground. A searing, white-hot pain shot through him, so intense his vision swam. It required only that single brutal motion to stop her. He used his weight to pin her, fumbling for the restraints hooked to his belt. "No!" she cried. "Easy now, my dear," he murmured, his voice strained as he fastened the first shackle around her wrists behind her back. "Stop this!"
She screamed, her body bucking violently, legs kicking out, one heel connected solidly with his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he finally managed to seize her flailing legs and bind her ankles together. The moment he finished, he stumbled back, the agony now a crushing wave. Apollo bent double, retching against the rough tunnel wall. For a fleeting, desperate moment, he considered abandoning her there.
The pain was a living thing, gnawing at his resolve, and he questioned whether he truly needed her with him at all. Yet, beneath the hurt and the fury, a stubborn love remained. He looked at her, bound and weeping on the cold stone, strands of her vibrant pink hair plastered to her tear-streaked face. She had shattered his trust. But if these were to be her final moments, he wanted to be the one beside her. "Hush, my sweet," he whispered, the words tasting like ash. "It will all be finished soon." With a grunt of effort, he lifted her once more into his arms and carried her forward. All Jax could see was a wall of smoke. It clogged his lungs and stung his eyes, but he pushed forward, driven by a single purpose. He had to find her. "Jax! Please, help me, Jax!" Her voice reached him, small and trembling with a fear he'd never heard in her before. After those first desperate cries, it even seemed to change, growing weaker. Initially, her calls had been everywhere, like the smoke itself, echoing his name, pleading for him. But now, no matter which way he turned, Evangeline's voice only seemed to grow more distant. "Jax! I'm coming, little fox!" he shouted back, sweat tracing a path down his spine as he ran blindly. "Jax, over here!" The sentence ended in a fit of ragged coughing. This time, however, she sounded nearer. He followed the sound of her distress, moving away from the inferno of the phoenix tree through the choking haze. The air remained thick with grime and soot, but his vision began to clear slightly. In a small clearing, he could make out the shape of a tree that the flames had spared, a simple oak. Leaning against its trunk was a figure with violet hair, one hand resting on the hip of a shimmering dress, the other lifted to her mouth as she pretended to cough again. Aurora. Not Evangeline. A sickening disappointment curdled in his gut. "I suppose I'm not the person you were hoping to find," Aurora said, her tone dripping with false sweetness. He despised the sound. He'd always disliked it, but now he wished he could physically tear that voice from the air and hurl it into the fire behind him. "Where is she?" Jax growled. The words low and dangerous. Aurora affected a pout. "Why would I know anything about that?" He slowly flexed his hands, fighting for control. He was attempting civility, solely because she was Castor's twin. But how many times had he offered her that courtesy? How often had he justified her actions because of her lineage, or convinced himself she was harmless because she possessed information he desired? He knew she hadn't set the blaze, but she had deliberately drawn him away from Evangeline. And whether she had answers or not, a violent urge to make her suffer pulsed through him.
"I'll offer you one final opportunity," Jax said, his voice deceptively calm as he stepped forward and closed his hand around her throat. "Where is Evangeline?" Aurora's lips thinned. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Jax applied the slightest pressure. "Is that your goal, Aurora? Because I am right on the edge." "You won't kill me," she gasped, a smirk playing on her lips. "Strangulation isn't your preferred method from what the stories say."
"You'd have to kiss me, and I doubt your cherished Evangeline would appreciate that." "Perhaps I'm in the mood to try something new," Jax countered, increasing the pressure just enough to make her eyes widen. "Simply tell me where she is." Aurora gave a delicate sniff. Tears welled in her eyes, though Jax was certain they were as fabricated as her earlier performance. "Tell me why you chose her," she pressed, her voice tight. "I've been turning it over in my mind, and I simply can't grasp it. What is the draw? Is she more beautiful than I am? Is that the entire reason? Are you truly being this shallow? Absolutely. And then you question why my feelings for you have faded." Aurora recoiled as if struck, and when a tear traced her cheek, it carried a weight of genuine sorrow. "You'll never reach her in time, Jax of the Hollow. Apollo has already brought her to the Tree of Souls."
Chapter 46. Evangeline.
Evangeline strained with every ounce of her strength against the cold metal restraints Apollo had fastened. She sawed her wrists back and forth, desperate to break the skin, to draw just a single drop of blood that might command the bonds to release. She had to get back to Jax. A deeper, colder fear settled in her stomach. Jax might not be the only one in danger now. Apollo had used a stone arch to whisk her away to a place she didn't recognize, a vast underground chamber illuminated by rivers of crimson-orange fire snaking across the floor. The light cast eerie, dancing shadows, giving the cavern the feel of some ancient, predatory den steeped in brutal magic. He had carried her for a time, but when her struggles persisted, he'd slung her over his shoulder like a parcel of goods, making it hard to see. Now, laid upon the ground, the full horror came into view. There stood a tree, monstrous in size, the most terrifying thing she had ever laid eyes on. Its branches were twisted and grasping, and the trunk was marred with grotesque, screaming faces carved deep into the bark. And then she felt it, a slow, heavy rhythm pulsing up through the stone beneath her. Thump, thump. It was a heartbeat, undeniable and alive, emanating from the tree itself as Apollo placed her before it like an offering. "Apollo, I'm begging you, don't do this," she writhed, the cuffs cutting into her skin. "Please, just let me go," she cried out. She tried to force out an apology, knowing it was the tactical thing to do, but the words choked in her throat. She would not apologize for that kiss. Instead, she set her jaw and met his gaze. Is your pride truly so fragile that you'd end my life over a single kiss? That is not what this is, he said, his own tension evident in the tight line of his jaw, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. I dreamed of eternity with you. I wanted to share my legacy, to crown you as my queen. It was all for us, and now that dream is gone, so I must be gone too. Is that it? You're twisting my meaning. I don't want this. If there were any other path, I would take it. But there is none. I cannot protect you as you are, a mortal, and I cannot ascend to what I must be while holding on to you. He sank to his knees beside her, his fingers brushing her cheek with a heart-breaking tenderness. This is the most painful decision I will ever make. You are the love of my existence, Evangeline. I will feel your absence every day. He leaned closer, his lips meeting hers in a final, devastating kiss. Chapter 47. Jax. Jax had believed nothing could be more agonizing than watching Evangeline's life fade in his embrace. This scene, however, was a fresh and vicious torment. There she was, bound and helpless on the cavern floor before that abominable tree, and the arrogant thief who had stolen her past was leaning in to claim a kiss. "Get away from her, you bastard!" He charged across the cavern, his fist connecting with Apollo's jaw with a sickening crack. He hit him again, and then again, driven by a fury so white-hot he ceased to feel the impact of his own blows, only the satisfying crunch of bone giving way when blood erupted from the prince's nose, splattering Jax's cheek. It wasn't enough. A quick kill would have been too merciful. Jax needed him to suffer. "I am going to end you for this," he snarled, delivering another brutal series of punches. "Restrain him," a voice shrieked. The sound of boots pounding against stone filled the cavern. Large, gloved hands seized Jax from behind, clamping onto his arms. He fought against the hold, trying to summon his power to break free. But nothing answered. He was either completely spent, or these men were something beyond ordinary guards. "Release me," Jax roared, bucking and twisting as the figures efficiently subdued him and began pulling him backward. Then he recognized them. They weren't just guards. They were Dane and Lysander Valor, Castor's older brothers. "Let me go. This isn't your fight." Dane, the most stubborn of Castor's brothers, might have grumbled a reply, but Jax couldn't hear anything over the roaring in his own ears or the desperate cries of Evangeline, still bound on the cavern floor. "Why are you holding me back instead of helping her?" Jax shouted, his voice raw, and then he saw him, Wulfric. It was the first time Jax had laid eyes on him since that fateful night in the Valerie. Now, Wulfric looked every bit the warrior, armed with knives on his arms, swords at his hips, and another weapon strapped across his back. He was deep in conversation with Apollo. Jax waited, breath held for Wulfric to drive a blade through the prince, and then scoop Evangeline to safety. But it seemed madness had infected everyone in this cursed place. Instead of attacking, Wulfric gave Apollo a firm clap on the shoulder and even handed him a cloth. Then, without so much as a look toward Evangeline, he marched straight for Jax and his sons. "What is wrong with you?" Jax bellowed. Wulfric met his gaze, his expression grim as he stroked his beard. "I'm sorry, son, but I can't let you go to her." "You can't stop me," Jax roared, thrashing against Dane and Lysander. But all the Valors possessed an unnatural, jarring strength.
"She's his wife,"
Wulfric stated, as if that explained this entire betrayal. "He's going to sacrifice her to a tree," Jax screamed. Apollo looked like a ghost of himself, his face a bloody, swollen mess from Jax's fists. Yet he was still standing, and now he was raising his sword. And Wulfric just stood there. Jax had never fully liked the man, but he'd always respected him. Or at least, he'd respected the ideals of honor and justice Wulfric loved to drone on about during endless dinner toasts. "Is this because I'm a fugitive?" Jax yelled at him. "The stories are lies. I never erased her memories. Apollo did. I don't care about any of that." Wulfric grunted, his voice low and final. "I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do." "It's not, and you know it," Jax cried out. On the ground, Evangeline was still fighting, her tears cutting tracks through the dirt on her cheeks as she lifted her head to meet his eyes. Even now, she looked heartbreakingly sweet. She didn't speak, but he heard the thought she sent him, clear as a bell. It's going to be all right. But it wasn't all right. Nothing would ever be right again if he lost her now. Evangeline fought against the cold metal biting into her wrists. Just one drop of blood was all she needed. She had to save herself, and she had to save Jax. The thought of what would become of him if she failed was a terror she couldn't face. This couldn't be their ending. Jax had once told her heroes don't get happy endings, but that didn't mean they were meant to hand those endings over to the villains. Apollo swayed on his feet, a broken nose bleeding freely, one eye swollen shut. Yet, with a trembling arm, he managed to lift his sword high. The blade caught the eerie light, gleaming like a promise of death. The ground beneath her pulsed violently, a sickening rhythm that made tiny stones dance and strike her skin. Thump, thump, thump! She held her breath. If Apollo stabbed her and she survived the blow, her blood could finally break these cuffs. Little fox, Jax's voice filled with a torment that shattered the air, echoed through the cavern as he fought against the men holding him. Little fox, I'm sorry. The broken sound of it would have made her weep if she weren't already crying. She wanted to tell him he had nothing to be sorry for, to repeat her promise that it would be okay, but just in case it wasn't, she poured everything she had into 3 words. I love you. Shut up, Apollo screamed, and then he swung. The blade cut through the air with a deadly whisper, but it didn't touch her. Instead, Apollo sliced clean through one of the tree's thick crimson branches. A torrent of dark, viscous blood erupted from the wound in the wood, a sight so profoundly wrong it stole the breath from her lungs. She almost thought the ancient tree would scream, but instead it seemed to awaken further as the crimson flow began. Its bark deepened to a flushed, vibrant red, the trunk swelling outward as if bracing for a revelation. Goodbye, my heart, Apollo whispered, before pressing his lips to the weeping branch. The sight was horrifying. Blood smeared his mouth and dripped from his chin as he drank in deep, desperate gulps. He coughed once, sputtering, but when he finally pulled away, his smile was a stark red slash across his face, his teeth stained scarlet. Yet, impossibly, he looked more radiant than ever. He should have been a mess instead. He was transformed. A soft, otherworldly glow emanated from his skin, reminiscent of the way Jax sometimes shimmered. His nose was straight again, the swelling around his eyes gone. Apollo's eyes now shone with a liquid, stellar gold. I feel divine, he laughed, the sound echoing strangely. The earth beneath them began to pound with a frantic, violent rhythm. The force of it sent Evangeline tumbling backward, grit and soil coating her face as she rolled several yards from the tree's base. Struggling to her knees, she saw Apollo sway. He caught his balance, only to stagger again as he tried to step away. His luminous skin dulled to a sickly grey, his handsome features twisting in agony with each attempted movement. What is this? Apollo snarled, turning a pained and accusing glare toward Wulfric. I warned you, Wulfric stated, his voice flat. I said if you valued your life, you would abandon this folly. Apollo collapsed to his knees, one hand scrabbling at the dirt for stability. You said it would claim the life of the person I love most. It is, Wulfric answered calmly.
It's claiming you.
The ground hammered harder. Jagged roots, like skeletal fingers, erupted from the soil, grasping for the prince.
Stop this!
Apollo shrieked overhead. The tree's limbs plunged downward, forming a cage of living wood around him. No, this isn't right. You cannot take me. Evangeline watched, frozen, as Apollo hacked wildly with his sword. Tears streamed through the dirt on his cheeks. He swung again, but a branch snatched the blade from his grip, trapping it in its bark before hurling it aside. It landed with a metallic clang near Evangeline's feet. The tormented faces embedded in the tree's trunk contorted, their lips curled in grimaces, their eyes wide with a terrible awareness as the branches coiled tighter, dragging Apollo inexorably toward the massive trunk. He clawed at the bark, screaming, "You were supposed to take her, not me."
It was the most dreadful thing Evangeline had ever seen. The trunk yawned open like a monstrous maw, ready to swallow the prince whole. Apollo's final cry was a raw, shattered sound, part human sob, part beast's howl. Evangeline squeezed her eyes shut, but she could not block out the screams. "No," he begged. "Please don't." Then silence. It fell with a weight all its own, filling the cavern as completely as the screams had moments before.
No screeches, no cries, no creaking wood or pounding heartbeat. Hesitantly, Evangeline opened her eyes. The Tree of Souls stood as it had before, serene and ancient. Only now a new face of pure horror was frozen within its bark. The tale might have concluded then, the villain vanquished, leaving the destined pair to wander towards some vague, cheerful future. But the battle did not end simply because Apollo was imprisoned for eternity. Jax's rage was a living thing. So, when Wulfric Valor's sons finally unbound him, the violence erupted anew, a storm of flying fists and vicious oaths that ripped through the moonlit cavern. Evangeline shouted, "Stop!" after the first punch landed, but it was clear no one was listening, and the brawl would only worsen if she didn't intervene. Apollo's forsaken sword lay not far off. She scrambled over the rough ground, nicking her finger on the sharp edge, and used her own blood to break the shackle's magic. "Enough," she yelled, rushing toward the chaos. The two Valor brothers were still tangled up with Jax, their faces smeared with blood, and the whole scene turning into a proper mess. Only Wulfric had stepped away from the scuffle. He seemed to be examining the gnarled tree, or maybe he was even speaking to it. Evangeline barely gave him a look before she threw herself between the brawling trio and shouted, "Enough of this foolishness! Right this second!" Jax was the first to go still, then one of the Valor sons. The other brother, the broader, heavier one, couldn't seem to help himself and landed one last solid punch right into Jax's gut. Evangeline suspected he was exactly the type who needed to have the final word, even if it came from his fist. Jax let out a pained groan and folded over. Evangeline darted to his side. "Are you hurt?" "I'll live." He slipped a possessive arm around her shoulders as he straightened back up.
"I'll deal with them properly later." "Good luck trying," snorted the broader Valor, the one who'd thrown that last punch. He tugged off his charcoal grey shirt to wipe the blood from his nose. "That's Dane," Jax muttered through gritted teeth. It took Evangeline a moment to place the name. Dane. Lala had mentioned him a few times. He was her dragon shifter. Evangeline had never really tried to picture him before, but she doubted she would have imagined this rough-edged brute who couldn't resist a cheap shot. His brother, who was deeply tanned and seemed to glow with a faint golden light, appeared slightly more civil. "Nothing personal, Jax," the tanned one said. "We were just following our father's orders." Jax pulled Evangeline closer as he shot a sharp look toward Wulfric, who was now rejoining the group. "Couldn't you have picked a simpler way to dispose of the prince?" Jax asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Maybe just run him through with a sword, or perhaps take his head clean off." All three Valors stiffened at the mention of beheading. Jax smirked. Their own heads were still attached, of course, but by now they must have heard the stories and likely seen their own headless statues down in Valorful Harbour. "I apologize for placing you in such a difficult position," Wulfric said to Evangeline. He looked remorseful, but something in his phrasing, that specific choice of placing you in such a difficult position, made her doubt his sincerity. She got the distinct impression Wulfric believed he'd done the necessary thing, and that his grand plan mattered far more than any fear or hurt it had caused her. He went on to explain the cursed tree's history, how he'd planted it without knowing its true nature, and how Apollo had discovered it and demanded to know how to wield it. Wulfric claimed he'd warned the prince twice. Evangeline believed that much, but she didn't believe for a second that Wulfric Valor felt any real regret that Apollo had ignored those warnings. "So do you plan to reclaim the kingdom now?" Jax asked. Wulfric actually laughed. "There's nothing to reclaim. The North has always belonged to me."
He started whistling a low, tuneless melody as he turned toward the cavern entrance. "Come along, boys," he called over his shoulder. "We have to track down your sister." The brothers exchanged a weary glance that told Evangeline they weren't exactly eager to follow their father on another family errand. Not that she blamed them. She wouldn't be in a rush to find Aurora either.
What do you think they'll do if they actually find her?
Evangeline asked once the Valors had disappeared into the shadows.
I doubt they ever will, Jax replied. Those two don't want to hunt their own sister. They'll quit after a couple of days, and Wulfric's too proud to let anyone outside the family know his daughter's become a monster. Just like Castor, Evangeline thought. But she kept that to herself. She'd grown rather fond of Castor, after all.
And she was tired of talking about the Valors, even though she sensed this wouldn't be the last they saw of them. With Apollo gone, her title of princess probably didn't mean much anymore. But if Wulfric Valor wanted the kingdom, he could have it. All she really wanted was Jax. Beside her, Jax let out a soft, knowing chuckle, and Evangeline had the sudden, warm feeling he'd heard every word she hadn't said aloud. She faced him, taking in the damage. A dark bruise bloomed under his left eye, and his lip was split. His shirt was missing buttons, the fabric torn with one sleeve hanging loose from the shoulder, yet he was as striking as ever. It took her back to that first meeting in his church, when he'd been seated in the shadows, his own clothes in disarray. Only now he was smiling. A cocky grin spread across his face as they began moving toward the cavern's exit. "Where to now?" she asked. A dimple appeared beside a fresh cut on his cheek. "Anywhere you wish, little fox." In the shadows of the magnificent north, the ancient story curse observed the pair, no longer star-crossed as they departed the cavern. It was a relief to see them go. The curse had always found this particular cavern dreary and had a special hatred for the wretched tree that dwelled within. For ages it had burned any tale that dared mention that accursed tree, a warning to mortals who rarely heeded such signs. Humans could be remarkably foolish, but this girl and her not-quite-human companion had shown sense by walking away. The curse supposed they were off to claim some version of a happy ending. Normally, it would have lost interest by now. Blissful ever-afters were tedious and made for poor storytelling, leaving the curse with little to do unless it chose to disrupt the peace. Today, it felt no such urge, yet one lingering question held its attention. So it watched a moment longer as the injured boy kept his arm around the girl whose life he had once restored. The curse genuinely hoped they would find happiness. Whether the boy deserved it was debatable, but the girl with the rose-gold hair certainly did. She gazed up at him with pure adoration, utterly unfazed by the blood and bruises marking his skin. "I still have one question," she said. "If the curse could have held its breath, it would have—" The boy raised a skeptical brow. "Only one."
"Well, no, I have many more, actually." She caught her lower lip between her teeth. Something flickered in his gaze, a look that suggested he'd like to do the very same. "Ask me anything, little fox. Perfect." Her smile turned sweetly mischievous. "Tell me about the apples. Next question. You said I could ask whatever I wanted." His eyes glinted with silver amusement. "I didn't promise I'd answer." Her lips formed a pout.
He reached out, tracing the curve of her bottom lip with a gentle finger. "It doesn't matter anymore," he murmured. "I don't need them." Her lashes fluttered in surprise. As he leaned closer, the story curse decided its watch was over. It was time to leave them to their future. Other tales were simmering in the magnificent north, waiting to unfold. I am incredibly grateful that my books have found such a wonderful home in the United States with Macmillan. My heartfelt thanks go out to the amazing team at Flatiron Books and all the fantastic people across the company. A special thank you to Bob Miller, Megan Lynch, Malati Chivali, Nancy Tripuk, Maris Tasaka, Kat Kenny, Marlena Bitter, Sydney John, Donna Noetzel, Frances Sayers, Emily Walters, Keith Hayes, Kelly Gatesman, Louise Grilly, Erin Gordon, and the entire teams at Macmillan Audio, Macmillan Library, and Macmillan Sales. I also feel tremendously blessed to have a brilliant UK home at Hodder and Stoughton. Kimberly Atkins, working with you is a dream. Thank you for stepping in to read when it was so crucial and for all your insightful edits. Honestly, where would I be without you? Probably still staring at a blinking cursor on a blank page. These stories truly wouldn't be the same without the phenomenal artists who have brought their visuals to life, designing covers, maps, and alternate artwork, not just for this book, but for the entire series. My deepest thanks to Lydia Blagden, Erin Fitzsimmons, Virginia Allen, and Sally Pham. Thank you, Rebecca Solar, for breathing such extraordinary life into these characters. With your spectacular audiobook narration, you gave them voices I could have only dreamed of. Let's be real for a moment. This book would have been an absolute disaster without my friends. I am so thankful for your unwavering encouragement, your love, your endless questions, and for never hesitating to tell me when I was making a truly terrible story decision. Thank you, Stacey Lee, Kristen Dwyer, Isabella Barniez, Anissa de Gomery, Jenny Lundquist, Kristen Williams, Brandy Russica, J.L., and Kerry Maniscalco. An enormous and special thanks to Mary E. Pearson for being the first reader of this story. Your advice was a guiding light. Huge thanks to my wonderful agent, Jenny Bent, and to everyone at the Bent Agency for all the tireless work you do on my behalf. I'm getting emotional now, just thinking about how to thank my family. This past year was unbelievably challenging, and I can never thank them enough for their boundless love, their constant help, and for simply being the wonderful people they are. Thank you, Mom, and Dad, and Allison, and Matt. I love you all more than I could ever express. Finally, and most importantly, thank you, readers. This past year, I have been completely overwhelmed by the love this series has received. I am so grateful for your photos, your videos, and all your incredibly kind words. I often get messages that begin with, "I doubt you'll ever see this," but I do see them. While I can't respond to everyone individually, I want you all to know that I see you, and I am so profoundly grateful for each and every one of you. About the author. Stephanie Garber is the #1 New York Times and internationally best-selling author of Once Upon a Broken Heart, The Ballad of Never After, and the Caraval trilogy. Her books have been translated into over 30 languages. Welcome to Caraval, where nothing is quite as it seems. Discover Stephanie Garber's mesmerizing, magical, and stunningly imaginative world. Stay in touch. Enjoyed this book? Consider leaving a review. Ready for your next read? Join Book Drop to receive the best limited-time ebook offers on authors you'll love. Delivered directly to your inbox, our team of expert publishers handpicks new favorites and great deals across all genres, tailored just for you. Whatever you're in the mood for, we have you covered.